Chapter 251. Only the top 50? Zhou Xuanji took out a white shirt and asked as he put it on. The heavenly lightning on his body dissipated, and the golden surface of his body returned to normal, revealing his fair skin. He killed 2 9th-stage great demons and was only ranked in the top 50? Zhou Xuanji felt quite dissatisfied. Now that he had another heavenly soul legendary sword, his battle power would definitely double, and he could become even more powerful. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, even if he absorbed the demonic energy of the 2 9th-order great demons, he still wouldn't be able to break through. How strange. Perhaps this was the drawback of having abnormal strength. The amount of spiritual power required to break through each level was far greater than that of others of the same level. It's already very exaggerated. When I was your age, I was still looking up to the inner pellet realm. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him, but her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The kid in front of him had the aura of a powerhouse. Thinking back to the first time they met, things were really different now. "Oh, is your talent that bad?" Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly as he looked into the distance. Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Zhao Congjian, and the others were flying over with the second-generation disciples. Their faces were filled with excitement. That battle just now was too hot-blooded. Especially for the second-generation disciples, they even had the urge to sacrifice their lives for Zhou Xuanji and go through fire and water. This kind of expert was worth following for a lifetime. Nan Ruyun descended with a group of elders and attendants of the Hanin divine sect. They bowed in unison and said, "Thank you for your help, senior." In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than them, so he was their senior. Su Xianxian stood behind them and looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. She did not go up to greet him, after all, the gap between them was too big. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and continued to wait for Jiang Shui and the others. "What is the tyrant the arch ring?" he asked curiously. He had always been interested in the equipment in the supreme legendary sword system. A ring that can strengthen the pressure of an emperor, and it can also store spiritual energy to create a layer of defensive barrier. When it encounters a fatal injury, it will automatically activate and cause a backlash. Zhou Xuanji heard him, and his eyes brightened. What a treasure! Seeing that he didn't say anything, Nan Ruyun and the others didn't dare to say anything either. They just waited quietly. Xian Xianghua stared at his face and sank into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. After a while, Jiang Shui and the others came. They surrounded Zhou Xuanji and asked him questions. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he replied. His attitude towards the Hanin divine sect was completely different. "Senior Zhou, why don't you come into the city and let our Hanin divine sect thank you?" Nan Ruyun asked as she cupped her fists. She was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power, so she naturally wanted to rope him in. She glanced at Su Xianxian from the corner of her eyes, and a plan formed in her mind. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group into the city. After breaking through, he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. In this battle, Zhou Xuanji charged into an army of millions of demons alone, transcended the tribulation of ascension, and slew 2 9th-rank great demons. This would surely shake the entire northern wilderness region. Ever since the war between the two races began, the human race had never achieved such a result. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any mighty figures, but that whenever a mighty figure made a move, the demon race would send an equally powerful being to defend against it. In less than 3 days. This news spread throughout the northern wilderness region, causing countless people to be in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji reached spirit refinement. He even passed the tribulation of ascension. Doesn't that mean he will definitely ascend in the future? Who said that Zhou Xuanji is an evil cultivator? That's too domineering. He broke through during a battle? I heard that Zhou Xuanji fought for Xian Xianghua, and he even said that he would make Jihuang Demon Lord pay. So, he did it to save the damsel in distress? Tui, it should be an accomplice. He's too powerful. The human race needs to be saved by a genius like him. Among the 7 empires and various factions, there were many such discussions. The human race was divided into 2 camps. One camp was crazy for Zhou Xuanji and hoped that he would save the human race. The other camp looked down on Zhou Xuanji and thought that he had no sense of shame and was willing to risk everything for Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji could not hear these voices for now. Even if he could, he would not care. At this moment, he was caressing the ancient god's sword in his house. The ancient god's sword was 1.5 meters long. The blade was thick and broad, and it was silvery white in color. The hilt was engraved with dragon patterns, and the 2 ends of the crossguard were shaped like dragon claws. There was a bright blue gem in the center, and the tip of the hilt was like a crown. With this sword in hand, he could sense a boundless domineering aura. It was like an emperor above all swords, high and mighty. The ancient god's sword was very heavy, and according to his estimations, it should be 50,000 kilograms. For the current him, holding the ancient god's sword did not take much effort at all. Sword spirit, where do the souls in the ancient god's sword come from? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had just tested it. The first ancient soul was called Emperor Hanlin. He did not know how strong it was. When he used Emperor Hanlin's possession, his power would greatly increase, and its effects would not be any weaker than the sky-extinguishing sword. When the 2 were combined, it would be ridiculously powerful. He even felt that he could sweep across all great realization cultivators. They come from different worlds. When the supreme legendary sword system brought you to the northern wilderness, it absorbed many souls and used their memories to create all sorts of legendary swords and treasures, the sword spirit replied. This caused Zhou Xuanji to think deeply. Different worlds? There was too much information in this explanation, and he could not think too much about it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Following this, Xianxia pushed open the door and entered. He opened his eyes and said unhappily, "I didn't say you could come in." Xianxia walked over to his side and sat down, and the door closed with a bang. "Didn't you say that I'm your woman? If I want to come in, then I can." She stretched out her right hand and began caressing Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He moved his butt to the side and distanced himself from her. "Tell me, what is it?" he asked in a low voice. If Jianghu came back from shopping, how awkward would it be? Although Jianghu had acknowledged Xianxia's existence, they were not married yet, so the 2 women were bound to be jealous of each other. "You said that you want to settle scores with Jihuang Demon Lord. Is that true?" Xianxia asked sternly. At the mention of Jihuang Demon Lord, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You don't have to be moved. I don't want you to go. Although you are very strong now, Jihuang Demon Lord is stronger. He can even hurt me. Don't take the risk. Just take in some disciples in the surroundings and go back." That battle from before made her even more certain that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. She believed that the other powerful beings had also guessed it. Therefore, he had to avoid the limelight. "I have my own considerations. Don't worry." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Jihuang Demon Lord was only the 2nd in the world. If he was afraid, how could he fight against the top cultivator? How could he fight against the heavens? He changed the topic and asked, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you so easily injured? How many ancient evil kings are there in this world that you can absorb and recover from? This old witch was too unsteady. Sooner or later, he would die." Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 252. Facing Zhou Xuanji's rebuke, Xianxia fell silent. This injury also calmed her down. Times had changed. She was no longer the world's top cultivator. Even though her cultivation had grown, she could not even defeat the second in the world. She sighed and said, I know. After I gather the Tanhua sect, I will go back with you. I won't fight for the world's top cultivator anymore. You will fight for me in the future. As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. She planned to nurture Zhou Xuanji well. She wanted to nurture a world's top cultivator. Yang Di was the world's top cultivator 3 times. His position in history was not high because he was still young. If Zhou Xuanji were to be the world's top cultivator 5 times or 10 times, how would the future generations remember him? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Gather my ass. Just stay by my side. From now on, I will eliminate evil and do good. When I establish my sect, the world will know where you are. The evil cultivators under you will come to find you. Why would a sect lord look for his disciple? Zhou Xuanji threw her a stare and announced domineeringly. Xianxia did not refute but nodded with a smile and looked at him in a daze. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked some questions about the battle between Xianxia and Jihuang Demon Lord. He wanted to know his enemy and know himself. Skyfall was surrounded by the demons. Jihuang Demon Lord's claws had already reached Skyfall. For long-term development, he had to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Once the demons were defeated, they would not have the energy to bother him. And the human race needed time to recover. A while later, Jianghu returned. She was in a good mood and must have bought many good things. But when she saw Xianxia, her smile froze. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, Since you're back, let's get ready to depart. Xianxia stood up with a smile and walked up to Jianghu. Little sister, are you jealous? She lifted her chin and asked with a smile. Humph. Jianghu snorted coldly and dodged her hand. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and walked out of the room with Jianghu. Xianxia chuckled and followed closely behind. An hour later, they gathered everyone together and walked towards the city gate. Su Yang was extremely excited and kept talking beside Xiao Jinghong. Grand Teacher is famous across the world again. Now, all the kingdoms and cities are discussing this. Many people think that Grandmaster will be the savior of the human race. The other second-generation disciples were also very excited, and they discussed in 2s and 3s. When they reached the city gate, Nan Ruoyun, Zhang Lanya, and Su Xianxian appeared in front of them. Senior Zhou, are you leaving now? Nan Ruoyun pretended to be frightened as she asked. She had an expression as if she was sorry for not being a good host. Zhou Xuanji said, We still have things to do and should leave. If we stay here any longer, more people might die. He shut Nan Ruoyun's mouth with a single sentence. She rolled her eyes and said, Senior, our sect saintess has long heard of your great name. Why don't you bring her along and let her serve you? Hearing this, Su Xianxuan's expression suddenly became shy. Jianghu and Xianxia narrowed their eyes, while the others revealed ambiguous expressions. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I don't need someone to serve me. After saying that, he brushed past Nan Ruoyun. Su Xianxian felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her mind instantly went blank. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came into her ears. Cultivate well. You are a competitive woman and don't want to be a man's appendage. I look forward to seeing a more powerful and independent you in the future. She heard him and smiled immediately. She had found her true self. When she first met Zhou Xuanji, she was still thinking about how to get rid of the engagement with the little evil lord. How could she lose herself because of Zhou Xuanji now? She felt gratitude in her heart. Zhou Xuanji became more and more important in her heart. Nan Ruoyun sighed, but she was not angry. It was impossible to rely on a woman to climb up to Zhou Xuanji's height. Or else, she might look down on Zhou Xuanji in her heart. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others left the massive city and continued their journey. In the vast and boundless desert, countless demons gathered together, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Wooden and stone houses were built among them. In one of the stone palaces, Jihuang Demon Lord gathered dozens of 8th rank and 9th rank great demons. He sat on the main seat, and a massive tiger head hung behind him. Even though he was sitting, he was 15 meters tall. He wore dark purple armor and had a sinister face. His eyes were crimson, and his face was covered with many red tattoos, which made him look hideous and terrifying. He wore a black crown with sharp horns, which made him look like the Lord of Demons. The atmosphere in the palace was extremely oppressive. All the demons under him did not dare to breathe. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Jihuang Demon Lord. Zhou Xuanji, Sword God Zhou. Jihuang Demon Lord said slowly. His voice was magnetic, and it was filled with absolute dominance and murderous intent. Losing Shurho Demon Sovereign and Padian Demon Monarch was like cutting off an arm of the demon race. But what angered him more was that he lost face. Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji's talent is really out of the ordinary. Could he be the legendary 10,000-year prince? A white-haired old demon said carefully, fearing that Jihuang Demon Lord would vent his anger on him. 10,000-year prince. All the demons were shocked. They had heard of the legend of the 10,000-year prince, and this was the only explanation. Who would believe that someone who was not even 30 years old had the power to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100? Whether he is or not, this sovereign will kill him and make him die a painful death. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, and the temperature in the palace plummeted. Send my order to find Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. If you encounter Zhou Xuanji, retreat immediately. This sovereign will deal with him personally. The demons did not dare to object to his order. Jihuang Demon Monarch then asked, has Sunlight Emperor made any moves recently? Ever since Huangquan Drake King was willing to help him, he paid special attention to Yang Di. As long as Yang Di did not act, the world would belong to him. Xian Xianghua was already heavily injured, and Jiang Wudi was a coward and did not dare to participate in the battle. In the current world, the only person who could threaten his ambition was Yang Di. No, he should still be in closed-door cultivation, a demon replied. For cultivators like Yang Di, it was normal for him to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Other than the World Millennium Duel, nothing else could attract Yang Di's interest. Continue to keep an eye on him. Inform this sovereign immediately if anything happens. Jihuang Demon Lord nodded. After that, he asked about other things. After arranging all the battles, he asked the demons to leave. He got up slowly and disappeared with a sway of his body. When he reappeared, he was in a dim dungeon. Someone was locked up in the dungeon ahead. It was Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk. At this moment, Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk's hands and feet were chained up. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. He sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted softly. Have you divined it? Jihuang Demon Lord walked to the dungeon and asked with a deep voice. Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk did not open his eyes and said, if I divined it, I will tell you. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 253. Don't play tricks. If you want to avenge your revered teacher, you have to rely on me. And your disciples, if you want them to live, you have to listen to me. Jihuang Demon Lord looked down at Xuanhe Divine Monk and mocked. He did not kill Xuanhe Divine Monk because he had other uses. Xuanhe Divine Monk and Daoist Old Man were close friends. Both of them were skilled in divination and knew about yin and yang. Facing Jihuang Demon Lord's threat, Xuanhe Divine Monk did not reply. He was already used to it. By the way, is Zhou Xuanji the 10,000-year prince? Jihuang Demon Lord continued to ask with deep meaning in his eyes. He knew about the relationship between Xuanhe Divine Monk and Zhou Xuanji's grand teacher. Xuanhe divine monk's master killer was in cahoots with his close friend's grand disciple. What a drama. No. The 10,000-year prince is someone else, and he is already born. Xuanhe divine monk replied, which made Jihuang demon lord frown. Yang Di is the 10,000-year prince? No. Jianghu? No. Original? Impossible. Jihuang demon lord fell into silence. His eyes were burning with rage. Then tell me, who is the 10,000-year prince? He asked with a deep voice. The legend of the 10,000-year prince was too mysterious. If he really existed, he would surely be an obstacle to him. I'm not sure. Xuanhe divine monk replied. Jihuang demon lord opened his eyes wide and slammed his palm across the air. Boom! Xuanhe divine monk was slammed into the wall by the palm wind, and blood spurted out from his throat. Jihuang demon lord snorted coldly and left. 3 months later. Zhou Xuanji and his companions walked in the desert. Hundreds of people followed behind them as they practiced their sword techniques. Now, there were a total of 121 second-generation disciples. After Zhou Xuanji's tribulation, his fame reached a new peak. He passed by a kingdom, which attracted countless people. After half a month of assessment, he took in dozens of talented disciples. His requirement had always been to choose nothing over substandard disciples. These second-generation disciples had great comprehension of the sword's way. They could learn a sword technique in a short period of time. But to achieve great accomplishment, they needed more time. Su Yang had already become the eldest senior brother of the second-generation disciples. Although there were others who surpassed him in talent, none of them were as wild as him. Moreover, he had already taken Xiao Jinghong as his teacher, and Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple. At this moment, Ning Zifeng was teaching the second-generation disciples how to practice swordsmanship. Everyone's movements were in sync with his, and it was a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji, Daoist old man, and Xian Xianghua discussed the hidden powerful cultivators of the northern wilderness region. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian were all listening attentively. The little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi were teasing Zhang Quanglan. 2 dragon eagles circled in the sky, patrolling for them. I've always been curious. Who taught Sunlight Emperor? Daoist old man asked Xian Xianghua. Among them, Xian Xianghua knew Sunlight Emperor the best. After all, they had fought 3 times. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? Zhou Xuanji was thinking about the Haotian sect. The Haotian church would not have more than 1 demon lord left in the world. Otherwise, with Zhang Quanglan's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, Xian Xianghua stopped suddenly, and so did Daoist old man Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a person walking toward them in the sandstorm. Everyone, be on guard. Ning Zifeng cried out suddenly, which shocked all the second-generation disciples. Great realization, nothing to be afraid of. Xian Xianghua laughed softly, which made the others speechless. The little black snake could not help but ask, "You are already crippled, and you still look down on great realization?" Just when it finished speaking, a wave of murderous aura made it shudder. It immediately shut its mouth and hid behind Zhou Xiaoqi. Born to be extraordinary, born with violet qi. Heaven is jealous, and your fate is difficult. An ancient voice came from the front, which shocked Zhou Xuanji and the others. He came with ill intentions. This was obviously directed at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? Tell me your name. Daoist old man asked loudly. He was not worried because Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough. A mere great realization was not enough to pose a threat. The man walked out of the sandstorm. He wore an old yellow Daoist robe and had a wooden hairpin in his hair bun. His face was thin and his eyes were cold. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and ignored the others. I don't have a name. You can call me Dao Seeker. I walk the world to follow the trajectory of the heavenly law. Seeking the Dao? Zhou Xuanji mumbled, could it be that he's crazy? The others also frowned. All of them subconsciously felt that Qiu Dao's brain was not working well. Dao Seeker walked over slowly. His gaze did not waver. You don't belong to the Northern Wilderness region, but you can change the destiny of the Northern Wilderness region. You're not heaven, you're not the 10,000-year prince, and you're not the son of fate. Who exactly are you? He continued to ask, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that this fellow could tell that he was reincarnated? Ning Zifeng drew his sword and charged forward, scolding, crazy old Daoist, who allowed you to spout nonsense here? In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Qiu Dao and slashed with his sword. Dao Seeker dodged nimbly. Facing Ning Zifeng's swift sword, he didn't make a move and only dodged. Both of them were very fast, and the second-generation disciples were dazzled. So fast. That old man could dodge Senior Ning's sword. He can't really be a powerhouse, right? Anyway, the Grand Teacher is here. Don't be afraid. Yeah, the top evil cultivator is here too. The second-generation disciples chatted and laughed. They were relaxed and not nervous at all. Xianxia frowned and mumbled, Dao Seeker. This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and did not ask further. Zifeng, come back. He cried out. Having heard him, Ning Zifeng snorted coldly and withdrew his sword. Although he looked very unhappy, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This old Daoist is unfathomable. Dao Seeker stopped and looked at Zhou Xuanji with confusion in his eyes. Dao Seeker, right? What do you want? If you want to fight, be careful that my legendary sword has no eyes. If you have something else to say it quickly and move aside. Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. They were just talking about the powerful cultivators in the Northern Wilderness region who might still be alive. He did not expect to meet one so soon. To be able to face Ning Zifeng so easily, this guy's power should be considered average among the great realization cultivators. Or even higher. I'm just curious. I've never interfered in the battles of the world. Since ancient times, no one could hurt me, and I've never hurt anyone either. Dao Seeker said as he shook his head in anticipation. I've met Yang Di before. He has the potential to become a great emperor. Before you appeared, the fate of the Northern Wilderness region was that he would become a great emperor. But after you appeared, everything changed. With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to replace Yang Di? Xianxia's eyes curved into a smile. She suddenly felt that Dao Seeker was very pleasing to the eye. Dao Seeker continued, after you appeared, Yang Di's heart changed. He will no longer be an ascetic cultivator. Soon, he will dominate the Northern Wilderness region and unite the human race. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 254. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. The development of the plot wasn't right. Yang Di wanted to dominate the Northern Wilderness region and unite the human race because of Zhou Xuanji? Shouldn't it be Yang Di falling from his throne and Zhou Xuanji taking his place? Xianxia snorted coldly and asked, what about him? What is his fate? After being defeated by Sunlight Emperor 3 times, she hated Sunlight Emperor very much. She couldn't tolerate Sunlight Emperor's prestige. Moreover, he didn't allow others to publicize Sunlight Emperor's power. I can't see through him. He doesn't seem to exist in this world, so in this world, I'm the most curious about him. Dao Seeker said as he shook his head. Right after he spoke, he appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. Zhou Xuanji was so shocked that he almost attacked. What incredible speed! This fellow is definitely not as simple as a Mahayana cultivator. He must have used a spell similar to the Qi restraining art. Ning Zifeng raised his sword and stood between Dao Seeker and Zhou Xuanji. Old Daoist, I advise you not to act recklessly, he said with a deep voice. Xianxia, Jianghu, Daoist old man, and the others were also prepared for battle, surrounding Dao Seeker. I told you, I won't hurt anyone. Dao Seeker replied. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and fell into deep thought. The second-generation disciples became nervous. They finally realized how unfathomable Dao Seeker was. I will always be watching you. I am looking forward to how you and Sunlight Emperor will clash. Both of you have the Monarch Purple Qi, and his Monarch Purple Qi is very special. If there are no accidents, he will be the legendary ancestor of the human race in tens of thousands of years, and he will be the great emperor of the northern wilderness region. Dao Seeker said leisurely, making Xianxia very unhappy. Can you not brag about Sunlight Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Was Yang Di really that powerful? He was not afraid. Instead, his blood was boiling. If that was the case, he would be fighting against the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Sunlight Emperor might even surpass the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Young man, your path will be difficult. Dao Seeker suddenly broke into a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Is he, a deity? A second-generation disciple asked cautiously, his tone filled with reverence. To be able to come and go so freely in front of Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia, if he wasn't a god, what was he? Chongming Demon Monarch scolded, God my A**s, he's just trying to be mysterious. After cursing, he pulled back his neck and scanned the surroundings, fearing that Dao Seeker was still nearby. Xuanji is indeed mysterious. Previously, I also divined that we would be killed, but I didn't see Xuanji. No matter how I divined, I couldn't see through this brat. It seems like I exchanged his life back then for an extraordinary life. Daoist old man touched his chin as he pondered. When Zhou Xuanji was born, because he was reincarnated, he was not accepted by the heavenly law. As such, he changed Zhou Xuanji's fate and concealed heaven's secrets. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, don't worry so much. Take it one step at a time, cherish the present, and work hard to become more powerful. Sunlight Emperor, so what? His target had never been Sunlight Emperor. He wanted to ascend. He wanted to be invincible. Everyone nodded and chatted as they moved forward. What are you waiting for? Let's continue practicing. Ning Zifeng, who was in a bad mood, roared, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing to practice. Qiu Dao's appearance cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. They speculated that it would not be long before Sunlight Emperor came out. The outcome of the war between the two races seemed to have been decided. Let's go back after taking in a few more batches of disciples. Daoist old man suggested. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he needed time to catch up to Yang Di. To this, Zhou Xuanji did not reply. What he was most worried about was not that he could not defeat Yang Di. He was worried that Sunlight Emperor would have already ascended and left by the time he grew up. Sunlight Emperor had been ranked first in the world 3 times in a row. He had probably lost interest in the northern wilderness region. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped at a small town. Xiao Jinghong and the others were recruiting disciples, while Zhou Xuanji was deep in thought, drinking wine. He was thinking about world reincarnation. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 28 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, amethyst, wind-folding sword, gold, water-like dagger, gold, volcano sword. The sword spirit's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then, lines of small words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, folded wind sword grade, amethyst, description, made from wind stone. It can absorb wind and release it after storing it. Sword name, water-like dagger grade, gold, description, a peerless dagger. When sword chi enters the body, it can turn into water and corrode the enemy's blood. Sword name, volcano sword grade, gold, description, transformed from a volcano. It contains the power of the volcano. It can absorb the volcano to strengthen the legendary sword. 3 legendary swords. All of them had different abilities. 2 of them could even be upgraded. But he was not surprised. He was no longer at foundation building or enlightening. The gold legendary sword would not increase his power. The amethyst legendary sword could be strengthened a little, but it was not as powerful as glorious gold, let alone the heavenly soul legendary sword that could kill enemies of a higher cultivation stage. The higher the cultivation stage, the greater the difference. The difference in the spirit refinement stage was equivalent to the difference in the previous stage. What was worth mentioning was that the thunderclap sword had been upgraded successfully. From gold to amethyst, it had reached glorious gold. The heavenly lightning of the Ascension Tribulation was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and prepared to familiarize himself with them. At this moment, Zhao Congjian ran into the pavilion suddenly and half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Master, bad news," he said with a deep voice and looked terrible. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he touched the swords. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and Beixiao Wangjian, who were testing their disciples, looked back curiously. Huangquan Drake King barged into Great Zhou's royal palace and challenged you to a duel. If you don't go to the duel within a year, he will burn the entire Great Zhou and bury the empire. Zhao Congjian said with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. Huangquan Drake King again. Haunting me. Zhou Xuanji stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage and asked, did the human sanctum not send reinforcements to Great Zhou? Huangquan Drake King wanted to use Great Zhou to threaten him. After all, he said that he would support Great Zhou. If he did not go, he would go back on his words and bear the grudge of countless lives in the empire. This kind of method was cliched and inferior. No wonder he was only ranked 5th in the world. Red River Valley lost. They could only retreat. Zhao Congjian replied. It was not that the sanctum was heartless, but that they were not powerful enough. Zhou Xuanji began to think. This place was very far from Great Zhou. If he brought everyone with him, it would be difficult for him to reach Great Zhou within a year. Even if he reached, it would be difficult for him to protect the second-generation disciples. If he went alone, Huangquan Drake King and Jihuang Demon Lord might ambush him in Great Zhou. However, he had to go. As a man in this world, he must keep his word. Don't go. Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world and has surpassed the Great Realization stage. He has many powerful cultivators under him. You will die if you go. Xian Xianghua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said fiercely. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 255. If we don't go, the Great Zhou dynasty will perish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said solemnly. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, if Great Zhou dies, then so be it. What does it have to do with you? Why do you need to pretend to be benevolent? The courtyard was silent. Everyone looked at them nervously, not even daring to breathe. Zhou Xuanji stood up, and their gazes met. Neither of them softened their attitude. This isn't fake benevolence and righteousness, it's a promise. If you go back on your word, if you don't have principles, then you walk the world for the sole purpose of living. You're like a rat crossing the street, a maggot that rots bones. Is there really any meaning to living? He asked softly with a firm tone, unmoved by Xian Xianghua. But you will die. If you die, what's the point of making a promise? Xianxia said angrily. Why was this kid so stubborn? Zhou Xuanji asked back, how do you know that I will definitely die? I've lived in the northern wilderness region for 28 years. If I always do things that I have no confidence in, would I still be alive today? Now that he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm and held 2 heavenly soul divine swords in his hands, he was already very strong. Moreover, he still had time to become stronger. He was a man who valued his promises. If the great Zhou was destroyed because of him, there might be inner demons in his cultivation in the future. Once a person broke his principles, there was no such thing as once or twice. There were only 0 times and countless times. Xianxia was moved by the look in his eyes. She sighed and could only give up on persuading him. The others in the courtyard were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji. This was the sword god Zhou they knew. Fearless. He never avoided the provocation of powerful enemies. I believe in Master. Xiao Jinghong spoke with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He was already looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat Huangquan Drake King. The others spoke as well, cheering for Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia was annoyed. She stomped her feet and snorted coldly, but she didn't say anything else. However, Zhou Xuanji's words moved her. This brat's words and actions have the demeanor of the world's #1 expert. Xianxia thought to herself as she continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji. 2 hours later. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together and told them about Huangquan Drake King. He planned to go to Great Zhou alone. Everyone was waiting for him here. With Ning Zifeng around, it was difficult for anyone to threaten them. No one objected. Although Jiang Shui was worried, she knew that she could not change Zhou Xuanji's mind, so she could only give him some advice. After I leave, try not to go out as much as possible. Even if you do go out, don't reveal your name. The enemy's intelligence network is stronger than we thought. After saying this, he left on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction in which he had left, Xianxia flicked her sleeves and snorted. She then turned around and returned to her room to heal her injuries. Huang Lianxin held Jiang Shui's arm and smiled. Don't worry. You must believe in Master. In just 1 year, the news of Huangquan Drake King being defeated by Master will spread like wildfire in the northern wilderness region. Looking back, how many battles that everyone thought Zhou Xuanji would lose, he won. So what if Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world? Jiang Shui sighed and said, of course I believe him. I'm just afraid that he will suffer. Great Zhou. The once bustling imperial city had been reduced to ruins, and smoke filled the air. People could be vaguely seen in the collapsed houses. They were hiding inside and did not dare to come out. They were like vengeful spirits in fear and despair. A gigantic dragon coiled in the ruined palace. Its body was covered in yellow scales, and its body was dozens of meters wide. Its claws were even bigger than the palace. Its head extended into the clouds, and its whiskers swayed in the wind like 2 ribbons that connected the heavens and the earth. Anyone would tremble in front of this giant dragon. It was like the most gigantic creature in the world. It was Huangquan Drake King. The Huangquan twin devils stood at the top of a palace below. Looking at the billowing clouds, they were amazed. The Drake King internalizing chi is really spectacular. It feels like the ocean is absorbing all rivers. That's true. I feel that the Drake King has become more powerful. He might be able to get a higher rank in the next World Millennium Duel. Of course. Xianxia is already crippled, and Jiang Wudi can't do much. Do you think Zhou Xuanji will dare to come? He's so prideful. Will he not come? The 2 devils conversed among themselves. They gritted their teeth at the mention of Zhou Xuanji. They had lost many times because of Zhou Xuanji. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was already their number one enemy. Even if they killed Zhou Xuanji, their hatred would not be appeased. At this moment, a group of demonic cultivators came from the side. They were escorting Zhou Chengxin, Shitan Changshe, and the other authoritative figures of Great Zhou. In the Huangquan path, demonic cultivators and demons were mixed together. So, Huangquan Drake King had always been a neutral force. But this time, he chose to support Jihuang Demon Lord. Zhou Chengxin's face was filled with despair. His emperor's robe was tattered, and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar. He was escorted to Huangquan Drake King and forced to kneel. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor of an emperor. Emperor of Great Zhou, I have already sent my order to challenge Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji doesn't come, you will see the entire Great Zhou die. I will let you die last. Huangquan Drake King's voice came. His voice was loud and shook the clouds. Having heard this, Zhou Chengxin's face turned pale. He had personally witnessed how powerful Huangquan Drake King was. He was like a god who had descended into the mortal world. He was invincible. Although Zhou Xuanji's talent was astounding, he was still too weak compared to Huangquan Drake King. At least, the two of them were not on the same level. If you have a way to lure Zhou Xuanji to fight, Great Zhou will be able to survive, and I will leave. Huangquan Drake King's voice came again. His majestic dragon body was like a divine mountain, standing tall and domineering. Zhou Chengxin looked up at him and fell into a dilemma. How could he contact Zhou Xuanji? If he could, he would have asked Zhou Xuanji for help. A demon with a wolf's head and human body appeared beside Zhou Chengxin suddenly. He cupped his fist and said, Drake King, Yang Di is making a move. He has come out from his seclusion and said that he is going to roam the world for 100 years. Yang Di. Huangquan Drake King's massive body trembled slightly. Top cultivator in the world. This title was enough to suffocate him. He did not speak but fell into silence, as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, news of Huangquan Drake King threatening Great Zhou and challenging Zhou Xuanji had already spread. The humans were cursing Huangquan Drake King for being shameless. How could Zhou Xuanji defeat him? The demons mocked Zhou Xuanji for not daring to come and trampled on the humans' morale. Instantly, the world's attention was on Zhou Xuanji again. Under the blue sky, waves continuously crashed against the beach and reefs along the shore. Jianghu stood on a reef and tightly frowned. A white-clothed man half knelt behind him. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was extraordinary. Huangquan Drake King is so shameless. After hearing the white-clothed man's report, Jianghu said disdainfully. He started to think about whether or not he should help Zhou Xuanji. That boy's talent was simply too terrifying. He wanted to use his talent to help the Jiang clan rise. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 256. Clan Lord, other than Huangquan Drake King's challenge to Zhou Xuanji, there's something else. The white-robed man spoke and interrupted Jianghu's thoughts. What is it? Jianghu asked. He was still wondering if he should help Zhou Xuanji. If he did not help, Zhou Xuanji would surely die if he entered Great Zhou alone. Yang Di has appeared. The white-robed man replied. With this, Jianghu's expression changed drastically, and he turned around immediately. Is this true? He asked with a deep voice. Yang Di. That was a truly invincible existence in the world. Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and him could not defeat Yang Di. All the major factions know about this, and they are stirring in the dark. In less than 3 years, Yang Di will walk in the world and might intervene in the war between the two races. The white-robed man replied again. His eyes sparkled, and he was evidently shocked by the name of Yang Di. Who would not respect the top cultivator in the world? Jianghu waved his hand and signaled the white-robed man to leave. The white-robed man disappeared immediately. Jianghu looked at the horizon and continued to think. A long while later. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Something was charging toward him from the horizon, creating two waves that were dozens of meters tall. The sun was scorching. In the wilderness, demon corpses were everywhere. Many cultivators were scattered all over the place, and all of them were injured to varying degrees. All of them were looking in one direction. A gigantic tiger demon was lying on the top of the hill. It had already transformed into a human form and was covered in blood. A silhouette was standing on his chest. It was Zhou Xuanji. Sensing that his demonic energy was drained, the tiger demon's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Xuanji. The sovereign will kill you sooner or later, and he will let you die in excruciating pain. He said with gritted teeth. With his demonic energy sucked away, he knew that he would surely die. As a 9th-rank demon monarch, he died in such a pathetic manner. He was filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly, "Don't worry. Jihuang Demon Lord will soon follow in your footsteps. You will not be lonely in the Yellow Springs." After that, the ancient god's sword appeared before him. The sword pierced through the tiger demon's throat and killed his soul. He took the tiger demon's storage ring and looked at the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. "Go back." He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The cultivators were in an uproar. "It's really Zhou Xuanji? Amazing. He killed General Hu Wang in an instant. That's a 9th-order great demon, which is equivalent to a Mahayana realm being. Yet, it can't last more than 10 moves against him. This favor is greater than the heavens. We must remember it. From now on, whoever dares to slander Zhou Xuanji as an evil demon will be going against me." The cultivators were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Their cries and cheers echoed throughout the mountains. The other side. Zhou Xuanji found a deserted forest and began to break through. He had previously absorbed the demonic powers of the Padian Demon Monarch and the Lion's Roar Demon Monarch. Coupled with the rank 9 Great Demon Monarch and his usual cultivation, he had already ushered in the opportunity to break through. There was no need to undergo tribulation in the spirit refinement realm. In less than half a day, he successfully broke through. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit refinement realm. After the breakthrough, he continued on his journey. He planned to look for powerful demons along the way and absorb their demonic energy to increase his cultivation. At the same time, he would eliminate enemies for the human race. Now, there were battles everywhere in the central region of the northern wilderness region, and there were high-level great demons in every battlefield. Other than great demons, he would also take action against cultivators who committed crimes. That was all. Half a year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji killed 12 8th-rank demons and 3 9th-rank demons, as well as countless demons and evil cultivators. His cultivation had reached spirit refinement level 3. The entire northern wilderness region was talking about him. Which great demon did Zhou Xuanji kill today? I feel that Zhou Xian has the chance to overturn the war between the two races by himself. What kind of method is this? Defeating them one by one? What kind of hero is that? Zhou Xuanji does not dare to deal with Huangquan Drake King, so he can only launch sneak attacks against the demons. Who dares to slander the hero of the human race? Shanghai Ziggurat has republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and Zhou Xuanji is ranked 42nd. Both the human and demon races were discussing Zhou Xuanji. The human race was looking forward to it, while the demon race was terrified. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord ordered them to retreat immediately if they encountered Zhou Xuanji, very few demons could escape from him. As for reinforcements, it was even more difficult because the battlefield was too scattered. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji successfully rose to the 42nd place in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. He was only 28 years old. a 28-year-old spirit refinement cultivator. He was invincible in the Mahayana realm. He was like the bright moon on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, while the other geniuses were like tiny stars. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji was definitely an influential figure. In terms of fame, he could compete with Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and Xian Xianghua. But the good times did not last long. Because the world's top cultivator was born. All sorts of rumors spread across the Northern Wilderness region, overshadowing Zhou Xuanji's brilliance. Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Even if he knew, he would not mind. With Yang Di around, it was easier for him to do things. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji became more powerful by killing his enemies. He was getting closer and closer to Great Zhou. In order not to be discovered by the demons, he was heading toward Great Zhou. He kept changing his route, and his whereabouts were mysterious and elusive. In the dark dungeon, Jihuang Demon Lord stood in front of the dungeon door and stared at Xuanhe Divine Monk with a fierce gaze. "You still haven't divined it?" he asked with a deep voice. His murderous aura was like an arrow, which made Xuanhe Divine Monk tremble in fear. After knowing that Yang Di was born, Jihuang Demon Lord panicked. Now that Zhou Xuanji was killing his subordinates and Yang Di was threatening him, how could he not panic? "I can't. Yang Di is too powerful, even more powerful than during the World Millennium Duel. He already has the power to ascend," Xuanhe Divine Monk said with gritted teeth. Chief Monk Xuanhe gritted his teeth and said. Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to predict many things, but the most important one was to predict Sunlight Emperor's weakness. Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to divine many things, and the most important one was to divine Yang Di's weakness. Can he stand up to Yang Di? In the legends, the 10,000-year prince was almost omnipotent. Once he was born, he would be invincible and become a great emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji was heaven-defying, he still needed a long time to grow. "I really don't know where the 10,000-year prince is. I only know that he is born among all living beings in the Northern Wilderness region." But, Xuanhe Divine Monk sighed. He felt that Jihuang Demon Lord was already bedeviled. Yang Di was the demon in his heart. But what? Jihuang Demon Lord grabbed the dungeon door and roared furiously, causing the underground space to tremble violently. Xuanhe Divine Monk took a deep breath and said, "Yang Di will unify the Northern Wilderness region. This is fate and the trend of the times. He will become another great emperor after the Hegemon Sword Emperor. He will be immortal and ascend to the upper realm. His will be everlasting." Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and frowned deeply. He did not act up but fell into silence. The dungeon fell into silence. A long while later, he said with gritted teeth, "I don't believe in fate. Yang Di will be defeated by me sooner or later. The one who unifies the Northern Wilderness region can only be me." The second in the world was not an honor for him but a humiliation instead. Because he was older than Yang Di. When he fought with Xian Xianghua, Yang Di was not born yet. How could he accept being surpassed by a junior? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 257. Looking at the deranged Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe did not say anything. However, his heart was filled with disdain. Since ancient times, there have been many almighty beings who didn't believe in fate, but in the end, they still bowed to fate. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Jihuang Demon Lord could win against Yang Di. Jihuang Demon Lord suddenly looked up at him, causing him to tremble in fear. "If I cultivate the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, can I catch up with Yang Di?" Faced with his interrogation, Chief Monk Xuanhe was stunned. Celestial Devil Rebirth Technique. That was the peerless divine technique that the Tanhua sect had used for tens of thousands of years. In the current world, only Xian Xianghua knew it. No wonder he didn't kill Xian Xianghua, it was because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth Technique. If the celestial devil rebirth technique is really as powerful as the legends say, coupled with your natal divine ability, it might really be possible. Xuanhe divine monk murmured. Jihuang demon lord's eyes lit up and he disappeared on the spot. He couldn't wait to catch Xianxia. Xuanhe divine monk shook his head and murmured, even if you get the celestial devil rebirth art, it will take you some time to master it. Yang Di will not wait for you at the same place. Following this, he closed his eyes and started to divine Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had turned into an evil cultivator, he loved to divine Zhou Xuanji. Even though he could not divine Zhou Xuanji, he did not give up. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. He was pondering world reincarnation. Now that he frequently used world internalization, his comprehension of world reincarnation was becoming more and more thorough, but it was still too difficult to completely learn it. World reincarnation had the meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Once he learned it, his combat power would soar. Unless the enemy's cultivation far surpassed his, he would be invincible. Every time he thought of this, he would be very excited. As he pondered, he flew, leaping over mountains and lakes, advancing rapidly towards Great Zhou. Along the way, the corpses of humans and demons could often be seen. This great war had already been going on for several years. Even if it ended, the numbers of the two races would be greatly reduced. There would be no true victor. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, there was still half a month until Great Zhou arrived. The Jianghu wasteland was just ahead. The first time he came to Jianghu wasteland was to assassinate the Empress of Great Zhou. After that, he was hunted down by Lin Guanyu. Looking back at the past, it seemed like a distant memory. Not long after, he flew into Jianghu wasteland. There was a war in Jianghu wasteland. Great Zhou, Great Chen and Great Shang were all near Jianghu wasteland. Now that Great Zhou was occupied by Yellow Spring's Drake King, the cultivators of the world naturally wanted to save Great Zhou. During the chaos of war, it was not only for the survival of the race, but also for one's own fame and fortune. It was never empty talk that a hero was born out of time. In the middle of the battlefield, there were two tyrannical figures fighting wildly. One of them was Ta Tianchen. The other one was a ninth-stage great demon. He had blood-red hair and black armor. Two sharp horns protruded from his hair, and his body was as sturdy as a small mountain. He held two large axes in his hands, and the black armor on his body was terrifying. It was like the face of an evil demon, and the blood-red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He was even more powerful than the ninth-rank great demons that Zhou Xuanji had encountered before. It was very likely that he had already reached the peak of the 9th level. Against him, Ta Tianchen didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. Among the human cultivators who were fighting with the demon army, not all of them were evil cultivators from Jianghu sect. There were cultivators from the righteous sects, and they must have formed a temporary alliance. Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji were among them. Xiahou Gongji was Ta Qishue's accompanying elder. Back then, Ta Qishue was like Huangquan Drake King. He threatened Zhou Xuanji's life and died in a one-on-one duel with Zhou Xuanji. Xiahou Gongji was punished for this and suffered immeasurable pain. He only saw the light of day again when the war between the two races began. Huang Ming was Huang Lianxin's bloodline elder and the top genius of Jianghu sect. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, he rarely came out and had been cultivating in isolation. Ta Tianchen, is that all you have? You still want to challenge the Drake King? What a joke. No wonder your Jianghu sect can't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. The blood-haired great demon laughed wildly. His axes were like the wind and were powerful enough to cut through mountains and lakes. Ta Tianchen's face was unsightly. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was already torn and bleeding, but he was still holding on. If he lost, everyone under him would die. More importantly, his reputation would be tarnished. Huangquan Blood Devil, you are only a dog under Huangquan Drake King. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Ta Tianchen cursed furiously. Even if he lost, he could not lose. He could not lose in a verbal battle either. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji landed on a mountain and looked at the battle far away. What a coincidence! He squinted his eyes, and a murderous aura emanated from them. Xinhao sect hunted him down, and he remembered this grudge. Today, he would settle it all together. After the thought, he flipped his right hand, and the ancient god sword appeared in his hand. The thunderclap sword appeared before him. He leaped up and stepped on the blade. Heavenly lightning wrapped around his body, and he charged into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Ta Tianchen and Huangquan Blood Devil jumped away instinctively and looked toward the direction where the air-piercing sound came from. Pish! The ancient god sword pierced into Huangquan Blood Devil's chest, while the thunderclap sword pierced through Ta Tianchen's chest. Heavenly lightning wreaked havoc and wrapped around his body. The two peerless cultivators opened their eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji's silhouette appeared in their vision. It's you! Ta Tianchen roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Huangquan Blood Devil recognized Zhou Xuanji too. After all, Huangquan Drake King had sent his portrait to all his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji smiled and activated the world internalization technique. With the ancient god sword in his right hand, he absorbed Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy at an insane rate. What's happening? Huangquan Blood Devil was greatly shocked. He wanted to dodge instinctively, but he realized that he could not escape from the ancient god sword. It was as though two invisible hands were grabbing him, and he could not move at all. At this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere. Baiyu King Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Incinerating Fire Sword, Great Compassion Sword, Abyss Demon Sword, Wind Cloud Sword, Light Shadow Sword, Buddha Slaying Sword, Dumb Sword, Deep Nightmare Sword, Right, Wrong, Justice Sword, Sunset Sword, Heaven Elegant Starlight Sword. Dozens of legendary swords charged toward Ta Tianchen, and Ta Tianchen was forced to retreat without any resistance. The entire battlefield was in an uproar. The two races stopped fighting and looked at the sky in shock. With so many divine swords, they immediately thought of one person. Unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors. Zhou Xuanji. A demon cried out in shock. His voice was like a bomb that shook the entire battlefield. Zhou Xuanji really came. Could it be that he was going to Great Zhou to challenge Huangquan Drake King? The Netherworld Blood Ghost saw that the situation was not right and wanted to eject his soul. Unfortunately, the Xianxia map started to show its power and sucked his primordial spirit, preventing him from quickly ejecting. Sensing the boundless demonic energy entering his body and turning into pure spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. It seemed like he could use the Yellow Springs Blood Demon to break through to Spirit Ascension Stage Level 4. Chapter 258. What evil energy technique is this? Huangquan Blood Devil cried out in shock. His hair stood on end. What he could not understand was that Zhou Xuanji was only at the spirit refinement stage. Why was his spirit energy not weaker than his? He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was already possessed by an ancient great emperor. Emperor Hanlin. The remnant soul possession gave him the power of a great emperor. Together with the world Buddha art, who in the great realization stage could resist him? Soon, Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy was sucked dry, and Zhou Xuanji broke through to the fourth level of the spirit refinement stage. While he was breaking through, Huangquan Blood Devil escaped with his astral projection. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the ancient god sword charged toward him with the ranged sword propelling. Boom! Huangquan Blood Devil's astral spirit exploded, and he could not be more dead. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to take his storage ring before destroying his body with heavenly lightning. The entire process happened so quickly that the warriors of both races were tongue-tied. They could not believe their eyes. How can he be so powerful? Huang Ming opened his eyes wide and mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. From their perspective, Zhou Xuanji was completely crushing Huangquan Blood Devil. Before him, Huangquan Blood Devil was so weak that he did not even have the chance to fight back. Ta Tianchen was shocked too. How powerful was this brat? Surrounded by dozens of legendary swords, he was already in a passive position. If Zhou Xuanji attacked him again, he would surely be defeated. He immediately turned around and fled, disregarding his dignity. Want to escape? Ta Tianchen. Your Jianghu sect has hunted me down many times. It's time for you to pay the price. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. It was as though it came from the underworld and sent chills down everyone's spine. Ta Tianchen's scalp turned numb and was about to cast a spell. But the sword chi came with a howl. 10,000 ultimate steps. He felt an excruciating pain as though his body was about to be torn apart. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. Psh! Ta Tianchen's head flew up, and blood splattered across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's right hand left the ancient god sword and slammed his palm on Ta Tianchen's chest, absorbing his spirit energy wildly. Ta Tianchen's head popped out quickly. He sensed that the spirit energy in his body was being absorbed quickly and panicked. Just as he was about to finish speaking, his head was chopped off by the thunderclap sword. Then, he condensed his head again, but it was chopped off again. The cycle repeated itself 5 times. When his soul was ready to leave his body, it was sucked in by the Xianxia map. His heart fell into the abyss of despair. My life is over. He lamented in his heart that he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Soon, his body went limp, and after taking his storage ring, Zhou Xuanji used the power of heavenly lightning to destroy his body and soul. A formidable demon of his generation had fallen just like that. Zhou Xuanji calmed the surging spirit energy in his body as he looked at the storage ring, lost in thought. Once upon a time, Ta Tianchen was viewed by him as an enemy that was difficult to defeat. Now, he had easily killed him. The battlefield was silent. Both humans and demons were shocked. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already killed the most powerful cultivators of the 2 armies. Wasn't this too ridiculous? At this moment, his voice was heard, "Demons, disperse, or don't blame my divine sword for being merciless." Dozens of divine swords hung high up in the sky, all of them trembling, their voices resounding throughout heaven and earth, causing people's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. The demons fled in panic and quickly left. The cultivators knelt down and thanked Zhou Xuanji for his help. Jianghu sect's evil cultivators were still silent. They did not dare to clamor or to take revenge for Ta Tianchen. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He stored his swords and continued toward Great Zhou. Since the beginning, he did not even look at Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji. Because the 2 of them were not worthy of his attention. Damn, Huang Ming clenched his fists. He was furious and unwilling. Once, he looked down on Zhou Xuanji. But now, he swore that he would catch up to Zhou Xuanji and let the world know that he was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Zhou at high speed. His cultivation was already at spirit refinement level 4, and he was already familiar with the ancient god sword. The Xianxia map had accumulated an endless supply of spirit energy, which was enough for him to use freely for a long time. He did not believe that he could not fight Huangquan Drake King. At this moment, he suddenly felt that someone was following him. He immediately stopped and turned around. He saw a young man flying over with extreme speed on his sword. It was the exquisite sword mind of the hegemon sword sect, Lin Chang'e. Back at Juadi Cliff, the two of them had agreed to battle within 10 years in the hegemon sword sect. This brat has the cultivation of great realization as well. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and thought. No wonder this brat was so confident and dared to give him 10 years. Lin Chang'e came up to Zhou Xuanji quickly. He brushed away the hair on his forehead and smiled. Brother Zhou, you are really fast. I almost could not catch up to you. Seeing Zhou Xuanji again, the expression in his eyes changed. He was no longer as arrogant, but there was a tinge of passion in his eyes. Why are you following me? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a good impression of Lin Chang'e. At least, this person was straightforward and generous. Lin Chang'e smiled. Isn't there a rumor that Huangquan Drake King is going to challenge you? I'm here to help you. I'm now ranked 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. I'm qualified to help you, right? 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100? Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. He heard from Daoist old man that Lin Chang'e had not entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100 yet. This time, he was ranked 77th. It seemed that the legendary exquisite sword mind was not simple indeed. He shook his head with a smile and said, no need. I don't want you to get into trouble. Lin Chang'e's kindness was most likely because he saw him as a competitor and did not want him to die. I've been wandering around Great Zhou for a long time and finally met you. I can't wait for nothing. After we defeat Huangquan Drake King and rest up, we will fight. What do you think? Lin Chang'e asked with a burning gaze. Among the sword cultivators in the world, only Zhou Xuanji was qualified to fight him. As for his father, he could only respect him. Zhou Xuanji frowned and was a little hesitant. How about this? When the time comes, you can observe the battle and help me hold back the other powerful cultivators. I'll deal with Huangquan Drake King alone, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e nodded and smiled. The two of them continued to fly toward Great Zhou. They chatted as they flew. I heard that you are preparing to establish your own sect. Lin Chang'e asked out of curiosity. News of Zhou Xuanji recruiting disciples had already spread. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, why? You want to join? My sword sect will surpass your hegemon sword sect. This opportunity will not come again. This guy's talent was not inferior to Ning Zifeng's. It was not a bad idea to be his sword slave. With 3 great realization cultivators in his sect could be ranked among the top human factions. However, it was still far from becoming a sanctum. To become a sanctum, one needed a solid foundation. What can you teach me? Lin Chang'e said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. To subdue him, defeating him alone was not enough. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he said, watch carefully. Don't blink. Lin Chang'e was stunned. What was he going to do? Zhou Xuanji sped up suddenly. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. The massive body that was hundreds of meters long stirred up the sea of clouds. The dragon scales on his body glowed with a golden radiance like the sun, which made Lin Chang'e's jaw drop. Calm. Wonderful book house. Calm. Chapter 259. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared above the sea of clouds, majestic and mighty. Lin Chang'e flew on his sword and followed closely behind. He looked at the ancestral dragon and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, are you so shocked that you don't know what to say? Zhou Xuanji asked. No matter what kind of exquisite sword heart you are, or what kind of supernatural prodigy you are, you will be stunned in front of the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed and nodded slowly. You are actually a long worm, puff, Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. This is the ancestral dragon. This is my sword technique, it's called the Ancestral Dragon Sword, it can transform into the Ancestral Dragon. This kid actually dared to insult the Ancestral Dragon. If he were to encounter the Dragon Clan in the future, he would definitely expose this matter and make sure that this brat would never have a place to hide. Ancestral Dragon Sword, Lin Chang'e frowned and muttered to himself. He was shocked. Was there such a sword technique? With a shake of his body, Zhou Xuanji transformed back into his original body. He glanced back at Lin Chang'e and asked, "Do you want to learn?" Lin Chang'e took a deep breath and said, "I want to learn. Be my disciple or sword slave, and I'll teach you. This is our sword sects guarding sword technique." Zhou Xuanji continued. The Ancestral Dragon Sword was definitely a heaven-grade sword technique, and there were very few sword techniques that could compare to it. At least, he had never seen one before. Lin Chang'e fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. After his battle with Huangquan Drake King, he believed that this boy would be moved. He had mastered so many sword techniques that not many people in the world could compare to him. As for the title of Sword Dao Grandmaster, he felt that he was worthy of it. The two of them continued forward. After seeing the Ancestral Dragon Sword, Lin Chang'e no longer liked to smile. The aura of that five-clawed golden dragon was so powerful that it made him tremble with fear. If he were to learn such a sword technique, would he not be able to challenge beings above the Mahayana realm? At the thought of this, his heart began to beat faster. But how could he abandon the hegemon sword sect? Great Zhou Royal Palace. Huangquan Drake King was still coiled up. His dragon head was submerged in the sea of clouds, inhaling and exhaling mist, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A heretic cultivator appeared in the ruins and knelt before the Dragon King. Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji has already come to Jianghu wasteland and killed Huangquan Blood Devil and Tatianshan. He should be coming for the battle, but he might want to launch a sneak attack. When he said that, Zhou Chengxin, Shitan Changshe, and the others who were imprisoned in the ruins nearby were all stunned. Zhou Xuanji was coming? He really won't give up on us. Ever since the Yellow Springs Drake King conquered the great Zhou dynasty, the princes and princesses had all been reduced to prisoners. If not for the fact that they had already abstained from eating, they would probably be in an even more sorry state. Princess Lingling, who was beside him, was also stunned. In Great Zhou, she was given a ghost marriage to Zhou Xuanji. Although the two of them had never met, everyone thought that she was Zhou Xuanji's wife. Even Zhou Chengxin treated her well. Normally, she would look forward to Zhou Xuanji coming, but her rationality told her that it was impossible. Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he could not reach such heights. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really come. The great general of the state, Shitan Changshe, was also very excited. His body trembled as he murmured, "Your Majesty, you are right," recalling Emperor Yan of Zhou's words, his eyes were filled with hope. The current emperor of Great Zhou, Zhou Chengxin, was also very excited. He could no longer care about his dignity as the emperor. He clenched his fists, and tears flickered in his eyes. If Great Zhou really perished in his hands, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors. The other civil and military officials nearby were also very excited. Really? Then let's wait for him to come. No matter what schemes he has, in front of absolute power, he will die, and he will die a horrible death. Huangquan Drake King's loud laughter resounded across the heavens and earth, causing the sea of clouds to roll. It was as though a nightmare had enveloped the royal city. Having heard this, Zhou Chengxin, Princess Xuanya, and the others' excitement was extinguished like a flame being doused with cold water. If even Zhou Xuanji died, they would really be doomed. With Huangquan Drake King's ruthlessness, he would not give Great Zhou a chance to live. Summon all the Huangquan 100 devils. I want them to see how the top genius in the world begs for mercy from me. Huangquan Drake King spoke again, and Great Zhou was in an uproar. Huangquan 100 Devils. The core power of the Huangquan path was at least 8th rank or spirit refinement. The Huangquan Blood Devil was one of the Huangquan 100 Devils. Yes. The evil cultivator received the order and left quickly. Huangquan Drake King did not speak anymore and continued to absorb the world's spiritual qi. Zhou Qingxin's face was pale. Even the Huangquan 100 Devils were summoned. Huangquan Drake King was evidently determined to kill Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly felt that his world was collapsing. At the border of Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji looked at the broken city walls and frowned slightly. Great Zhou's situation was worse than he had imagined. Other than the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires' border passes have been conquered, Lin Chang'e sighed. The human race was on the brink of death, and he was anxious too. However, he was not powerful enough to turn the situation around. However, he did not panic because he had already received the news. The top cultivator in the world had appeared. Yang Di was a human, after all. How could he just stand by and watch? Let's continue. Zhou Xuanji said this and flew toward Great Zhou's royal city. Lin Chang'e was a little stunned. He quickly caught up and asked, "Aren't we going to lay out a plan? It's too disadvantageous for us to barge in forcefully. Why don't we discuss it?" Although he was the top prodigy of the hegemon sword sect, he was not arrogant. He would always think of a perfect plan before doing anything. No matter how perfect the plan is, we still have to face the entire Huangquan path. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. He had thought about it before, but he could not find any reinforcements. Instead of worrying himself, it was better to charge in directly. With the Tianxia map and many legendary swords, he dared to charge into Huangquan alone and face the enemies. Lin Chang'e sighed. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he flatter himself to help this guy? But thinking about it, if this battle was a success, wouldn't he become famous across the world? Just thinking about it made him excited. And so, the two flew toward Great Zhou's royal city without hesitation. The news of the battle at Jianghu wasteland had spread too. Both Ta Tianqian and Huangquan Blood Devil were powerful cultivators who shook the world. But they were both killed by Zhou Xuanji without being able to retaliate. Ta Tianqian is the sect lord of Jianghu sect. I heard that sword god Zhou was not injured at all and killed the two enemies easily. He's too powerful. Is he really only ranked 42nd? So what if he's powerful? Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world. Great Zhou is like a piece of paper before him. If Zhou Xuanji continues to grow, will he become the top cultivator in the world in the future? After this news spread, the world was shocked. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Also, he appeared in Jianghu wasteland to accept Huangquan Drake King's challenge. Instantly, the attention of humans and demons shifted from Yang Di to Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King. Soon, a shocking piece of news would spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 260. Night fell. Jianghu was internalizing qi in the courtyard, and beside her sat Huang Lianxin, Xianxia, and the other second-generation female disciples. The atmosphere was a little quiet. The roars of wild beasts and the chirping of birds could be heard from the forest around the town. Jianghu slowly opened her eyes and frowned. Don't worry. Master will definitely return triumphantly. Huang Lianxin opened her eyes and comforted. They already knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed Ta Tianqian and Huangquan Blood Devil in Jianghu wasteland. This meant that the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King was nearing. Jianghu nodded and faintly sighed, but there's always a rock in my heart. Without us, if he's exhausted, who will take him away? In the past battles, whenever Zhou Xuanji won, he would be completely exhausted and would even faint. Fortunately, with their protection, he was able to escape. Now, Zhou Xuanji was alone. If he fell unconscious again, would he be eaten by demons? Every time she thought of this, she felt uneasy. Cultivate well. The reason why he didn't bring you guys is because you can't keep up with him. Xianhua's cold voice rang out, causing Jianghu and Huang Lianqin's expressions to change. She walked to the front of Jianghu, bent down and asked softly, "My celestial devil rebirth technique is a rare peerless cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you." Jianghu was stunned and subconsciously became vigilant. She had heard of the celestial devil rebirth technique, which was one of the most powerful techniques in the world. The ancient Diablo and Xianxia both relied on it to ascend to the top of the world. "What do you want?" Jianghu asked cautiously. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. There was definitely a trap. Xianhua's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke softly. Jianghu's eyes widened, and her cheeks puffed up in anger. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e were resting and internalizing qi under a tree. There was a bonfire in front of them, illuminating the grass and trees within a radius of 10 meters. The two of them remained silent. Tomorrow, they would head to the Great Zhou Imperial City to fight the Yellow Springs Drake King to the death. Everyone had a lot on their minds. Lin Chang'e slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you sure you can win?" "No." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, which made Lin Chang'e frown. "Then why are you still so rash?" "Because I don't want to lose, and I will not lose." "What kind of logic is that? If you understood, you would be the 42nd strongest in the world." Lin Chang'e was speechless. He closed his eyes again and didn't bother to continue the conversation. It was a silent night. When the first ray of sunlight streaked across the land, the two of them opened their eyes, got up, and continued forward. They walked out of the forest and frowned. They saw a figure standing on the hillside in front of them, looking at them quietly. It was an old man with a golden compass in his hand. He wore an old Daoist robe. Feng Gyul. The mastermind who created the Tianxia map. Of course, Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Feng Gyul looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. There was unwillingness, anger, hatred, anticipation, and other emotions in his eyes. "May I know who you are?" Lin Chang'e asked coldly. The other party had been deliberately waiting for them, and they had not discovered it yet. It was obvious that they were not kind people. Feng Gyul slowly spoke, "My name is Feng Gyul, and I'm just a mortal among the countless mortals in this world. However, I've had a fortuitous encounter that allows me to pry into fate. Yet another existence that knew how to read one's fate. First, it was Daoist Old Man, then Dao Seeker, and now this Feng Gyul. Each of them was more pretentious than the other. Then why are you blocking the way?" Lin Chang'e asked impolitely. He did not like Feng Gyul's way of doing things. Feng Gyul looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "If you go with your current strength, you will definitely die. Don't go any further. Turn back." Back then, Huangquan Drake King also faced such a choice. He was afraid and his reputation was swept to the ground. But later on, he became stronger and wiped away his shame. He wants you to experience the shame he experienced back then. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This fellow was trying to persuade him. However, from his words, it seemed that he was not on the same side as Huangquan Drake King. "How can I give up on an empire's life so easily?" Lin Chang'e asked in a low voice. He even suspected that this fellow was Huangquan Drake King's subordinate. He had intentionally come to deal a blow to them and make them feel fear, raising Huangquan Drake King's reputation in the northern wilderness. Whether you live or die depends on a single thought from you. You have a great treasure, and if you die because of this and the treasure falls into Huangquan Drake King's hands, that will be a great sin, Feng Gyul said. He directly ignored Lin Chang'e and continued to look at Zhou Xuanji. Great treasure. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this old man know that the Xianxia map was in his hands? He immediately thought of those maps. Could it be that Feng Qiul had given him those maps? Even Daoist old man could not divine the Xianxia map, and apart from his trusted subordinates, no one else knew that the Xianxia map was in his hands. As such, he could not help but think in that direction. No one can stop me from going to Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji said. His tone was resolute and did not allow anyone to refute him. After saying this, he leapt up and passed by Feng Qiul. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind him, but when he passed by Feng Qiul, he looked back. This fellow was unfathomable. Just where did he come from? Why had he never heard of Feng Qiul before? The two of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. Feng Qiul turned and looked over, not saying anything for a long time. You dare to fight with your life? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you can break through this tribulation, he muttered to himself. He was not angry and instead felt a bit expectant. Great Zhou's royal city. Hundreds of thousands of captives knelt together, including Zhou Chengxin, Shitan Changshi, and the others. They were all under a spell and powerlessly sat there. The captives were all in a state of fear, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. Because Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning at all. There were many Yellow Springs Path cultivators and fiendish demons standing guard at the sides and above them, waiting in formation. The Huangquan twin devils and dozens of figures stood in front of Huangquan Drake King. Huangquan 100 devils. Because of the war between the two races, there were only 89 Huangquan 100 devils left, but they were still an extremely terrifying force. They all had different expressions, some mocking, some condescending, some confused, and some filled with anger. They were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come. If Zhou Xuanji dares to come, I will tear him to pieces and take revenge for Big Brother Blood Devil. It's difficult. I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Maybe he's hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. Seeing our formation, he dares to come out. What a joke. How can Zhou Xuanji compare to the Drake King? The Huangquan 100 devils discussed among themselves. They were all filled with disdain towards Zhou Xuanji. Of course, if they were to fight Zhou Xuanji alone, their attitude might be different. At this moment, two sounds of the air being torn could be heard. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew over on their swords. Everyone turned their heads to look. Huangquan old worm, didn't you want to challenge me? Today, I will use your life to let the world know who I am. I am the Sword Emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, filled with killing intent. He was laughing. His laughter was incredibly arrogant, causing all of the evil cultivators and demons of the Huangquan path to be furious. Chapter 261. Zhou Xuanji stood on the thunderclap sword and quickly came to the sky above the royal city. Looking at the ruins of the imperial city and the hundreds of thousands of trembling people, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He stopped and looked at Huangquan Drake King's huge body. Old worm, do you dare to fight me in the sky? He was afraid of hurting the innocent. The Huangquan twin devils and Huangquan 100 ghosts were enraged. Did this kid really think he could deal with the Yellow Springs path alone? Courting death. There's no need for the Dragon King to do anything. We can kill you on our own. Exactly. Cripple him. We can't let him die so easily. We have to make him beg for death. How arrogant. You dare to fight with the Dragon King? The Huangquan 100 devils all insulted Zhou Xuanji. All sorts of nasty words came out of their mouths, but they were not in a hurry to act. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless and said coldly, a bunch of ants. I can kill you all without a sword. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone. The Huangquan 100 devils became even more furious and took out their magic tools. They looked at Huangquan Drake King and asked to fight, wanting to gang up on Zhou Xuanji. You can only watch the battle between this king and him. Huangquan Drake King's voice rang out, and the ground shook violently. Rumble, the sea of clouds churned, and the two dragon whiskers stirred up the wind and waves. The huge dragon king began to leave the ground. The azure dragon was hundreds of feet in diameter, and its body was at least 10,000 feet long. It was like a majestic mountain range, or a great river, majestic and domineering. A terrifying dragon head squeezed out from the sea of clouds. The dragon's eyes were cold, and the dragon's horn reflected a cold light. Zhou Xuanji, you are extremely talented, but it's a pity that you still have to die. I have seen many geniuses, but no one remembers the dead geniuses. Huangquan Drake King looked at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly. Lin Chang'e broke out in a cold sweat. Facing the netherworld Drake King's gaze, who could remain calm? The hundreds of thousands of great Zhou captives were also worried for Zhou Xuanji. If it were them, they wouldn't even have the courage to attack the Yellow Springs Drake King. Right at this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Illusory Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Hegemonjio, Great Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, 10,000 Firewood Sword, Daz Sword, Bayou King Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Sword, Ice Sealing Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Burning Fire Sword. All the divine swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi and were buzzing non-stop. Apart from the thunderclap sword beneath his feet, there were 59 other divine swords floating behind him. Each of them had their own brilliance, creating a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and the sky-extinguishing sword flew into his hand. After holding the sword, his entire aura suddenly changed. Boom! Sword chi erupted, shooting up into the sky, scattering the sea of clouds above. A majestic might ravaged the heavens and earth, causing hundreds of thousands of people to widen their eyes. Such a strong pressure, Lin Chang'e was also given a big fright. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's strength to be so terrifying. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-extinguishing sword and pointed it at Huangquan Drake King as he said, using the weak to threaten the enemy, "You are not worthy of being called an expert, nor are you worthy of being ranked 5th in the world. Dragons are overlords that soar through the 9 heavens. They are proud and mighty, and a bug like you does not have the right to be one." After speaking, he gave a long roar and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ancestral Dragon Sword. His dragon body madly grew, quickly becoming 500 meters long. His body gave off a golden light, and even though he was not as big as Huangquan Drake King, he gave off a divine aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon. Huangquan Drake King, Huangquan 100 Devils, and Huangquan Twin Devils were also dumbfounded. It had to be said that compared to Huangquan Drake King, the 5-clawed golden dragon was much more majestic. It was like a divine dragon facing an ordinary dragon. True dragon. How is this possible? Huangquan Drake King could no longer remain calm and furiously roared. After saying this, he ferociously rushed at Zhou Xuanji. A dragon that was 3,000 meters tall was incredibly terrifying, and as it rushed out, it gave off an unstoppable aura. It swept through the ruins of the royal city, and hundreds of thousands of captives cried out and prostrated themselves on the ground to prevent themselves from being swept away. Zhou Xuanji also moved. The two massive dragons collided in the air, and in that moment, a powerful light exploded out from between them, illuminating the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The two massive dragons rushed above the sea of clouds and madly fought. Their tails and horns occasionally poked out of the sea of clouds, and countless dragon scales fell to the ground. Thunderclouds gathered and a wild gale blew, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing and a catastrophe was descending. Everyone on the ground could not see the battle clearly, and they could only feel shock. That boy is already so powerful? Despicable, if we face him, we might not be able to win. Huangquan twin devils' expressions were unsightly, and they gnashed their teeth. They had wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji with their own hands, but it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Fortunately, they had faced Zhou Xuanji in advance. Too powerful, Lin Chang's body trembled in excitement, and his hands gripped into fists. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of worship in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was only 28 years old. He could fight against the fifth in the world at such a young age, and he had even created such a shocking sword technique. He suddenly wanted to take him as his teacher. On Great Zhou's side, everyone was even more excited. There was anger and surprise. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He's still as invincible as ever. Kill him. Take revenge for Great Zhou. Heavens, can Zhou Xuanji really fight against Huangquan Drake King? Of course. He has never lost before. Compared to him, the sword monarch who escaped is nothing. Our hope is here. Hundreds of thousands of captives cheered for Zhou Xuanji, including Zhou Qingxin and Princess Lingling. Shitan Changsha wept tears of joy. He put his palms together and mumbled, "His Majesty has shown himself. The golden age that you have been waiting for is coming." Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou could not kill Zhou Xuanji because of Emperor Yan of Zhou's arrangements. Even when Zhou Xuanji tried to assassinate the Empress, Emperor Yan of Zhou predicted it and ordered Shitan Changsha to watch by the side. Of course, none of this mattered anymore. Emperor Yan of Zhou had told Shitan Changsha before that he was not doing this for his kinship but for Great Zhou's future. As such, he had never explained this to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had long since understood and had never asked. Rumble, Huangquan Drake King suddenly spewed out billowing flames that were like a massive river, crashing into the five-clawed golden dragon and sending him flying into the horizon. At that moment, heavenly lightning suddenly exploded out, destroying the flames. The thunderclap sword attached itself to Zhou Xuanji's forehead, causing heavenly lightning to wrap around his dragon body. The dozens of other legendary swords quickly rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. The dragon-shaped sword chi expanded, turning into dozens of golden dragons that roared as they shot out, creating a majestic scene. What sword technique is this? Huangquan Drake King roared, his tone filled with anger. Zhou Xuanji challenging him as a five-clawed golden dragon was the greatest humiliation to him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 262. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. You don't understand the peerless sword technique. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. His body trembled as he once again rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. He looked calm and confident, but he was actually terrified. The old dragon's strength was just too terrifying. Every time they collided, he felt that he could release the ancestral dragon sword at any time. The fifth in the world truly lived up to his reputation. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation? Other than this king, there are no other true dragons in this world. Yellow Springs Drake King roared furiously. His body ignited with flames, and his aura surged. His dragon body suddenly trembled, and countless dragon scales turned into sharp blades as they shot towards Zhou Xuanji. The sea of clouds was riddled with holes, and even Zhou Xuanji's heavenly lightning was unable to stop these dragon scales. Soon, his dragon body was destroyed by the dragon scales. He returned to his original form, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He held the sky-extinguishing sword in his right hand, and the ancient god's sword in his left. This was the first time he had used two heavenly soul-divine swords at the same time. A faint shadow appeared on Zhou Xuanji's body. Emperor Hanlin. The remnant soul of an ancient great emperor. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously again. He could sense that his spirit energy was depleting quickly. Fortunately, he had the Xianxia map to provide him with endless spirit energy. The unprecedented power made him a little dazed. 2 swords in his hands. He could not help but feel that he was invincible. Where did your sword come from? Huangquan Drake King asked in a low voice. As soon as the ancient god's sword had fallen into Zhou Xuanji's hands, his aura had greatly increased. How could he not think about it? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and charged forward with his sword. 10,000 everlasting steps. Like a beam of cold light, it tore apart the vault of heaven. Huangquan Drake King's neck was cut open, and blood spurted out. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him. His hands were slightly trembling, and he felt an intense pain in his palm. This guy's skin was really too hard. He immediately turned around and focused his gaze. Dozens of divine swords hovered above Huangquan Drake King's head in a circular formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. The divine swords were still far away from Huangquan Drake King, so they could not envelop his entire body. Countless sword chi rained down on Huangquan Drake King like a torrential rain. Huangquan Drake King howled in pain. Sword chi bombarded his body, making it difficult for him to break free from the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Yellow springs descend. He suddenly raised his head and roared. In an instant, the sound of a surging river came from above, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively looked up. A black hole appeared above the sea of clouds, and turbid yellow water gushed out from it towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits emerged from the river, wreaking havoc in the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself, what spell is this? He immediately performed the sword technique of stars, sun, and moon. With the sun and moon in front and the stars behind, they overlapped and rushed forward like a straight torrent, crashing head-on into the yellow spring. Rumble, a bright light shone in the sky above the imperial city. Everyone looked up in shock. Was this really a level that could be reached through cultivation? Even Shitan Changsha and Lin Chang'e couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In front of these 2 techniques, everything in the world seemed so insignificant. The yellow spring was unstoppable. It dispersed the sun, moon, and stars before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. He leapt, quickly dodging the Huangquan, but countless evil spirits were still rushing towards him. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, and each strike was incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out in all directions, turning wave after wave of evil spirits into dust. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King suddenly unleashed his spirit energy and forcefully broke the formation. Dozens of legendary swords spun and flew out. Zhou Xuanji, you indeed have the ability to defeat all great realization cultivators. It's a pity that I'm a great tribulation scattered immortal. You are like an arm trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly. He had already seen through Zhou Xuanji's limit. Powerful indeed. But it was nothing before him. He turned around and dashed into the yellow spring, and his massive dragon body shrunk. A horrifying might that sent chills down everyone's spines exploded. The yellow spring boiled, and countless bubbles popped. A silhouette could be vaguely seen in the yellow spring. It was Huangquan Drake King. He transformed into his human form. The yellow spring parted, revealing him. He wore a crimson robe, and his face was fair and majestic. He had dragon horns and a crown on his head. His dragon eyes were brimming with vigor. He raised his right hand, and the yellow spring water condensed into a long staff. There were 3 skulls on the top of the staff, which looked horrifying. He smirked and laughed coldly. He did not waste any more words and struck the staff toward Zhou Xuanji. In that moment, the surrounding yellow spring water formed into massive and savage yellow dragons that rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Facing the ferocious yellow dragons, Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He once again unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, continuously destroying the yellow dragons. Dozens of legendary swords flew around him, helping him defend against the attacks. He used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation and fought with Huangquan Drake King. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart, and sword chi and yellow dragons wreaked havoc. The scene was incredibly shocking. Can Zhou Xuanji win? I feel that Huangquan Drake King is so powerful. Is this the fifth in the world? Is that really the legendary Yellow Spring? 9 Hell Yellow Springs, the home of vengeful spirits, it's hard to say. The Huangquan path hasn't acted yet. You have to win. Great Zhou's captives discussed nervously, as if they were the ones fighting. This battle concerned their lives, so they were naturally more afraid than Zhou Xuanji. Lin Chang'e also felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. You can't die here, he gritted his teeth as he stared at the sky above the royal city, afraid that he would miss a crucial moment. He suddenly understood how laughable it was for him to come and help Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King was so powerful that he could not fight against him. If he helped, he would be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Feng Gyul stood on the peak and observed the battle. The power that Zhou Xuanji displayed shocked him in his heart. What other trump cards does this brat have other than the Xianxia map? He was confused because he could tell that Zhou Xuanji had not used the Xianxia map yet. However, with Zhou Xuanji's current power, it would be difficult for him to defeat Huangquan Drake King. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by a yellow dragon. He quickly turned into the golden invincible form and stabilized himself with heavenly lightning coiling around him. With a savage look in his eyes, he swung his swords wildly. His 2 swords were like the wind, and countless sword chi shot out, dazzling everyone's eyes. Streaks of white light crashed into Huangquan Drake King consecutively. Huangquan Drake King did not dodge because he had the protection of the Yellow Spring. With a disdainful smile, he disappeared suddenly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively swung his swords behind him. Huangquan Drake King moved even faster, and a yellow dragon slammed into Zhou Xuanji, sending him flying back. In that moment, he felt as if his internal organs were burning, and he tasted something sweet in his throat. He wanted to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it in time. I'll let you have a taste of this king's true power. Huangquan Drake King said as he coldly laughed and swung the skeletal staff in his right hand. Just as Zhou Xuanji stabilized himself and prepared to counterattack, he suddenly found that his hands and feet were grabbed by 2 pitch-black evil spirits. These evil spirits only had their upper bodies, and their lower bodies were like burnt smoke. Their expressions were savage, as if they wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. The heavenly lightning could not harm these evil spirits. Puchi! Zhou Xuanji's chest suddenly tore open, and a white bony claw stretched out, looking incredibly eerie. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 263. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's chest pierced by the bone claw, the great Zhou captives all became terrified. Was he going to be defeated just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji directly used 6-path sword shadow and killed all of the evil spirits around him. His chest trembled and forced the bone claw out of his body, and his wound healed at a visible rate. His face was pale, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he had not activated Golden Invincible Form, his life force might have been greatly reduced, and he might have been defeated. After all, his body cultivation was to strengthen his body's defense, not his regeneration. Are you afraid? Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was Xian Xianghua's husband, a murderous aura appeared in his eyes. In his life, he hated Xian Xianghua the most. That old demonic woman was cruel and heartless. Only by making her suffer would he feel excited. Moreover, there was another reason why he came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and summoned all of his legendary swords to his side in case the evil spirits suddenly attacked. He had not sensed his injuries at all. Even though he was so far away from Huangquan Drake King, he could not see the evil spirits' movements. Could it be that they had come from the netherworld? Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Xianxia map, and his aura changed slightly. Seeing that he did not speak, Huangquan Drake King condescendingly laughed and continued to attack. Hundreds of evil spirits appeared around Zhou Xuanji, inundating him. These evil spirits were all very powerful. If it was an ordinary spirit refinement cultivator, they would most likely be torn apart. Even great realization cultivators would find it difficult to defend against them. The evil spirits suddenly gave off terrifying cries. Following this, they were all absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King stared with wide eyes and cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" He did not believe it and continued to cast spells. Thousands of evil spirits once again surrounded Zhou Xuanji and leapt at him. "Demons and monsters, you want to harm me?" Zhou Xuanji condescendingly laughed. Using the Xianxia map, he directly absorbed all of the evil spirits. These evil spirits all had spirit energy, which was converted by the Xianxia map into pure spirit energy suitable for him, helping him become stronger. After absorbing thousands of evil spirits, he broke through straightaway. Spirit Refinement Level 5. Some strange memories flashed through his mind, they came from the wraiths. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji often inherited sword techniques, so he had some resistance to these unfamiliar memories and would not get lost in them. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura change, Huangquan Drake King's eyes widened. This kid is using his evil spirit to break through. He was instantly enraged. "Kid! You're courting death." Huangquan Drake King came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and swung his staff. It was simply too fast, and Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time, nor could he absorb its spirit energy. He was sent flying backwards by the skeletal staff. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Xuanji's mouth and splattered across the sky. Flying 10,000 meters horizontally, he crashed into the mountains and landed beside a small river, causing the ground to collapse. Countless stones flew in all directions like bullets. All he felt was a bone-crushing pain. The invincible Vajra body quickly faded. The great Zhou captives were silent. It was as if they had been struck by lightning as they stood rooted to the ground. The Yellow Springs Path side cheered. "All hail the Dragon King!" "I knew it. How can Zhou Xuanji stand up to the Dragon King? Such domineering power. Zhou Xuanji could not withstand it at all. This is the Dragon King, unparalleled and invincible. I feel that the Dragon King can compete for first place in the next World Millennium Duel." The evil cultivators and demons of the Yellow Springs Path started praising the Yellow Springs Drake King, as if he was already invincible. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King raised his left hand and tens of thousands of great Zhou captives flew up in panic. The other captives on the ground also tensed up. "Stop! What are you trying to do?" Shitan Changshi shouted angrily. Unfortunately, his body was weak and his spiritual power was depleted. Otherwise, he would have already rushed up and fought Huangquan Drake King to the death. Huangquan Drake King ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji in the distance as he said coldly, "Zhou Xuanji, didn't you want to save them? Today, I'll let you watch them die one by one." With that, he threw the tens of thousands of captives into the Yellow Springs. The captives screamed again and again. After entering the Yellow Springs, their bodies decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, only their screams echoed in the world. Horrifying. Despair. Damn it. Zhou Qingxin bent over and pounded his fists on the ground. He felt as if his chest was about to explode from anger. He hated it so much. He hated Huangquan Drake King. He hated himself even more. It was his uselessness that caused his people to die so tragically. The other great Zhou captives fell into extreme despair and terror. They did not beg for mercy because they had already begged. Death was not scary. Knowing that death was coming but being powerless to resist was the most terrifying. Moreover, their deaths would be torturous. Zhou Xuanji, what are you enduring? Or are you unable to control that power at all? Huangquan Drake King mocked. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed tens of thousands of people casually. Far away, Zhou Xuanji lay at the bottom of the crater. His white clothes were torn, and his body was covered with blood. Dozens of legendary swords were scattered around him. He tried to stand up but could not. This guy. So he knew that I had the Xianxia map. He kept forcing me to use the Xianxia map so that he could take the opportunity to take it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. His murderous intent toward Huangquan Drake King had reached its peak. The Holy Light Redemption Sword flew to his side and pierced into his right arm to help him recover. The Xianxia map was also providing him with endless spirit energy. He got up slowly and began to think of a plan. Huangquan Drake King was more powerful than he had imagined. But he was confident that he could escape. But if he escaped, he might as well not have come. He looked toward the Huangquan 100 Devils. He could rely on these fellows to become more powerful, but Huangquan Drake King would not just stand by and watch. The one who obtains the Xianxia map will obtain the world. Zhou Xuanji, the Xianxia map has not been able to unleash its true might in your hands. Why don't you hand over the Xianxia map to me? Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Xianxia map. Even Great Zhou's side was stunned. Zhou Xuanji had the legendary treasure Xianxia map. The Huangquan 100 Devils' breathing became ragged. Although they were working for Huangquan Drake King, they each had their own thoughts. If they obtained the Xianxia map, given time, they believed that they could surpass Huangquan Drake King. To be able to reach such heights, who did not have any thoughts? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. This fellow actually told them about this. Even if he obtained it, was he not afraid that everyone in the world would attack him? It's a pity that the Xianxia map will still fall into Huangquan Drake King's hands. Feng Qiul shook his head, looking worried. He could not defeat Huangquan Drake King, so he could only watch on. Once Huangquan Drake King obtained the Xianxia map, the world would face a great calamity. On the other side, Lin Chang'e was also anxious. He gritted his teeth and flipped his right hand. A scroll appeared in his hand. He shouted at Huangquan Drake King, "Bastard! Do you dare to fight me?" However, Huangquan Drake King ignored him and flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Calm. Wonderful Bookstore Calm. Chapter 264. Throughout history, anyone who obtained the Xianxia map could rule the world. Our netherworld path was the first to discover the Xianxia map, but it was taken away by you. Do you know what crime you've committed? This king will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. Even that will not be enough to atone for your sins. Huangquan Drake King coldly laughed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had not obtained the Xianxia map for long. He did not believe that Zhou Xuanji could kill him with the help of the Xianxia map. Looks like I can only break my promise. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He had already tried his best. He could not just throw his life away here. Aggrieved. However, he had already anticipated the possibility of failure. However, he didn't want to have any regrets and wanted to fight. The sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword landed in his hands again. Emperor Hanlan's remnant soul attached to his body, and his aura rose again. Huangquan Drake King was already on his must-kill list. He hated them even more than Jihuang Demon Lord. What? Scared? Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Even without his orders, the Huangquan 100 Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils appeared in the surroundings, sealing off Zhou Xuanji's escape routes. All of them looked at him with sinister smiles, as if they were looking at a prisoner. If you hand over the Xianxia map, I can give you a chance to be my slave. Huangquan Drake King laughed. There was no doubt about Zhou Xuanji's talent, and if he could use him, it would naturally be good. Once he controlled the Xianxia map, no matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, he would not be able to surpass him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared to fight his way out. Xianxia map? A voice suddenly rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned around and saw Emperor Hanlon's deep eyes staring down at him. He was stunned. Is this guy conscious? I didn't expect that I would encounter the Xianxia map again. Brat, you borrowed my power, which is equivalent to being my successor. How can you be humiliated by this insect? Emperor Hanlon's voice resounded once more, and his tone carried an air of superiority. Yellow Springs Drake King stopped and looked at Emperor Hanlon with a frown. Who are you? He had thought that Emperor Hanlon was Zhou Xuanji's sword soul and had never thought that he would have his own consciousness. Emperor Hanlon ignored him and continued to look down at Zhou Xuanji. Brat, I'll let you try the power of the Xianxia map so that it won't be shamed. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji felt the Xianxia map in his body begin to rampage. His eyes widened. Was Emperor Hanlon the owner of the Xianxia map in the past? The sword spirit had said that the supreme legendary sword system had absorbed many remnant souls when it descended into the northern wilderness region, and Emperor Hanlon was one of them. She did not expect him to be the owner of the Xianxia map. That was right. The primordial god sword contained the remnant souls of 9 ancient great powers, but the first one it summoned was Emperor Hanlon. Was it because of the Xianxia map? A terrifying power emerged from his right palm and poured into the ancient god sword. The ancient god sword trembled violently, and the blade burst forth with a powerful light. It turned into a sword of light, and its aura was so powerful that the stones nearby trembled continuously. This is, Huangquan Drake King widened his eyes in shock. The surrounding Huangquan 100 Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils were also frightened. From Emperor Hanlon's tone, it was clear that he had an extraordinary background. Could this fellow be related to the Xianxia map? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Sensing this powerful energy, even he himself was shocked. The power of the Xianxia map. Do it. We can't let him continue to become stronger. The blade-wielding demon furiously roared. After speaking, they rushed at Zhou Xuanji. The Huangquan 100 Devils also moved. Nearly 100 spirit refinement cultivators and above prepared to cast magic techniques, wanting to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his sword, using the sky-dominating divine sword. Boom! A terrifying sword chi exploded out, and before the Huangquan 100 Devils could even use their spirit energy, they were sent flying back and coughed up blood. Immediately, 10 or so Huangquan Devils were annihilated. The Huangquan Twin Devils' cultivations were higher, and they nimbly dodged. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge and quickly came behind one of the Huangquan Devils. He stabbed his sword in, and at the same time, he used world internalization to absorb the other party's spirit energy. Using the Xianxia map's power, he absorbed the Huangquan Devil's spirit energy in an instant, as well as his soul. This fellow did not even have time to say anything before dying. Following this, Zhou Xuanji continued to attack the other Huangquan Devils. The Xianxia map suppressed their souls and absorbed their spirit energy, making it so that the other Huangquan Devils did not notice this. So powerful. This feeling. Zhou Xuanji could not contain his excitement. With the support of the Xianxia map, his speed greatly increased, far surpassing the speed of a great realization cultivator. He could do whatever he wanted. Now, he felt that he could really do whatever he wanted. The pressure that Huangquan Drake King gave him decreased greatly. Seeing him slaughter the Huangquan 100 Devils, Huangquan Drake King could not sit still anymore and immediately charged at him. In less than 5 breaths of time, Zhou Xuanji had killed 4 Huangquan devils. Unknowingly, he felt that his understanding of world reincarnation had deepened. Boom! Huangquan Drake King smashed down with his staff, but Zhou Xuanji dodged it. The staff smashed down, causing the ground to collapse and rivers to flow underground. The Huangquan 100 devils all dodged, but Zhou Xuanji's target was them. Even with Huangquan Drake King around, the Huangquan devils fell one after another. How did this boy suddenly become so powerful? It's the Xianxia map. He's using the Xianxia map's power. The Huangquan twin devils cried out in shock. They were both furious and afraid, and they did not dare to join the battle. Countless evil spirits appeared in the mountains, flying over from all directions to capture Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji relied on his absolute speed to evade their capture. He did not stop to absorb the evil spirits, because once he stopped, he would be captured by Huangquan Drake King. Everything around me seems so slow, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he searched for the Huangquan devils. His blood vessels expanded. He did not expect the Xianxia map to be so powerful. No wonder people said that the one with the Xianxia map would rule the world. It was not just because of the world Buddha art. Hurry up and attack that bug. Your body cannot withstand the Xianxia map's power for a long time. Emperor Hanlan's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, reminding him telepathically. Zhou Xuanji came to his senses and looked toward Huangquan Drake King. Great tribulation scattered immortal. An existence that surpassed the great realization stage. He wondered if the Xianxia map's power could help him kill Huangquan Drake King. Even if it could not, he had to kill him. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Huangquan Drake King with 2 heavenly soul legendary swords in his hands. 10,000 ultimate steps. Huangquan Drake King only saw a flash of sword light, and his throat was slit. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He instinctively covered his throat and swung his staff, but he missed. Zhou Xuanji appeared 10 meters away and looked at him coldly. This is the Xianxia map's power? Huangquan Drake King asked greedily, his eyes burning with desire. Zhou Xuanji's strength could only sweep across great realization stage cultivators, but now he could injure a great tribulation scattered immortal. If he could obtain the Xianxia map, how powerful would he be? Get close to him. Emperor Hanlan's voice once again came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 265. Approach him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged forward with the 8-step sword lunge. The Xianxia map could absorb souls, and his world internalization could absorb spiritual power. There was no reason for him to be afraid of close combat. Huangquan Drake King was pleasantly surprised to see him appear out of thin air. This kid is really full of himself. He doesn't know how powerful a great tribulation bodiless immortal is. He thought disdainfully in his heart. The current Zhou Xuanji was powerful and shocked him, but it was not to the point where he feared him. His eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He held the skeletal staff in his right hand, and small yellow dragons emerged from the 3 skulls. Draw your sword, display your strongest sword technique. Emperor Hanlan shouted, and Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the ancestral dragon sword. Huangquan Drake King felt an extremely powerful impact on his Yuan Shen, and he instantly fell into a daze. Roar, a dragon roar exploded, and a 5-clawed golden dragon tore Huangquan Drake King into pieces. It swallowed Huangquan Drake King's soul into its mouth, and the Xianxia map absorbed it. The 5-clawed golden dragon transformed into his human form, and Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. Silence. The world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Huangquan 100 ghosts and Huangquan twin devils were dumbfounded. What did they see? Impossible. This can't be real. Zhou Xuanji was given a big fright. Huangquan Drake King had died just like that? In that instant, he felt a strange power enter his body, causing his speed to increase to the extreme. It was not the power of the Xianxia map. It was Emperor Hanlin. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul, only to see it flickering like a candle flame, about to dissipate at any moment. Kid, that strike just now had consumed a large portion of your Majesty's strength. Next up, your Majesty will enter a deep slumber. I don't know how long it will take for me to wake up again. In the future, you can only rely on yourself. Emperor Hanlin's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing him to feel stunned. He transmitted his voice and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Just because he was the owner of the ancient god's sword and the Xianxia map? I want to live, Emperor Hanlin spoke. His aura was weak. Before he finished speaking, his remnant soul dispersed. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. The Dragon King is dead. A Huang Quan devil suddenly shouted, scaring the other Huang Quan devils into fleeing. Zhou Xuanji immediately chased after them. These guys could help him become more powerful. The Huang Quan twin devils escaped the fastest. They used tunneling techniques, making it impossible for Zhou Xuanji to track them down. By the time Zhou Xuanji absorbed the spirit energy of 3 Huangquan devils, the other Huangquan devils had already fled. He stopped, and the power of the Xianxia map dissipated. He did not feel any discomfort. After all, the spiritual power in his body was very abundant. It was just that after the strong left, he felt an indescribable emptiness. He focused on the Xianxia map and realized that Huangquan Drake King was not completely dead. His soul was trapped and could not leave the Xianxia map. Stinking brat, you can't trap this king. This king will break out sooner or later. This king will tear you to pieces. Huangquan Drake King shouted angrily in the Xianxia map. He was extremely furious. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. At the moment, he was indeed unable to kill Huangquan Drake King directly. After all, the difference in their realms was too great. However, it was impossible for Huangquan Drake King to escape from the Xianxia map. Unless Zhou Xuanji decided to let him out. The day I break through to the Mahayana realm will be the day you die. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully thought to himself. If Huangquan Drake King could increase his cultivation in the Xianxia map, it would benefit Zhou Xuanji. However, Huangquan Drake King only had a soul left, how could he cultivate? You actually defeated Huangquan Drake King. As expected, you are outside of fate. Feng Qiul appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with wariness. Who could see through someone who could not even be trapped by fate? How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, feeling quite pleased inwardly. This old fellow had said that he would definitely die if he came. But now? He had survived. Even though he did not rely on his own power, the outcome was like this. If he was not convinced, would he dare to hit him? Feng Qiul fell silent, not knowing what to say. Lin Chang'e flew over and landed beside Zhou Xuanji, his body trembling. Heavens! You really killed Huangquan Drake King. How did you do it? Is it the Xianxia map? He continuously asked excitedly, a look of worship on his face. Zhou Xuanji had not only obtained the legacy of an ancient sword emperor, but he had also obtained the Xianxia map. In other words, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would become number 1 in the world sooner or later. At that moment, Lin Chang'e suddenly wanted to kneel down and take him as his teacher. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned, preparing to return to Great Zhou. In this battle, he had been heavily injured, but with the Xianxia map and Holy Light Redemption Sword, his injuries had already recovered, and he looked completely fine. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e sighed in amazement. This sort of grandeur completely convinced him. In his heart, He already viewed the ancestral dragon sword as the most powerful sword technique in the world. The scene of Zhou Xuanji tearing apart Huangquan Drake King lingered in his mind. Feng Qiu looked at Zhou Xuanji's back, wanting to say something but hesitating. The Xianxia map's power is unimaginable. At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded out in the three people's ears. They all turned their heads and saw a man standing on top of the ruins 100 meters away. This person was wearing a straw rain cape and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered, making it impossible to see his true appearance. "Who are you, sir?" Lin Chang'e asked in a low voice. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. He had not sensed this person's arrival at all, which meant that this person's cultivation was far above his. Feng Qiu frowned and pinched his fingers together as he divined. His face suddenly paled and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His legs weakened and he stumbled back 3 steps before sitting down on the ground and circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why was this old fellow like Daoist old man? However, this meant that this person's background was not simple at all. The Xianxia map is not suitable for you, you are unable to unleash its true power. If this treasure falls into Yang Di's hands, he will be able to immediately verify his Tao and ascend to great heavenly immortal. The man in the straw raincoat ignored Lin Chang'e and Feng Qiu as he spoke leisurely. His tone did not contain any emotion, as if he did not place the Xianxia map in his eyes at all. Yang Di. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to Yang Di? Once the Xianxia map is announced, you will become the public enemy of all heroes in the world. Even the human sanctums will hunt you down. I want to see if you can live long enough to fight against Yang Di. Do your best, young man. After speaking, the man in the straw raincoat disappeared, as if he had never been there. Lin Chang'e cursed out in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Are you purposely mocking me?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and turned as he continued to walk towards the great Zhou royal city. He did not take the man in the straw raincoat's words to heart. This person came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to determine his strength. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, which was that before he fought against Yang Di, this person would not act against him. Feng Qiu opened his eyes, a look of shock on his face as he muttered, "Fate exists forever, isolated from heaven's secrets." Could this person be? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He hurriedly got up and quickly left in another direction. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 266. Within the ruins of Great Zhou's royal city, hundreds of thousands of captives were trembling in fear. They looked into the distance, where dust billowed. Separated by mountains, they could not see the battle clearly. The evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path were very anxious too. Why was there no movement all of a sudden? Huangquan Drake King would still laugh wildly before, but now he was gone. Who won in the end? If even he lost, let's kill ourselves by biting our tongues. Princess Xuanya lowered her head and said with a trembling voice. Rather than being tortured to death, it would be better to kill ourselves. No one replied to her. The others fell into despair and fear. As humans, who could truly face death? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji is back. A demon cried out in shock, which caused an uproar among the humans and demons. Zhou Xuanji's return meant, the evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path looked over with wide eyes. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e clearly, they were almost scared out of their wits. The Drake King is dead. Run. Oh no. Zhou Xuanji is back. Run. How can it be? How could the Drake King lose? Where are the twin devils and 100 ghosts? They're all dead. They must be. Either they escaped or they escaped. In an instant, the Huangquan path was in chaos, and everyone ran for their lives. Zhou Xuanji did not chase after them. Huangquan Drake King was dead, and the Huangquan Path's reputation plummeted. Even if they elected a new master, they would not dare to find trouble with him. Soon, he came up to Zhou Chengxin. The hundreds of thousands of captives around him were extremely excited. Their faces were filled with passion, and most of them were crying tears of joy. After experiencing life and death, Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to that of a god. "You really did it," Zhou Chengxin's eyes were red. Facing his own brother, he could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stabbed the Holy Light Redemption sword into Zhou Chengxin's shoulder, which caused an uproar among the crowd. What was he trying to do? Zhou Chengxin was shocked too. But the next second, he sensed that something was wrong. "My spirit energy is recovering?" He cried out in surprise, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji did not let him recover. After letting him recover some of his spirit energy, he walked towards the others. He treated all the civil and military officials, and the rest of the captives were treated by the officials. For a time, the ruins of the imperial city regained their vitality. "Is Huangquan Drake King really dead?" Shitan Changsha walked up to Zhou Xuanji and asked anxiously. He was worried that Huangquan Drake King would escape. Given Huangquan Drake King's viciousness, he would definitely make a comeback. Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, "Of course he's dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was torn apart by Brother Zhou. Even his soul couldn't escape in time." Hearing this, Shitan Changsha and the surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Zhou Xuanji was this powerful? Princess Xuanya, Princess Lingling, and the other princesses all looked at Zhou Xuanji in worship. Killing the fifth in the world, did that mean that Zhou Xuanji would become the new fifth in the world? The matter regarding the Tianxia map has been exposed. From now on, I have to draw a clear line between us so that I don't implicate the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji said. His words were wrong, and everyone became anxious. Their biggest backer was Zhou Xuanji, so how could they draw a clear line? Our great Zhou is not afraid of becoming enemies with the world. Yeah. You are from Great Zhou. Making trouble for you is the same as making trouble for Great Zhou. What's there to be afraid of? The men of Great Zhou are never afraid of having too many enemies. Stay in Great Zhou. We will use all our resources to help you become more powerful. The officials and generals all spoke. Great Zhou might become the weakest among the empires and might even be devoured by the other empires. They must hold on to Zhou Xuanji tightly. Without Zhou Xuanji, they would perish too. They might as well take the risk. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I'm not cutting off all ties with Great Zhou. Now that the two races are at war, the sanctums and empires will protect you. Soon, I will establish my own sect. At that time, I will leave a few more spots for Great Zhou. When I become more powerful, I will support the sanctums and Great Zhou. Establishing a sect." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ambitious. "I will support the sanctums and Great Zhou." Zhou Chengxin took a deep breath and said, "If so, then we can't keep troubling you. Let's do it this way. You can come to Great Zhou anytime, and we will treat you well." In front of Zhou Xuanji, he did not refer to himself as the emperor because the throne was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. "You guys settle down first. I will go to various places in Great Zhou to help you eliminate the demons." Zhou Xuanji nodded. After saying this, he turned and left, with Lin Chang'e following behind him. Before Zhou Chengxin, Shitan Changsha, and the others could ask them to stay, the two of them had already disappeared into the horizon like immortals. It's Great Zhou's fortune to have such a person. Shitan Changsha sighed in amazement. His eyes were filled with admiration. He admired Emperor Yan of Zhou. Princess Xuanya held Princess Lingling's hand and giggled. should we go to his sect to seek the Tao? As princesses, they were forced to marry. If not for their relationship with Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Qingxin would not have allowed them to stay in the royal capital peacefully. After meeting Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult for them to fall for other men. Okay. Princess Lingling blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. She wanted to work hard in her cultivation and change her fate like Zhou Xuanji. She wanted to become a powerful cultivator respected by everyone. In the sky, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew on their swords. The two of them chatted as they flew. How did you get the Xianxia map? I heard that other than the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance, you also have the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's inheritance. Give me one. Lin Chang'e tore off his cold and steady appearance and turned into a chatterbox. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and said, "Become my sword slave. Everything is negotiable. You can learn any sword technique you want." Sword slave? Lin Chang'e was stunned and asked, "Didn't you say disciple?" The difference between a disciple and a sword slave was huge. If word got out, it would not be nice to be a sword slave. You said it yourself. That was in the past. Now that I have shown my true power, the price has to rise. You are no longer fit to be my disciple. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said indifferently, but he felt pleased in his heart. If he took Lin Chang'e in as his disciple, his sect would have two great realization sword cultivators. With Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's talent and attainment in the way of the sword, they could already establish their own sections. In the entire northern wilderness region, they could be ranked in the top 5 in the way of the sword. Lin Chang'e looked depressed and was in a dilemma. He was a genius, how could he become someone else's sword slave? When I become the top cultivator in the world, you will not even be qualified to be my sword slave. Remember, time and tide wait for no man. Serendipity will never wait for you in the same place. I already have a great realization sword slave. He came from overseas and is the top sword cultivator in that sea region. Zhou Xuanji said leisurely. He was not in a hurry at all, like Jiang Taigong fishing. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 267. The number 1 swordsman overseas? Mahayana Realm Cultivation Base? Lin Chang'e was shocked. There were all sorts of legends about the northern wilderness region overseas. When he was young, he had also been curious about overseas. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already subdued a powerful sword cultivator from overseas. You're not lying to me? Lin Chang'e asked with a frown. If it was really as Zhou Xuanji said and he took him as his master, it would not be shameful. Wait a minute. How could I have such a strange idea? I am the exquisite sword heart, the descendant of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Lin Chang'e took a deep breath and cast aside all the random thoughts in his mind. Do I look like a liar to you? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. He looked as if he didn't care whether he came or not. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e became anxious again. He really wanted to learn the ancestral dragon sword. A 5-clawed golden dragon was so awe-inspiring that he wanted to learn it even in his dreams. Zhou Xuanji did not speak anymore. If Zhou Xuanji kept him in suspense, this brat would take the bait sooner or later. Following that, they roamed around the great Zhou dynasty. All the demons they encountered were drained of their demonic energy and driven away. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all. As he had a big and small heir, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the little black snake, his hatred towards demons was far less than that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King was like a meteor falling to the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The northern wilderness region went berserk. 42nd in the world killed the 5th in the world. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, when they heard that Zhou Xuanji had the Xianxia map, they were all shocked. The owner of the Xianxia map would rule the world. This legend was known to everyone in the northern wilderness. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had relied on the Xianxia map to kill Huangquan Drake King? For a time, both the human and demon races were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji has already grown to become the fifth in the world? He's only 28 years old. Oh my god, are you kidding me? A 28-year-old ranked fifth in the world. He is even more powerful than Yang Di. The Xianxia map is with Zhou Xuanji? No wonder he's so powerful. The reason why Zhou Xuanji is so devilishly powerful is because of the Xianxia map. If we obtain the Xianxia map, will we be able to roam the world like him? All the dynasties, sacred grounds, dynasties, and sects were discussing this matter. On the seventh day after the news was made public, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the new top 100 of the northern wilderness. The name of Huangquan Drake King was erased. Zhou Xuanji made a huge leap. The number one in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Jihuang Demon Lord, Supreme of the Demon Race, Unparalleled. Third in the world, Jianghu has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. Fourth in the world, Xian Xianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. The fifth in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Xianxia map. In a small town in the forest. Jianghu, Daoist Old Man, Xian Xianghua, Zhao Congjian, and the others gathered together, along with dozens of second-generation disciples. They all looked at Han Shenbua excitedly and listened to him talk about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments. The Shanghai Ziggurat nominates the fifth in the world, the current Sword Emperor, and the owner of the Xianxia map. Fifth in the world, just one rank away from sect leader Xian. Han Shenbua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He didn't notice Xian Xianghua's cold gaze. You can boast about Zhou Xuanji. Why did you whip my corpse? Xian Xianghua had never taken being ranked fourth in the world as an honor, but she was still excited for Zhou Xuanji. This kid's growth is too fast. At this rate, how long will it take for him to surpass me? Her eyes lit up as she thought to herself expectantly. Ning Zifeng said excitedly, that was a great tribulation scattered immortal, and he was killed by Master just like that? He knew about the stages above the Great Realization stage. He had seen how powerful Great Tribulation scattered immortals were in the Chaos Tide Sea, and they were ridiculously powerful. Xuanji has really exceeded everyone's expectations, Daoist Old Man said in amazement. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji would excite Huangquan Drake King, but he did not expect him to kill him. How difficult was it to kill the fifth in the world? Even Xian Xianghua couldn't do it. If Xian Xianghua knew what he was thinking, she would definitely attack him. She couldn't kill Huangquan Drake King alone. You can rest assured now, right? Huang Lianqin said to Jiang Shui as she covered her mouth and smiled. During this period of time, this girl had always been worried about Zhou Xuanji, and she rarely smiled. Jiang Shui shook her head at her before looking at Han Shenbua and asking, "Is Xuanji injured?" Everyone came back to their senses. After such a huge battle, how could Zhou Xuanji not be injured? He might be, but it shouldn't be serious. He's currently slaying demons in Great Zhou, and he should be back soon, Han Shenbua said. If he was heavily injured, how could Zhou Xuanji dare to run around? Hearing this, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Within the barren desert, there was a canyon that cut across the land. There was a figure standing on each side of the cliff. It was Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat. Both of them had met Zhou Xuanji before. One was curious about Zhou Xuanji's fate, while the other felt that Zhou Xuanji did not deserve the Xianxia map. Dao Seeker narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat as he asked, "I didn't expect you to also be paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. What do you want?" His tone was a bit serious, as if he was a bit wary of the man in the woven rush raincoat. "Can't you divine what I want to do?" The man in the woven rush raincoat crossed his arms in front of his chest and pulled on the brim of his conical hat. His tone was just as indifferent as before. The two of them were opposing each other, evidently, they knew each other. Didn't you value Yang Di? Why aren't you paying attention to him? Dao Seeker asked again, his gaze filled with judgment. The man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, he's already the top in the world, why should I pay attention to him? If I get close to him, he will sense me. Dao Seeker heard him and frowned. Yang Di was already this powerful? Zhou Xuanji has the Xianxia map, and he has great talent. He reached spirit refinement level 5 at the age of 28, and he has the monarchical violet qi. Tell me, is he the 10,000-year prince or the child of fate? The man in the woven rush raincoat asked curiously. Dao Seeker snorted coldly and waved his sleeves to leave. He's neither. I advise you not to pay too much attention to him, or else you will get yourself into trouble. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not stop him but pondered on the spot. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e stopped in the forest at the border of Great Zhou. Have you thought about it? Are you going to take me as your master or part ways? Zhou Xuanji looked sideways at Lin Chang'e and asked with a smile. Lin Chang'e couldn't fight him at all now. Therefore, the two of them tacitly didn't mention the 10-year promise from before. This is an important matter. I must go back and discuss it with my father. Lin Chang'e sighed. These days, Zhou Xuanji intentionally used the ancestral dragon sword every day, which made him fall into the trap of the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, if you've thought it through, come to Skyfall to find me. With that, he walked away. Looking at his back, Lin Chang'e sighed faintly before turning into a stream of sword light and leaving. After leaving the forest, Zhou Xuanji flew toward the south at full speed. Since the Xianxia map was exposed, it was time for him to return to Skyfall and cultivate in peace. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 268. Zhou Xuanji traveled at full speed and crossed Jianghu wasteland within 3 days. The battles between the two races that he encountered along the way were all ended by him with his absolute power. Soon, all sorts of legends about Zhou Xuanji spread around Jianghu wasteland, which made the demon army retreat quickly and not dare to get close. He had originally wanted to go to Great Chen to see Chen Bantian. That fellow had awakened his yellow dragon bloodline, and he wondered how he was doing. He was thinking that after Chen Bantian ascended to the throne, he would have Great Chen support his sect just like Great Zhou, while his sect would provide support to Great Chen. This was the best of both worlds. But after thinking about it, as long as there were humans or demons, they would be talking about him. It was better for him not to wander around. Huangquan Drake King's fall left the Huangquan path without a leader. Jihuang Demon Lord was even more furious and said that he would find Zhou Xuanji and kill him. Jihuang Demon Lord was much more powerful than Huangquan Drake King. Even if Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, he did not fear Zhou Xuanji. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had obtained the Xianxia map, Jihuang Demon Lord wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji even more. Once he obtained the Xianxia map, he believed that he would have the power to fight against Yang Di. As such, the entire demon race started to list Zhou Xuanji as a wanted man. If they met Zhou Xuanji, they were not allowed to attack and only needed to report their whereabouts. There was no obstruction along the way. Another half a month passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 29 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations sword owner for obtaining, Amethyst, World Fool Sword, Hades God-slaying formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately stopped. Great Hell God-slaying formation. Another sword formation. He was secretly delighted. The destructive power of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation was already strong enough, allowing him to taste the sweetness of a sword formation. Now that he had obtained another sword formation, how could he not be happy? He was not in a hurry to inherit it. Instead, he took out the World Fool sword and continued on his way. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, World Fool Sword Grade, Amethyst, description, created by a mysterious magnet. Once this sword is unleashed, all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters will suffer damage to their intelligence and lose control of their emotions. Zhou Xuanji blinked to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Damaged intelligence? Lower my intelligence? Damn, the sword spirit is really a talent. Delighted, he began to observe the World Fool sword closely. The World Fool sword looked like an ordinary iron sword. Compared to his other legendary swords, it seemed mediocre. He waved his sword, but he didn't feel any special power. From the looks of it, the World Fool sword could only lower one's intelligence. There was no one around, so he could not test out the power of the World Fool sword. Hence, he asked the sword spirit about the Hades God-slaying formation. The Great Hell God-slaying formation is a sword formation that summons the fiends of hell. The fiends will have extreme killing intent towards the people the sword master wants to kill. They will even dare to kill immortals. The strength of the fiends depends on the sword master's luck and strength. They will be summoned randomly, and the duration will not exceed an hour. The sword spirit's explanation brightened Zhou Xuanji's eyes. What's the upper limit of my strength? It depends on the sword master's luck. Generally speaking, demons that far surpass the sword master will not be bewitched by the sword formation. Of course, there are exceptions. Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he was lucky, this sword formation might be a powerful killing move. Although there was only one godly sword for his 29th birthday, he had obtained this sword formation, which was pretty good. His mood became very good, and he hurried on at full speed. Another half a month passed. He finally returned to the small town where Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others were. His arrival was greeted by cheers from everyone in the town. The second-generation disciples even shouted Zhou Xuanji's name. Soon, he saw Jianghu. The girl did not care about the others and leaped into his arms. He stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Why? Did you miss me?" "Yeah." Jianghu looked up and replied seriously. After that, he returned to the courtyard under the escort of the group. Facing the questions from his trusted subordinates, he did not hide anything and told them about what happened. As for Emperor Hanlin, he hid it from them and only said that he was a great emperor in the Xianxia map. Or else, he would have to explain the origin of the ancient god sword. Lin Chang'e? Great Realization Level 5? Exquisite Sword Heart? Ning Zifeng frowned and mumbled to himself. This guy only remembered Lin Chang'e. He had a feeling that this person would be his lifelong enemy. Not an enemy, but a rival. According to Zhou Xuanji, Lin Chang'e had the exquisite sword heart and was as talented as Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. He also admired the ancestor dragon sword. We should return to Skyfall now. The Xianxia map will bring an even greater disaster, Daoist old man suggested to Zhou Xuanji. He hoped that this boy did not become arrogant. It would not be good for him to continue roaming the battlefield. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yang Di has already appeared, and he still wants to dominate the northern wilderness region. Soon, the demon race will be defeated. Tomorrow morning, we will depart. He had also found Wuxia Xianxia. Next, he wanted to study the world Buddha art. In the past year, he often absorbed spirit energy and demon energy. Although his cultivation grew rapidly, he felt that his foundation was not stable. As expected, it was difficult to have both. How could it be easy to cultivate quickly and have a stable spirit energy? Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Now, there were dozens of second-generation disciples. They were all talented and intelligent. If they cultivated for a few decades, they would be able to hold their own and recruit the next generation of disciples. Only then would the sect's legacy begin. If there were too many disciples, it would be difficult for them to manage. Zhou Xuanji did a head count. There were 73 second-generation disciples. After he left, Xiao Jinghong and the others expanded their recruitment. All of them were talented. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji lay on Jiang Shui's thighs and enjoyed her massage. Xuanji, the man in the woven rush raincoat that you met before, was he Tian? Jiang Shui asked curiously. From the man in the woven rush raincoat's words, she could guess that he did not fear Yang Di too much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and said vaguely, "How would I know?" The man in the woven rush raincoat was unfathomable. He might be an immortal powerhouse like Zhang Quanglan. This person was not interested in the Tianxia map. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Shui continued to think. During the time when Zhou Xuanji was away, Daoist old man taught her the divination technique. Although she was still young, she would be curious whenever she encountered a mysterious and powerful being. She even wanted to divine it. But she was not proficient enough. Zhou Xuanji began to impart the memories of the Hades god-slaying formation. A massive wave of memories entered his mind, and his body trembled. "What's wrong?" Jiang Shui asked, but Zhou Xuanji did not reply. She took a closer look and thought that he had fallen asleep. She caressed his face gently. Recalling the past, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Unknowingly, "You have grown so big." In the house, the candlelight flickered, and the place fell into silence. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji and the others packed up and left. Everyone in the small town came to send them off. Some of the second-generation disciples came from this town after all. How many demons are there in Skyfall? How powerful is that 9th-rank demon? Su Yang came up to Xiao Jinghong and asked excitedly. As the senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples, he naturally had to find out so that he could act cool in the future. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 269. There are countless demons in Skyfall. That rank 9 demon dragon is called Fenyu Dragon King. You have to call him Lord Dragon King from now on, understand? Xiao Jinghong glared at Su Yang and warned. If he offended Fenyu Dragon King and was trampled to death, he would be heartbroken. In any case, this kid was his first disciple. Su Yang nodded and asked excitedly, "I heard from Martial Uncle Zhao that the Patriarch subdued the Dragon King with the ancestral dragon sword. Was it a spectacular scene?" The more he knew, the more he could brag to his junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Jinghong told Su Yang everything he knew. No matter what Su Yang asked, he answered everything he could. Of course, he did not tell Su Yang some secrets about Zhou Xuanji. For example, why did Zhou Xuanji have so many legendary swords? Ahead. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Daoist old man walked side by side. A person who can talk about Sunlight Emperor and the Tianxia map is not simple. Maybe he is related to the Haotian sect. Xian Xianghua said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't she know that such a person was hiding in the world today? Daoist old man said in a low voice, "I'm afraid it's not just that. Feng Kyul himself is a legendary earth deity. Back then, Xuanhe and I received guidance from him. He's like half a master to us. If even he can't see through him, then his background is probably even older than the Haotian sect." At the mention of Xuanhe divine monk, he could not help but look sad. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that Zhang Quanglan's hands were tied up and held by a second-generation disciple. The Thunder Demon Sovereign looked so lonely. He was as thin as a match and his eyes were lifeless. Zhang Quanglan seemed to have suffered greatly during the year he was gone and had become silent. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and felt that Zhang Quanglan could be used. Using it as a spirit energy container was really overkill. You are now ranked 5th in the world. When you reach Skyfall, start cultivating the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. He had already cultivated the world Buddha art and was not interested in the great sun heavenly devil rebirth art. Cultivating an additional cultivation technique might clash with one another, and it would also take up a lot of time. The more cultivation techniques one had, the stronger one would become. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Zhou Xuanji said vaguely. Back at the fallen immortal heavenly lake, she had often suggested to pass on her energy, but he had refused many times. However, this guy just refused to give up. After leaving the town, they slowly walked toward Skyfall. They did not move quickly, as they still had to teach disciples on the way. Zhou Xuanji planned to take the shortest route, and if there were any suitable geniuses in the way of the sword along the way, he would accept them. In his heart, it would be wonderful if there were 99 second-generation disciples. After all, 9 was the limit. As Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, he turned his attention to the Xianxia map. Huangquan Drake King was no longer making noise and was conserving his energy. It was a pity that he could not escape from the Xianxia map no matter what. Every day, he would check on Huangquan Drake King. Even if his cultivation surpassed Huangquan Drake King, he would still kill this guy. Leave no one alive. Ning Zifeng began to guide the second-generation disciples in sword practice. 73 disciples practiced their swordsmanship in unison, creating quite a scene. What they practiced was the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword technique. They were all familiar with the sword moves, and their elegance was imposing. Time passed day by day. In 3 months, they passed by 5 cities and recruited 7 disciples. After that, when they entered the demon clan's territory, it was very difficult to see any cultivators. The news of Zhou Xuanji leading a group of disciples had already spread. When the demons saw so many sword cultivators, they all hid. At Daoist old man's suggestion, they had to speed up. All of them flew on their swords and stopped practicing along the way. Xian Xianghua said that Jihuang Demon Lord's desire to defeat Yang Di was even stronger than hers. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had the Xianxia map, he would surely turn his attention to him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Although he could defeat Huangquan Drake King, it was because of Emperor Hanlin. Emperor Hanlin was already in a deep sleep, and Xian Xianghua was severely injured. How to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord was a big problem. Even if he returned to Skyfall, Jihuang Demon Lord would come looking for him. This day, they were stopped by a great demon. 8th in the world, Nether Ghost. Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes and mumbled to herself. Below them was a boundless forest. 1,000 meters ahead of them, a silhouette levitated. He wore a blood-red robe with golden threads and a bone crown on his head. His face was covered with thin fur, and his eyes were sinister. He had a pair of beast ears amid his brown hair, and the 7 tails behind him danced wildly like pythons. Nether Ghost. His original form was an ancient fox. He was extremely talented and ranked 3rd in the world, right after Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and greed could be seen in his eyes. Huangquan Drake King is dead, and you, the 8th in the world, still dare to come? Daoist old man sneered. He pretended to be calm, but he was actually feeling guilty. After all, they already knew the truth about how Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King. Nether Ghost laughed coldly, really? But I want to try. After that, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. For the Xianxia map, he dared to take the risk. Once he got the Xianxia map, he could turn the tables on Jihuang Demon Lord and become the new sovereign of the demon race. 8th in the world? Is this stupid demon here to die? Su Yang laughed loudly. He even held his stomach as he spoke, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. The other disciples were the same. They did not know the truth, but they knew that Zhou Xuanji was the 5th in the world. Why would the 5th be afraid of the 8th? Moreover, the 4th was here. Facing the wild laughter of the second-generation disciples, Nether Ghost frowned slightly. He had heard about the details of the battle. At the beginning, Zhou Xuanji was completely suppressed by Huangquan Drake King. The Drake King even tortured and killed tens of thousands of people in front of Zhou Xuanji, forcing him to use the Xianxia map. This meant that the power of the Xianxia map could not be used easily. So he came to take the risk. But judging from their attitude, they obviously thought that Zhou Xuanji could kill him easily. He was a little hesitant. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of legendary swords appeared above his head. They quickly spread out and formed a circle. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were all in a cold sweat. Are we really going to fight? Once we go all out, it will be troublesome. They did not know that Zhou Xuanji was just scaring Nether Ghost. The real disdain was to attack directly, not to threaten him verbally. For example, if Xian Xianghua was at her peak, anyone who dared to offend her would be dead. If she was severely injured, she would scare people. To make it look real, Zhou Xuanji set up the formation straight away. Hades' God-slaying formation. It was his first time using this formation, and he felt a little uneasy. Billowing spiritual qi surged toward him. Strands of black sword qi flowed out from the legendary swords and intertwined with each other, forming a horrifying black hole with a diameter of 300 meters. In an instant, an evil might swept across the heavens and the earth. Su Yang and the other 82nd-generation disciples were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths. Xian Xianghua and Daoist Old Man opened their eyes wide. Nether Ghost felt a chill down his spine because of this evil aura. He immediately turned around and fled, transforming into a black cloud and disappearing into the horizon. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 270. He escaped just like that? Zhou Xuanji laughed in disdain. So the Nether Ghost was just a paper tiger. Perhaps the world's fool sword had played a part in this. He raised his right hand and prepared to withdraw the array. Then, his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, why can't I deactivate the array? The Hades God-slaying formation had already been formed. Bolts of lightning emerged from the black hole like dragons and snakes, looking sinister and terrifying. What sword formation is this? Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes in curiosity. Zhao Congjian said excitedly, it must be a sword formation that Master practiced before. At that time, he refused to say what sword formation it was. Now, it's finally revealed. Back then, Zhou Xuanji had completed the Hades God-slaying formation in front of the second-generation disciples, and all of them worshipped him to the core. Xuanji, he has already escaped. You can withdraw the formation now. Jianghu said. The Hell God-slaying formation was truly strange, and it made her hair stand on end. Not only her, but Huang Lianxin and the female disciple were also a little scared. Xian Xianghua, Daoist Old Man, and Ning Zifeng looked fearful. This formation was so evil. Hell God-slaying formation. How could this be? How do you know this array? And you can make this array by yourself? Zhang Quanglan cried out in alarm. Everyone turned around to see a terrified expression on his face. Hades God-slaying formation? Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. This name alone was enough to make one tremble in fear. Hell slaughtering God formation? Wasn't that the ancient demon array that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years? Legend has it that it can summon demons from hell to do battle. Every time the formation is set up, the demons will slaughter the human world. Even the person who set up the formation will find it hard to control it. Xian Xianghua frowned and mumbled to herself as she looked at Zhou Xuanji suspiciously. When the others heard this, they also turned their heads in astonishment. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I learned this from the Xianxia map. The Xianxia map had been passed down for countless years, so it was normal for it to leave behind an inheritance. He suddenly had a headache. What if I summon a world-shocking demon? What should I do? Xianxia map? Zhang Guanglan's eyes went wide. He felt that something was wrong, but after some thought, he couldn't figure out what it was. Not only him, but Xian Xianghua and Daoist old man also felt like they had forgotten something. Roar! Right at this moment, a peerlessly terrifying roar came from the sword array. Everyone looked up. A ghastly and horrifying huge face emerged from the sword formation. It was drenched in blood as if it was a human face that had been skinned, and its eyeballs were on the verge of falling out. It was covered in blood streaks and revealed extreme hatred and killing intent. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. Just this face alone was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just how huge would its original body be? Most importantly, this face was simply too frightening. The blood-faced evil demon's eyes swept across Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone trembled in fear and did not dare to look at it directly. In front of this pair of eyes, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was no match for them. He felt even more pressured than when he faced Huangquan Drake King. In other words, this evil demon was stronger than Huangquan Drake King. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. He was in big trouble. At this moment, all of a sudden, the blood-faced evil demon turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew out of the sword formation. It quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. He left just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that this guy went to kill the enemies he wanted to kill? The people he wanted to kill the most were naturally Jihuang Demon Lord and Nether Ghost. What should we do next? Daoist old man asked. He could not help but frown at the question. What's going on? Why did he ask Zhou Xuanji? His mind was in a mess, and his emotions were restless. There was something wrong with his condition. Let's continue our journey. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and said. If that evil demon came back, it would be troublesome. Xian Xianghua, Daoist old man, Ning Zifeng, Zhang Guanglan, and the others with high cultivations felt a sense of clarity, as though the clouds had parted and they could see the sun. They did not think too much about it and instinctively thought that it was because of the Hades god-slaying formation. The group advanced at full speed. Nether Ghost landed on a hill. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and mumbled, "Luckily, we ran fast." The Hades god-slaying formation was too horrifying. That evil aura was rarely seen, and he could not understand it. What was hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji must have used this sword formation to kill Huangquan Drake King. He sat down cross-legged, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and began thinking. He did not notice that a gigantic face covered in blood appeared on the hill behind him. It was even bigger than the hill. The pair of eyes stared at him with extreme murderous intent. Nether Ghost sensed that something was wrong and looked up instinctively. A ferocious mouth descended and swallowed him in one gulp. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on their swords and leaped over mountains and lakes. Looking ahead, Skyfall's shadow had already appeared on the horizon. It was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Beishao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We're finally here. This is strange. Jihuang Demon Lord has already given up on killing our master?" It had been 8 days since they encountered Nether Ghost. They did not encounter any other great demons, nor did they encounter Jihuang Demon Lord. Maybe he's busy dealing with Yang Di, Xian Xianghua guessed. Xian Xianghua guessed. Although she had lost to Jihuang Demon Lord, she did not think much of him. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, "Cultivate for 100 years. After the second-generation disciples finish their studies, we will establish our own sect." How powerful could he be in 100 years? Cough. I can't think like that. Every time I make such a decision, I will be slapped in the face. Will that Lin Chang'e come? Ning Zifeng asked. In the team, other than Zhou Xuanji, no other sword cultivator posed a threat to him. He needed an opponent of equal power. With this, Zhao Congjian and Xiao Jinghong squinted their eyes. They had heard of the name of the exquisite sword heart. They were great Zhou's geniuses in the sword's way, but Lin Chang'e was a famous genius in the sword's way in the entire northern wilderness region. They were looking forward to meeting such a genius. Who knows? Zhou Xuanji replied casually, as though he did not care if Lin Chang'e would come or not. After half an hour, they flew up to the peak of Skyfall. Fenyu Dragon King, Dade Bear Monarch, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle were already waiting at the peak. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and cupped their fists. Congratulations, Master, for becoming the 5th in the world. They looked excited, and admiration could be seen in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. He became the 5th in the world before 30 years old. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Di. As long as he continued to grow, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. How could they not look forward to the future with such a master? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Get up. Tell me about Skyfall." Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbue, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin led the second-generation disciples down the mountain. Dade Bear Monarch was with them to prevent them from being injured by demons. The peak was where Zhou Xuanji lived. The disciples could only live below. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 271. Fenyu Dragon King reported truthfully. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the Huangquan path sent people here but could not find Zhou Xuanji, so they left. Other than them, there were some demons. But with the might of a 9th-rank demon, no demons dared to barge in. There were not many 9th-rank demons in the demon race, and most of them were already on the battlefield. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji instructed, "None of those disciples can be harmed. You guys pay more attention." Fenyu Dragon King, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Jingtian Eagle, and Haotian Boar King received the order. After they left, Jiang Shui, Daoist Old Man, and the others began to clean up the wooden huts. Ning Zifeng ran to the waist of the mountain and began to practice his sword techniques. "My little husband, when are you going to start cultivating the celestial devil rebirth technique?" Xian Xianghua asked with a smile. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji already had an energy technique that was even more powerful than the celestial devil rebirth technique. If he were to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique, what stage could he reach? Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "I don't want to learn it. I already have a more powerful energy technique." Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "That's not a problem. Do you know what's the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique?" "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Xian Xianghua grabbed his shoulder and brought him away from the peak to the sea of clouds far away. The celestial devil rebirth technique was not created by the Tanhua sect. Legend has it that a long time ago, when old ancestor Tanhua was traveling around the world, he received the legacy by chance. After he cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, his cultivation grew tremendously. At the same time, even if he died, he could be reborn. Xian Xianghua said slowly with pride in her eyes. Rebirth. This was the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and asked in his heart, "Sword Spirit, can I learn this energy technique?" Of course. The sword owner is a sword cultivator. The celestial devil rebirth technique can be used on any cultivation path, except for the Buddhist path. He was satisfied with the sword spirit's answer. "Okay, you can start teaching me," Zhou Xuanji said with passionate eyes. With the celestial devil rebirth technique, he had no reason to refuse. Xian Xianghua beamed with joy. Then, she started to explain the mental cultivation method of the celestial devil rebirth technique to him. The celestial devil rebirth technique was divided into 9 levels. Every time one reached the next level, one would obtain the power of rebirth. Every time one reached the 9th level, one would be able to be reborn 9 times. Every time one was reborn, one's physical body, bone root, and soul force would be perfectly inherited. Although one would not have any cultivation, one would be able to recover very quickly after being reborn. After she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What level are you at?" Xianxia answered, "4th floor." "How many times have you been reborn?" "Twice." "No wonder you're so young. Do you need a beating?" Anger appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Was this brat looking down on her because she was old? Zhou Xuanji muttered, "The cultivation of the celestial devil rebirth technique is a little difficult. It might take a long time to master the 1st level. It took Xianxiang over 10,000 years to reach the 4th level. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to reach the 9th level." He asked curiously, how many levels did the evil king reach when he was alive? In his heart, he always felt that the Diablo was stronger than Xianxia when he was alive. He's also at the 4th level. His attainments aren't as good as mine. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. A while later, the two returned to the summit. Zhou Xuanji seized the time to cultivate, while Xianxia sat by the cliff to recuperate. His target was still world reincarnation. In less than 3 days, all the 2nd-generation disciples had already built a small village halfway up the mountain. To prevent demons from attacking, they chose to stay together. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. During this period, Liuwu Wolf Demon would occasionally go out to gather information. Recently, something big happened in the demon race. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world, Nether Ghost, died without even leaving a corpse behind. According to his subordinates, he went to assassinate Zhou Xuanji and never returned. The 2 powerful beings from the 2 races divined his fortune and found that there was no longer any sign of him in the northern wilderness region. They were sure that he had died. His death caused all cultivators below the 8th in the northern wilderness top 100 to rise by 1 rank. The news reached Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they all had a strange expression on their faces. It must have been done by that evil demon. Daoist old man reminded Zhou Xuanji not to use the Hades god-slaying formation unless it was absolutely necessary. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world was killed just like that. God knew if he would summon an even more horrifying evil demon. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He was a little shocked too. The Hades god-slaying formation was more powerful than he imagined. It was the first time it was summoned, and it was already so powerful. It could be used as a life-saving technique. On this day, Zhou Xuanji came to a cliff halfway up the mountain and gathered all the 2nd-generation disciples. Ning Zifeng, Shao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Congjian were beside him. All the disciples looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. All along, they had been taught by Shao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others. Now that Zhou Xuanji had gathered them together, they had a bold guess, and their hearts began to race. "Today, I will teach you a sword formation. From now on, you will practice it for an hour every day," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sword formation. With so many people in formation, they would surely be able to unleash power that surpassed their cultivation stage. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew up from Zhou Xuanji's back. Other than the World Fool sword, he took out all his legendary swords. This formation is called the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Back then, I used this sword formation to subdue Fenyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which made Fenyu Dragon King, who stretched his head out from the sea of clouds, embarrassed. The disciples heard him, and their eyes brightened. Ning Zifeng and Zhao Congjian were excited too. They had witnessed the prowess of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation many times, so they naturally wanted to learn it. At this moment, an air-piercing sound came. Fenyu Dragon King turned around and roared, "This is Skyfall. No one is allowed to trespass." The dragon roar was domineering and mighty, which made the disciples shudder in fear. "It's okay. My sword slave is here," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which shocked Ning Zifeng and the others. Exquisite sword mind, Lin Chang'e. It was Lin Chang'e. He wore a green robe and stood on a sword, looking like a sword immortal who came from the north. He flew over quickly and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He half knelt down and cupped his fist. "From today onwards, I, Lin Chang'e, will take Zhou Xuanji as my master. I will officially join the sect that Zhou Xuanji created." He looked excited and had no intention of forcing himself to do so. Ever since he returned to the Hegemon sword sect, he immediately told his father about this, which infuriated his father so much that he beat him up. He did not give up and told his father all about Zhou Xuanji's prowess, which made his father silent. But his father still did not agree. It was only after the 8th in the world died mysteriously because of Zhou Xuanji that his father relented. Zhou Xuanji had already demonstrated the brilliance of the future top cultivator. If Lin Chang'e cultivated with him, he would surely become even more powerful. Although the Hegemon sword sect was a top-tier force, it was inferior to the sanctums. In the world, it could not shake the world. To break through, Zhou Xuanji was the opportunity. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 272. Lin Chang'e. Ranked 76th in the world. The second-generation disciples were in an uproar. Among sword cultivators, Lin Chang'e was very famous, second only to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, the difference in fame between the two was like a chasm. One could only blame the decline of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You came just in time. The 100-star sky-covering sword formation is your Hegemon sword sect's sword formation. You should join and guide these disciples." "Yes, sir." Lin Chang'e got up and said excitedly. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others. He was looking for the top sword cultivator overseas. Soon, he locked his eyes on Ning Zifeng. Great realization level 1. "It's this guy." Ning Zifeng stared back at him. Their gazes met, and even though they did not speak, they still felt like they were at loggerheads. "Stop looking. Hurry up and enter the formation." Zhou Xuanji threw them a stare and cursed. Could it be that these two were lovers? Xiao Jinghong and the others entered the formation and practiced the 100-star sky-covering sword formation together. With a thought, the legendary swords above Zhou Xuanji's head separated. He walked to the disciples and pointed at them one by one. "You two, look at that sword. It's the one with the crimson dragon soul coiled around. You three, look at that sword. That's the swine-culling sword. The three of you are too weak. Look at the same sword together. That's the one. Swing with it later. The two of you stand together and help each other." Zhou Xuanji assigned them a target. At least 2 people should look at the same sword. To prevent anyone from being injured and unable to maintain the formation, at least 2 people should be assigned to each key point of the sword formation. After a while, the assignment was over. Zhou Xuanji began to control the legendary swords. They moved slowly so that everyone could see them clearly. So powerful. Lin Chang'e was shocked in his heart. It was his first time being taught by Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the legendary swords swinging different sword forms, he was in awe. Even his father could not do it. He was right to come. He had only learned the 100-star sky-covering sword formation but did not practice it in depth. So he was learning from it now. Because Zhou Xuanji was too famous, none of the disciples dared to let their guard down. Together with their intelligence, they memorized every sword form in less than an hour. After memorizing the sword moves, Zhou Xuanji began to teach them how to circulate their qi. Memorizing the sword moves did not mean that one could set up a formation. Every spell had its own unique method of channeling qi. This was one of the difficulties of cultivation. After he finished imparting the qi circulation technique, he stood up. Continue practicing. Today, all of you will focus on practicing this sword array. If there are any mistakes, promote each other. You are all second-generation disciples. When I establish my own sect, all of you will lead the disciples alone. Therefore, there will be no competition between you for now. You have to help each other, understand? Zhou Xuanji looked at all the disciples and smiled. He looked young, but he was already quite dignified. Apart from his cultivation level and aura, it was also related to the tyrant imperial ring on his finger. Understood. The 82nd generation disciples shouted in unison, all of them looking excited. Zhou Xuanji's words made their blood boil. Establishing a sect. They were going to be doyens. When Zhou Xuanji became the top cultivator in the world, they would also ascend with him. Chang'e, come with me. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. After that, he leaped up and soared into the clouds. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind. Humph. Ning Zifeng snorted lightly, but the corner of his mouth was raised slightly. Finally, an opponent came. They could spar often in the future. He wanted to be the most powerful sword cultivator after Zhou Xuanji. On a cliff that was a few hundred meters away, Haotian Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch, and the other 8th-rank demons were looking down. Looking at these energetic disciples, they looked at each other in dismay. I feel that we cannot relax. If they surpass us in the future, Haotian Boar King swallowed his saliva and said. These disciples' learning and comprehension abilities were too powerful. They tried to memorize the 100-star sky-covering formation, but they were not as fast as these disciples. They had to watch them practice a few times before they could memorize it. Jingtian Eagle said with a cold face, yes, we must not embarrass the 4 mountain-guarding kings. 4 mountain-guarding kings. This was the title that Zhou Xuanji gave them. As the name suggested. On the other side. Zhou Xuanji brought Lin Chang'e to the top of the mountain. Lin Chang'e was stunned. The stars hung above his head, as though he could touch them with his hand. The awe he felt was indescribable. He noticed Xian Xianghua and Zhou Xiaoqi. The top cultivator of the evil sects. The legendary divine beast, Qilin. He was shocked in his heart. As for Jiang Shui and Daoist old man, he ignored them. Since you chose to take me as your master, I will not mistreat you. I will now teach you the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance. Zhou Xuanji turned around and said to Lin Chang'e. He wanted to teach the sky-dominating divine sword to this brat. Now, the sky-dominating divine sword was not his most powerful sword technique, so it was fine to teach it to him. With Lin Chang'e's talent, it would take him at least a few decades to master the sky-dominating divine sword. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to master it in his lifetime. Lin Chang'e heard him and opened his eyes wide. His breathing hastened, and his heart beat rapidly. Zhou. Master, is what you said true? He asked carefully. He felt as though a pleasant surprise had fallen on his head. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance is his sword and sword technique. I will not give you the sword, but I can give you the sword technique. This sword technique is called the sky-dominating divine sword. Have you heard of it? Sky-dominating divine sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed his saliva and replied, I've heard of it. In the hegemon sword sect's ancestral shrine, there is an ancient record of the sky-dominating divine sword. Legend has it that our ancestor became unrivaled with this sword technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began swinging his sword, displaying the sword moves of the sky-dominating divine sword one by one. Lin Chang'e watched intently, afraid that he would miss any detail. Far away. Xianxia opened her eyes and smiled inwardly. This brat really knows how to win people's hearts. After that, she continued to recuperate. Jianghu glanced at Zhou Xuanji but did not pay much attention to him. She continued to listen to Daoist old man's divination. One had to admit that the exquisite sword mind's talent was indeed domineering. Lin Chang'e had a photographic memory. Zhou Xuanji only demonstrated it once, and he memorized all the sword moves. Then, he began practicing with his sword. Zhou Xuanji watched from the side and felt satisfied. When Lin Chang'e mastered the sky-dominating divine sword, he would become one of Skyfall's most powerful cultivators. 2 hours later. Lin Chang'e descended the mountain excitedly. Zhou Xuanji asked him to stay with the second-generation disciples so that they could bond more easily. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji began cultivating the world Buddha art by the cliff. He had a premonition. He was about to master the second level, world reincarnation. As for how soon it would be, it could be a few months or a few years. But it would not be more than 10 years. Life returned to normal. Everyone was working hard on their cultivation. But the good times did not last long. One day after a month, thousands of cultivators surrounded Skyfall. Even the weakest cultivator was at astral projection level 5, and there were 3 great realization cultivators. The leader was a man in a purple robe. He had a medium build and looked ordinary, but there was a small flame levitating between his brows. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 273. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the Xianxia map. You will not be able to escape. The purple-robed man shouted loudly. His name was Zhu Hanlong, and his cultivation base was at Mahayana Stage 7. He was ranked 39th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and his name shook the entire region. The cultivators behind him were all excited. Xianxia map. Hearing these 3 words, they were moved. Humph. You're courting death. Lin Chang'e's cold snort was heard. Then, a beam of sword aura that was 1,000 feet long broke through the sea of clouds and charged toward them. The purple-robed man raised his palm and slapped it down. A huge tiger head appeared out of thin air and shattered the sword chi. As soon as he retracted his palm, the tiger head turned into smoke and dissipated. Lin Chang'e flew over, and Ning Zifeng followed him. The 2 of them frowned slightly when they saw so many cultivators. Skyfall was in the territory of the demons. If Jihuang Demon Lord knew how so many experts had rushed over, he would definitely take action. Could it be that they had already colluded with Jihuang Demon Lord? The 2 of them were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to try. Let's compete and see who can kill more. Ning Zifeng raised his brows and asked provocatively. Lin Chang'e snorted and said, let's compete then. Without another word, the 2 of them raised their swords and charged forward. A great battle immediately broke out. At the top of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. Daoist old man walked up to him and said, be careful. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could clearly see the lineup below. In the entire human race, there wasn't a single sacred ground that had so many spirit refinement cultivators. In other words, these people came from various forces and joined forces to seize the Xianxia map. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned. What will come will come. However, he was not afraid. Besides Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng, there was also Fenyu Dragon King, which was enough to defend against the next wave of attacks. He stood up, looked at Xianxia, and asked, hey, how are your injuries? This old demonic woman was a great tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he was injured, he was not someone a Mahayana cultivator could threaten. It's all right. It's not a problem to deal with these minions. Xianxia replied without opening her eyes. She was as domineering as ever. As expected of the dragon's proud flower. Can you find the mastermind? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoist Old Man. After he killed the 5th and 8th in the world, those who dared to make trouble for him would definitely be even more powerful. He first thought of Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoist Old Man closed his eyes and pinched his fingers together to calculate. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. There is demonic aura. Other than Jihuang Demon Lord, there shouldn't be any other demon that dares to target you. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and began thinking. Why didn't Jihuang Demon Lord do it himself? Could it be that he wanted to test his strength? No matter what, a bitter battle was coming. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiao Jinghong, who was at the foot of the mountain, and asked him to gather all the disciples in case they were ambushed. Boom! 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 Under the sea of clouds came the sound of explosions one after another, and one could faintly hear the battle cries of cultivators. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle with his mind. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were surrounded by 3 great realization cultivators and were at a disadvantage. But from the looks of it, they could still hold on for a while. It was a good opportunity for them to temper themselves. When they could no longer hold on, Fenyu Dragon King would take action. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, Jihuang Demon Lord stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. From here, he could vaguely see Skyfall's silhouette. Behind him, an old demon wearing a Daoist robe stood in human form. He had a head of white hair and a kind face. If not for the bull tail on his back, others might mistake him for an immortal. Sovereign, what are you afraid of? The old demon in the Daoist robe asked. As the 2nd in the world, was there a need to be afraid of the 5th? This was not Jihuang Demon Lord's style. Humph, why would I be afraid? I only want to lure him out before suppressing him. Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly. Although Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, it was not a threat to him. He was confident that he could kill Huangquan Drake King after all. But he was indeed a little afraid. With the Tianxia map and Wuxia Xianxia, who would dare to charge forward? He was not a nether ghost who had multiple lives. It was strange that a nether ghost with multiple lives died immediately. There must be something wrong. Fate Ox, how is Daoist Old Man's divination compared to yours? Jihuang Demon Lord asked suddenly. Almost every major faction had someone who was proficient in divination and divination. Only by doing so could they avoid disasters and develop in the long run. Of course not as good as me. The old demon in the Daoist robe, who was called Fate Ox, replied arrogantly. Among the demons, his divination technique was the most powerful. He had contributed a lot to Jihuang Demon Lord's progress. Or else, with Jihuang Demon Lord's personality, how could he have grown to where he was today? Without him, he would have died long ago. This was also why Jihuang Demon Lord valued him so much. I have heard that although a Qilin appeared when Zhou Xuanji was born, his lifespan was short. If not for Daoist Old Man changing his fate, he would have died long ago. Now, no one can divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. Tell me, what fate did Daoist Old Man change for him? Jihuang Demon Lord looked straight ahead and asked slowly. The Tianxia map and the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique were at Skyfall. He could not wait to crush Skyfall with a punch. Fate Ox was stunned and fell into deep thought with a frown. He could not answer this question. He knew how to change fate too, but he could not change Zhou Xuanji's fate. Jihuang Demon Lord did not speak anymore, and the 2 demons fell into silence. Sometime later, a domineering dragon roar came from Skyfall. Fenyu Dragon King had joined the battle. His participation changed the situation straight away. Damn! Why isn't Jihuang Demon Lord attacking? The purple-robed man cursed with gritted teeth. Blood was flowing from his face, and he looked a little pathetic. The other 2 great realization cultivators were also in a miserable state. They were severely injured. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were panting as they stared at him fiercely. The domineering Fenyu Dragon King stood between them. Scorching lava flowed all over his body, which frightened the cultivators so much that they backed off. "If you continue to be stubborn, I will eat you." Fenyu Dragon King roared furiously. His voice swept up a powerful gale, which shook the forest below like a tsunami in a green ocean. The cultivators were furious too, but they did not dare to go against Fenyu Dragon King's aura. "Humph, I want to see if you can eat them." At this moment, Jihuang Demon Lord's cold laughter came. His voice shook the heavens and earth, and it was even more domineering than Fenyu Dragon King's. He came walking in the air with Fate Ox behind him. Seeing him coming, Fenyu Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's eyelids twitched violently too. Second in the world. Great tribulation scattered Immortal. Jihuang Demon Lord looked up at Skyfall. "Zhou Xuanji, the Tianxia map is not something you can have. If you hand over the Tianxia map, I can consider sparing your life," he said with a mocking smile. After that, he pressed down with his right hand. Before Fenyu Dragon King could react, he felt a formless giant mountain smashing into his body. He fell into the forest, sweeping up a cloud of dust, and the ground shook violently. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 274. Dragon King. Impossible. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e exclaimed. Fenyu Dragon King was a 9th stage demon. He was defeated by Jihuang Demon Lord in an instant. Isn't this too exaggerated? The human cultivators were also shocked. The strength of the demon clan's sovereign was beyond their expectations. This kind of strength made people uneasy. If Jihuang Demon Lord obtained the Tianxia map, would he let them go? Their eyes flickered and their hearts began to sway. "Zhou Xuanji, if you still don't come out, your 2 sword slaves will die." Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji flew over through the clouds and stopped in front of Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng. He was dressed in white, and he held the ancient god's sword and the sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. His expression was calm, and he did not seem nervous at all. "If you want the Tianxia map, why go through so much trouble? You can just look for me. Could it be that you want to share the Tianxia map with them and comprehend the Great Tao together?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. It was already so difficult to defeat Huangquan Drake King, let alone Jihuang Demon Lord. Emperor Hanlin had yet to awaken, and the ancient god's sword needed 3 years to summon the soul of a powerhouse. The only thing he could rely on was the Hades god-slaying formation. Share the Tianxia map? The cultivators' hearts raced as they subconsciously looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. There were too many legends about the Tianxia map. It was said that the Tianxia map contained a peerless technique. It was said that the Tianxia map contained a huge amount of wealth. It was said that the Tianxia map contained an elixir that could instantly turn one into a sage. They had gone through so much trouble to get here, not just to help Jihuang Demon Lord. Why should I share what I want with others? Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was trying to sow discord, but he did not care. He waved his left hand through the air, and a massive black claw appeared out of thin air, sending thousands of cultivators flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only 3 Grand Ascension cultivators managed to evade the attack. Jihuang Demon Lord. What are you doing? Are you trying to break the contract? The purple-robed man bellowed furiously. The massive black claw had killed several hundred leaving Aperture Realm cultivators in an instant. How could he not feel a pang in his heart? Of course, it was mostly fear. Jihuang Demon Lord said in disdain, "A bunch of ants dare to negotiate with me? Have you forgotten that this is a time of war between the 2 races? No one will say anything even if I kill you traitors of the human race." The purple-robed man's expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. Xiao. A black spear formed by demonic chi pierced through his chest, stopping him in his tracks. Then, he turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. His soul screamed as it was absorbed by the black spear. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng broke out in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was sweating in his heart. This guy was even crueler than Huangquan Drake King. The other two Grand Ascension cultivators did not manage to escape either and perished one after the other. Jihuang Demon Lord did not stop but strolled toward Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, he immediately took out all the divine swords. All of you retreat to the mountain. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jihuang Demon Lord and said coldly. Lin Chang'e and Zhang Xian didn't try to be brave and left quickly. That's more like it. There's no need for others to disturb the matters between me and you. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed maniacally, his expression somewhat deranged. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, you ignored the war between the two races and came to snatch the Xianxia map. Do you really think you can defeat Yang Di with the Xianxia map? I'm afraid that before you become powerful, Yang Di will have already conquered the northern wilderness region and exterminated the demon race. By then, you will have no place to stay. Zhou Xuanji mocked. The World Fool sword was above his head, and Jihuang Demon Lord was already within 1,000 meters of him. Jihuang Demon Lord stopped and said with a deep voice with a frown, "You think I'm you? I don't know how to use the Xianxia map after obtaining it." Hearing Zhou Xuanji mention Yang Di, he was infuriated. Are you sure? You have never used the Xianxia map. Even if I give it to you, it will take time for you to make the Xianxia map recognize you as its owner again. Why don't we work together and kill Yang Di first, then I will give you the Xianxia map. By then, you will be the top cultivator, and I will be the second. Isn't it a win-win situation? Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and looked serious. He prayed in his heart. Wisdom subduing legendary sword, please show me your power. Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and fell into deep thought, frowning even more. What he wanted the most was not the Xianxia map but the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji's words moved him. Sovereign, what are you thinking about? Fate Bull cried out. He kept his distance from Jihuang Demon Lord and Zhou Xuanji within 1,000 meters, so he was not affected by the World Fool sword. He felt that it was strange. If it was the usual Jihuang Demon Lord, he would have attacked straight away. Why would he talk so much nonsense? He's thinking about the top cultivator in the world. Do you understand? When your master is thinking, who gave you the right to interrupt? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Fate Bull and shouted furiously. Fate Bull was so furious that he snorted and said with a deep voice, "Noisy brat, you will die today." Don't try to deceive, he stopped before he could finish his sentence. Because Jihuang Demon Lord was staring at him with the corner of his eyes. He was covered in cold sweat immediately. He knew that he had crossed the line. Jihuang Demon Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji again and said with a murderous aura, "Brat, today, you have to hand over the Xianxia map even if you don't want to." After that, he raised his right hand, and a long black spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was like the head of a dragon, hideous and horrifying. Strands of black demonic chi wrapped around the spear. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The effect of lowering one's intellect was not higher than his desire for the Xianxia map. Stop! A violent cry came. Before he could finish, a beam of light came from the horizon and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. As the light faded, a domineering figure appeared. It was Jianghu, the third in the world. The second in the human race. He stared at Jihuang Demon Lord with a dignified face and said, "Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji is the husband of my descendant. How can I let you attack him?" Zhou Xuanji was astonished. This old brat was trying so hard to rope him in. Jianghu, I know who you are. Very well. Today, I will kill you here and eliminate a great threat for the demon race. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly. He was furious when he saw Jiang Wudi. Jiang Wudi heard him and laughed condescendingly. Let's see who kills who. Boom! He charged straight at Jihuang Demon Lord. The two powerful cultivators turned into two beams of light and clashed violently. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not keep up with them. On the peak of Skyfall, Xian Xianghua looked confused and mumbled, "Why is this brat so hot-tempered? It doesn't seem like him." In her understanding, although Jiang Wudi was powerful, he was a coward. He would hide from Jihuang Demon Lord if he could. Xuanji and Jiang Shui love each other after all. The Xianxia map is in Zhou Xuanji's hands, and he can benefit from it. Daoist old man analyzed, but he felt that his guess was a little far-fetched. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 275. Boom. Boom. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi fought fiercely. Each of their spells was ever-changing, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jiang Wudi's spells leaned towards physical cultivation. Every punch and kick had the power to destroy the world. Jihuang Demon Lord was shrouded in demonic qi. The black spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Numerous demons appeared and surrounded Jiang Wudi like an army. When they were far away from Zhou Xuanji, they regained their senses. What's going on? I'm here to force him to retreat. Why did I fight with him? Jiang Wudi regretted in his heart. Why did I get carried away all of a sudden? He came to cheer for Jihuang Demon Lord. With him, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Xuanji, he thought that Jihuang Demon Lord would retreat. But he did not expect him to fight with Jihuang Demon Lord the moment they met. Now that things had come to this, he could not care less about regret. He could only fight with all his might. Jihuang Demon Lord also sensed that something was wrong. His target was Zhou Xuanji. How could he fight with Jiang Wudi? Where did Jiang Wudi get the courage to fight with him? It must be because of the Xianxia map that made him lose his mind and go crazy. At the thought of this, Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned ferocious. He decided to kill Jiang Wudi with all his might. The battle between the human and demon became even more violent. Mountains were crushed one after another, and the sea of clouds billowed like a flood dragon. A horrifying pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless demons to flee in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked into the distance. From his perspective, he could see continuous explosions at the horizon. Dust covered the sky, and two silhouettes collided like auroras. The scene was terrifying. It was like a battle between immortals that could destroy the world. He sighed in amazement. Was this the power of a great tribulation scattered immortal? He wondered if he could unleash such destructive power when he broke through to the great realization stage. It was so tempting. Brat, the sovereign did not have time to deal with you. Let me deal with you. Fate Bull Demon's voice came from behind him. Before he could finish, Zhou Xuanji had already teleported away with the 8-step sword lunge. After countless battles, he had a keen sense for sneak attacks. Heavenly lightning surrounded his body, and his skin turned golden. He stared at Fate Bull Demon and laughed coldly. You are only at the great realization stage. You want to kill me? Seeing his expression, Fate Bull Demon's heart jolted. He did not panic. He quickly created many clones that filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist in this world, and the Xianxia map should not belong to you. Take out the Xianxia map now. Thousands of doppelgangers threatened in unison. Their voices converged together, causing one to be in a trance. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, shouldn't exist in this world? Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, all the divine swords attacked one after another, bringing with them dragon-shaped sword qi that wreaked havoc in the sky. The clones were pierced through by the divine swords one after another, and it was difficult to tell which one was the true body. Zhou Xuanji was prepared to do it himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a formless energy wrap around his limbs. Wisps of black qi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. This guy, what kind of spell is this? He widened his eyes in shock. He felt that he couldn't activate his spirit energy, as if it was sealed. At this time, Fate Ox appeared behind him again. Zhou Xuanji, you are too young and have little experience. I hope you can remember this lesson in your next life. Fate Bull laughed coldly and reached for the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck. Smack! A jade-like hand swung across his face, directly smashing his head into smithereens. It was Xianxia. She pulled back her right hand, and Fate Bull's soul fell into her hand. Instant kill. The black qi that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's limbs disappeared. Xian. Aren't you severely injured? Fate Bull cried out in fear. Could this old demonic woman be faking it? At the thought of this, his soul shuddered uncontrollably. He roared in his heart, Sovereign. Run quickly. Not even Jihuang Demon Lord could resist Xianxia and Jianghu at their peak. Xianxia's eyes were cold. She clenched her right hand and crushed Fate Bull's soul. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy recovered. He turned around and said to Xianxia, "Thank you." He almost fell into Fate Bull's trap. What kind of spell is that? He did not catch it at all. Be careful in the future. He's using a divine ability that imperceptibly seals the enemy's spiritual energy. I'm not sure what kind of divine ability it is, but I've seen similar divine abilities before. In the face of absolute strength, it's nothing. Xianxia replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Such a show-off. The two looked into the distance. Jihuang Demon Lord and Jianghu were still fighting intensely. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not tell who had the upper hand. Have you recovered from your injuries? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a feeling that Jianghu would lose. Because Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic qi was just too powerful. It surged endlessly and enveloped the heavens and the earth. No. Xianxia replied straightforwardly. If she had recovered, why would she stay here to watch the show? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord noticed Fate Bull's death too, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Xianxia has recovered from her injuries? If so, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him if the battle continued. He immediately turned around and fled, no longer fighting. Jianghu was no match for Jihuang Demon Lord, so he naturally would not pursue him. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I must not be so reckless in the future. After the thought, he turned around and flew toward Skyfall. At the peak of Skyfall. In the stone pavilion, Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu sat facing each other. Xianxia and Daoist Old Man sat on either side, while Jianghu sat on the wooden railing behind Zhou Xuanji, avoiding Jianghu's gaze. Thank you for your help, sir. Daoist Old Man raised his wine cup and smiled. Jianghu also raised his wine cup and shook his head with a smile, You're too kind. We are a family. A family? You're really shameless. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. But if not for Jianghu's help, it would have been very troublesome. He understood Jianghu's intention, which was to rope him in. I have no interest in the Tianxia map. My cultivation has reached its limit after all, and I can't go any further. But you are different. With the Tianxia map, you can create a new era. I came to help you because I hope to leave the Jiang clan a way out. Jianghu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said solemnly. On the path of cultivation, one could not continuously grow more powerful just by cultivating. Everyone had their own limit. Most people could not even reach inner pellet. It was not because they did not work hard, but because that was their fate. Jianghu was the same as Daoist old man. He had already reached his limit and could no longer grow more powerful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "No matter what, you helped me today. If the Jiang clan is in danger in the future, I will help." Jianghu heard him and smiled in pleasant surprise. Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "Don't be fooled by him. He searched for the sea-freezing stone personally because he wants to go overseas to find new serendipity. This means that his ambition is not dead yet." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 276. Of course I will look for opportunities, but I won't set my eyes on the Tianxia map. I don't deserve such a treasure. Even if I get it, it will bring trouble to the Jiang clan. Jianghu explained as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xianxia's impression of him was simply too poor, and this was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji ignored Xianxia and asked, "Can you tell me what serendipity you are looking for overseas?" "There's someone from overseas in Skyfall. If you can convince me, we can work together in the future." Jianghu's eyes widened when he heard that. "People from overseas?" He anxiously asked, "Where is he?" Xianxia glanced at him, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his attitude. Jianghu immediately told him the reason. "To tell you the truth, I accidentally entered a cave and found the words left behind by a great tribulation scattered celestial. He came from overseas, and his name was Dao Hongchen. He claimed that there were countless dynasties, and even the Great Fate dynasty above the ocean. This person obtained a heaven and earth stone by chance. Legend has it that the heaven and earth stone contains the power of heaven and earth. After this was exposed, he was chased by countless enemies. In the end, he hid the heaven and earth stone on a small island overseas and came to the northern wilderness region himself. However, he attracted a powerful enemy. The demonic emperor bloodline." Jianghu's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Demonic emperor bloodline? What the hell was that? Zhou Xuanji looked confused. Xianxia frowned, and said, "The bloodline of the demonic emperor. Legend has it that this race only has a single descendant, and a demonic emperor will appear in every generation. Once awakened, they will possess invincible power. They are bloodthirsty by nature, and even they cannot control themselves. Up until now, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. The last descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline fought against the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor alone. At that time, 20 great tribulation scattered immortals gathered together before they managed to kill him. In that battle, aside from the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor, everyone else died. Since then, the northern wilderness region's fate has declined. Until today, the number of great tribulation scattered immortals is far less than before." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. No wonder people often said that this era was not as good as 10,000 years ago. After the hegemon sword emperor, there had never been a true great emperor. He wasn't sure what a great emperor was. A true great emperor wasn't as simple as claiming to be. It was said that he needed the approval of the heavens and earth, and that he needed to be imbued with fate energy. Wait, what does this have to do with the demonic emperor bloodline? Jiang Shui couldn't help but interrupt. For some reason, she didn't have a good impression of this great ancestor. Because of Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu's attitude towards her was completely different, so she had to be on guard. Jianghu glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. "Xiao Shui, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet." Little Snow? Everyone's expression was strange, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Could this old fellow not be so attentive? The fortuitous opportunity overseas is that world stone, but Dao Hongchen's last words predicted that the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline would think of a way to obtain that world stone. In other words, if we want to obtain the world stone, we might have to face the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline. Jianghu sighed with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, the descendants of the demonic emperor bloodline are like the 10,000-year princes. Once they are born, they will be invincible, or even more exaggerated. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua expectantly. It would be best if he had the help of these two people. As for who would obtain the world stone, he already had a plan. If you are willing to help me, once we obtain the world stone, we can take turns to comprehend it. I will provide the map, manpower, and resources. I don't ask for much, I just want to break through heaven's secrets and ascend as soon as possible, Jianghu said seriously. Ascension was something he yearned for day and night, and it was almost becoming a demon in his heart. Apart from becoming an emperor of an empire and ascending every 1,000 years, it was very difficult for ordinary people to ascend. It was not that he did not want to become an emperor, but he gave up on it. An emperor of an empire was mighty in the mortal realm, but if he ascended, he would be subdued by the immortals of the upper realm. He would never have freedom, and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. No one knew the reason behind this, but this legend had long spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Almost everyone who stepped into the cultivation world knew about it. Jianghu was proud. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, let's talk about it in the future. Skyfall has not stabilized yet. Jianghu nodded and smiled, of course, we have to think about this at length. He still had his lifespan, so there was indeed no hurry. Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, the sea freezing stone is in my hands. Of course, you are not in a hurry. Jianghu heard her, and his mouth twitched. After that, they chatted for a while more before Jianghu left. According to him, Jihuang Demon Lord could not keep an eye on Zhou Xuanji for a long time. After all, the two races were at war. Daoist Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is like a world-destroying demon. He is born to be bloodthirsty and is even more difficult to deal with than a 10,000-year prince. If you offend him, it will not be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had the Xianxia map, so why would he need the world stone? 10,000-year prince, Tian, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline, just thinking about it gave him a headache. How could there be so many overpowered people? Each of them sounded like the main characters of the world. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji asked the 4 mountain guarding kings to gather all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles so that they could gather information and spread the news. How powerful were the 4 8th-grade demons? In less than 10 days, they had subdued more than 200,000 demons, most of whom were weak, with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. But the weaker they were, the more inconspicuous they would be, and it would be harder for the enemy to discover them. A month later, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Jihuang Demon Lord encountered Yang Di. Within 10 rounds, Jihuang Demon Lord suffered a crushing defeat and escaped with severe injuries. Once the news spread, the two races were in an uproar. The humans were exhilarated, while the demons were terrified. The first and second in the world had such a huge difference in power. Everyone understood that the war between the two races was about to turn around. Liuwu Demon Wolf told Zhou Xuanji about the news. He was shocked and could not calm down. Back then, he respected Jihuang Demon Lord. He did not expect Yang Di to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord so easily. Zhou Xuanji heard about it and frowned. He had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess. He was like a god and could not be resisted by the current him. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated in less than 10 rounds. With their power, 10 rounds were like the blink of an eye. Which meant that Jihuang Demon Lord was defeated by Yang Di instantly. Seems like Yang Di broke through again. Daoist Old Man sighed in amazement. Such a person should have appeared 10,000 years ago. In the current age, he was truly the most outstanding individual, and no one could rival him. Xianxia frowned. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. He told them about Jihuang Demon Lord's defeat, and everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess before, but they did not expect such a person to suffer such a crushing defeat. For the next period of time, everyone, focus on cultivating and practicing your sword. Try not to go out. With Yang Di, the demons will surely be defeated. Don't worry too much about your families. Zhou Xuanji said, and the disciples nodded. At this moment, analyze that the sword owner has reached 30 years old. Gotcha started. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 277. 30 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Time does not keep anyone. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 30 years old. Fortunately, this was the northern wilderness region. He was still young, still a teenager. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained bronze, flaming sword. Bronze? I'm already 30 years old. Why didn't you give me a surprise? Zhou Xuanji was a little angry, and the disciples before him were all shocked. Why did the Grand Teacher's face suddenly turn grim? Gold, flying leaf sword, amethyst, soul sword. In the end, the sword spirit did not give him a surprise. Now, the amethyst legendary sword could no longer bring him excitement. The amethyst legendary sword could not threaten a great tribulation scattered immortal. It was the same for the glorious gold legendary sword. Only a heavenly soul legendary sword or a higher grade legendary sword could make him happy. Especially in such a situation, he longed for an intimidating spirit legendary sword. Heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. He was looking forward to it. Okay, disperse and continue your training. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others immediately left with the second-generation disciples. He took a deep breath. He could not place his hopes on the legendary swords. His own power was more important. It was better to focus on cultivating the world Buddha art. The information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, flaming sword grade, bronze description. In ancient times, a cultivator traveled the world alone. Every time he extinguished his fire, he would use this sword. After extinguishing the fire 10,000 times, the sword transformed into a bronze legendary sword. Sword name, flying leaf sword grade, gold description. This sword has absolute control over leaves. It is extremely destructive and can sense the spirits of all plants. Sword name, soul sword grade, amethyst description. Soul origin is an extremely powerful soul. Once released, this sword will summon an army of soul origin. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and familiarized himself with them before continuing his cultivation. On the other side, the second-generation disciples were walking on the mountain path. Su Yang asked Xiao Jinghong carefully, "Revered teacher, how could the Grand Teacher be in a bad mood?" Beixiao Wangjian stared at him, which scared him so much that he shrunk his neck. Ning Zifeng chuckled and said, "Sunlight Emperor has come out and is leading the way. Master is naturally unwilling to be left out. He must have comprehended something." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the top cultivator in the future. Facing the number 1 expert in the world, his mood was naturally different. Cultivate well. It's our chance to rise up when Sunlight Emperor is in control of the human tribe. Don't let our master down. Lin Chang'e said, his tone full of expectation. He was already imagining the scene of Zhou Xuanji fighting Yang Di. It wasn't just him. Everyone in Skyfall felt the same way. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat by the cliff and looked up at the starry sky. Today, I am already 30 years old. You are almost 34 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Hearing this, Jiang Shui stretched out her right hand with a smile and pinched his waist. She asked with a faint smile, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, you're almost 18. Zhou Xuanji corrected himself and looked at her with a gentle gaze. Even though she was already 34 years old, this girl was still like a young girl. Although she was intelligent, in his eyes, she was still as pure as snow. The beauty in front of him had accompanied him for 28 years. In both his past and present life, she was the person who had accompanied him the longest. He hoped that 10,000 years later, he would still have her by his side. He would definitely try his best to do so. Oh yes, I want to marry you. When do you think is a suitable time? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked softly. Jiang Shui was not surprised. She blushed and said, I'll do whatever you want. Before, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was not powerful enough, so he did not mention this matter. But during this period of time, he thought about it a lot. Cherish the present. Whether they got married or not, he had a responsibility for Jiang Shui in his heart. Actually, I want to let the world know that you are my wife on the day I establish my sect. But I feel that it's too far away now, and I'm afraid that you will be sad, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These were his heartfelt words. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. Then we'll wait for the day you establish your sect. Now is not a good time. You and I both need to cultivate hard, and I don't want you to be distracted because of me, she said with a smile. Of course, I also hope that the world knows that we are married. How grand will that be? In the future, the establishment of our sect will be our wedding anniversary. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. He held her hand and began talking about the details of their marriage. Far away, in front of a building, Wuxia Xianxia looked at their backs and snorted coldly. A look of displeasure could be seen in her eyes. This brat did not take her seriously at all. After Yang Di defeated Jihuang Demon Lord, the world changed drastically. In that month, he charged into the demon army alone and killed millions of demons to save the imprisoned powerhouses from the sanctums. Because of this, Yang Di's reputation skyrocketed, and his name spread across the world. 3 months later, the demon army that the demons left in the human race were all defeated. In the 4th month, Jihuang Demon Lord retreated, and so did the entire demon army. This even caused the demon race's territory to shrink. In the 6th month, Yang Di descended to the Shanghai ziggurat and announced to the world that he invited the 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and top-tier factions to gather at Duantian Cliff. It was a year later. Rumors spread all over the world. Many said that Yang Di wanted to dominate the human race alone. Because of his powerful performance, the voices of opposition were far less than those of support. Across the entire human race, Yang Di's reputation was unprecedented. Compared to him, Zhou Xuanji was like comparing a grain of rice to the bright moon. At the top of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Daoist old man, Wuxia Xianxia, Shao Jinghong, and the others gathered here. The letter that Zhao Zongjian received was an invitation from the Shanghai ziggurat, inviting the master of Skyfall to Duantian Cliff. Now, everyone in the world knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Skyfall. He would establish his own sect sooner or later, and he was already a faction. Humph. Yang Di is so ambitious. No, I must go to the surrounding mountains to spread the news and gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. Wuxia Xianxia snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji ignored her and fell into deep thought. Should he go to Duantian Cliff? You cannot go personally. Although Yang Di is the top cultivator in the world, no one knows his true nature. What if he wants to kill you? The entire world thinks that as long as you continue to grow, you will become the top cultivator in the world. Moreover, you have the Xianxia map. Daoist old man reminded him with a grave expression. He had encountered many things in his life, and even his beloved disciple had died. He had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Lin Chang'e said, "Let me go. I represent Skyfall. Yang Di can't kill me, right? As long as he's not stupid." If Lin Chang'e was killed, Yang Di's reputation would plummet. Moreover, there was another faction behind him, the Hegemon Sword Sect. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 278. That's right. Master can't go there personally. Huang Lianqin nodded. Zhou Xuanji's situation now was even more dangerous than before. Xianxia map. Even if Sunlight Emperor didn't kill him, what about the lords of other forces? After all, this was the territory of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided not to be reckless. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave this matter to you, Chang'e." Lin Chang'e was no ordinary person. He was a famous genius in the northern wilderness region. "Little Gu, don't embarrass our Skyfall," said Xiao Gu. Ning Zifeng patted Lin Chang'e's face and instructed him with an irritating expression. Lin Chang'e became angry and scolded, "Don't call me that." The two of them started bickering again. Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Duantian Cliff. With Sunlight Emperor's strength, he could have just unified the world. Why did he have to gather all the heroes in the world? In the northern wilderness region, the strong ruled. Most importantly, he had chosen the Heaven's End Cliff. Back then, Xian Xianghua was besieged by the heroes of the world at the Heaven's End Cliff. In this 1 year, focus on cultivating the sky-dominating divine sword. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Zhou Xuanji said to Lin Chang'e. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e was overjoyed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the sky-dominating divine sword, he had not personally taught him much. He was proud of his talent, so he naturally didn't have the face to take the initiative to speak. This was not a loss. After giving some instructions, Zhou Xuanji dismissed everyone and continued to cultivate. On the peak of the mountain, dressed in a purple dress, Xian Xianghua stood proudly in the cold wind. The veil on her face was not affected by the wind. She gazed into the distance, as though she was waiting for something. 5 black shadows appeared out of thin air in front of him, floating like smoke and dust. Their figures fluctuated, and their faces could not be seen. "Greetings, Sect Master." 5 different voices sounded at the same time. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold as she said, "Yang Di wants to take over the world. Tanhua sect can't be depressed anymore. Summon the 36 demon chiefs and save the 1,000 Hands demon from the underworld path. I want to conquer the world." "Yes." The 5 demonic shadows answered in unison and disappeared into thin air. Xian Xianghua looked towards the north and muttered, "I shouldn't have let you go back then." After saying this, she turned and flew back to Skyfall. 4 months later. That night, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 6. He had to rely on various treasures, the Xianxia map, and the rich spiritual qi in Skyfall to break through quickly. Ordinary spirit refinement cultivators would spend thousands of years to break through a small realm. Spending 100 years would be considered very fast. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of world reincarnation had reached a critical point. Somehow, he felt that something was missing. Just a little. Once he comprehended it, he would be able to cultivate world reincarnation. The amount of spiritual energy required for world reincarnation was already sufficient. He had even practiced the mental cultivation method countless times. Just one step away. Sometimes, you can only reap the rewards if you let go. Xian Xianghua's voice suddenly entered his ears. He opened his eyes and saw Xian Xianghua standing beside him, looking at the starry sky. He sat cross-legged and had to look up at her. He didn't say anything, instead pondering over the meaning of her words. When I cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, I encountered many cultivation shackles, whether it was in terms of techniques, magical spells, or divine abilities. Often, when you long for a goal too much, you will lose yourself. Xianxia said with deep meaning. She had observed Zhou Xuanji for a long time. This boy always looked like he was in a dilemma. She did not want to care too much, after all, everyone had their own path of cultivation. However, Jianghu felt heartache and could not help but find her, hoping that she could help. On Skyfall, Xianxia's cultivation was the highest. Even in the northern wilderness region, she was at the peak of cultivation. Lost, Zhou Xuanji frowned and sank into deep thought again. Xianxia lightly patted his head and harumphed, "Little husband, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. World reincarnation, everything is reincarnation. From nothing to something, from something to nothing, from not knowing to memorizing, from memorizing to forgetting, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, his eyes becoming brighter. Xianxia was attracted by his words. He did not notice that he had entered a state of enlightenment. World reincarnation could completely reflect the power of an enemy. Apart from this, there were other effects, but he would only understand them after truly cultivating them. At this moment, he finally understood. He had practiced world reincarnation circulation technique countless times, and it had almost become an instinct of his body. At the last step, he should forget to let his body control world reincarnation. Let his soul control world reincarnation. And not his memories. Billowing spirit chi gathered toward him, forming a hurricane. Everyone on the mountain peak looked over. Jianghu looked pleasantly surprised, while Daoist old man stroked his long beard and smiled, while the others sighed in amazement. Master broke through again, Zhao Congjian said excitedly. Zhao Congjian said excitedly. Could it be another powerful sword technique? Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. This boy, her heart trembled. Even though she wanted to enlighten Zhou Xuanji, she did not expect him to gain enlightenment so quickly. And he had broken through directly. This kind of talent in comprehension, Zhou Xuanji had completely comprehended world reincarnation, and the spirit energy in his body went through a qualitative change. He could feel a strange energy lingering around him, changing his physical body and spiritual energy. This feeling was very mysterious. He could not explain it clearly. However, he suddenly remembered what Daoist old man had said. There were many things in the world that the naked eye and divine sense could not capture, such as fate and fate. Or the heavenly law. Only these things could explain what he was feeling. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. What a world reincarnation! Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. The world Buddha art was a top-notch divine art. How could anyone bear to forget it after learning it? Even if he wanted to, it would be difficult. If not for his innate talent of multitasking, it would be difficult for him to do so in such a short time. Of course, he could also seal his memories with spells, but that would obstruct his physical memories. Spirit chi flowed into his body wildly, and his spirit energy grew tremendously during the transformation process. A purple meteor streaked across the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. There seemed to be a meteor just now, the little black snake said in surprise. But it was a pity that no one paid attention to it because everyone's attention was on Zhou Xuanji. Time ticked by. A full 6 hours passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 7 straight away. At the same time, he finally learned world reincarnation and cultivated it into a divine ability. A faintly discernible and strange pattern appeared on his forehead. At first glance, it looked like a purple 8 trigrams diagram. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his senses transformed. His perception of his surroundings became dozens of times stronger. He could even sense other people's spirit energy. The most powerful one was Wuxia Xianxia. Her spirit energy was like a blazing sun, burning fiercely. Before her, the spirit energy of others was so insignificant. Analyze that the sword owner has learned a divine ability. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, intimidating spirit. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 279. After comprehending the world reincarnation divine ability, Zhou Xuanji took an hour to get used to his new senses. His spirit energy had gone through a great transformation in both quantity and quality. Putting aside world reincarnation, he was like a completely different person compared to before. If he used world reincarnation, he could instantly kill his previous self. He once again regained the confidence to look down on the world. Ever since he saw Jihuang Demon Lord's power and knew that Jihuang Demon Lord was easily defeated by Yang Di, he had always felt pressured. Even if he did not want to admit it, it was indeed there. Would someone as powerful as Yang Di really ignore the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Wait, when I comprehended world reincarnation, there seemed to be 2 more legendary swords. He suddenly remembered something. Following this, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment Grade, Intimidating Spirit Description, a legendary sword born when the world was created. It contains a trace of the might of the heavenly law and is extremely destructive. With the martial punishment, it can greatly increase the strength of the sword owner's body. Evil demons will not be able to get close to it, and it cannot be used by those below the Great Realization stage. Sword name, Spring Water Sword Grade, Silver Description, a sword that has undergone a qualitative change after being soaked in 1,000-year-old spring water. When fighting in water, it is like a fish in water. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. Fudge. Is this real? Zhou Xuanji immediately jumped up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He clenched his fists and breathed heavily. He was so excited that his body trembled. Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It contained a trace of the might of the heavenly law. However, the requirement for this sword was the Great Realization stage, which made him feel a little disappointed. This showed how powerful Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment was. He had already reached Spirit Refinement Level 7 and was very close to the Great Realization stage. Now that he had cultivated the World Buddha art to Level 2, his internalization of Qi would be much faster than before. Breaking through to the Great Realization stage would not be too far away. Thinking about that, he felt even more joyful. At that moment, the others came up to him. Revered teacher, you broke through? Master, what were you comprehending just then? Xuanji, are you all right? Ha ha ha, as expected from my grand disciple. Amazing. Master, was it a sword technique? Everyone was incredibly excited. Yang Di had appeared out of nowhere and dominated the heavens and earth. Under such circumstances, the stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the happier they would be. Facing their questions, Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, all of you, attack me. He wanted to test the power of world reincarnation. Everyone was stunned and felt a little guilty. Zhou Xuanji was already extremely powerful before he broke through, let alone now. Don't worry, I won't fight back. Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. After saying this, he activated the world reincarnation divine ability. Sneaky people like the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch might suddenly attack and catch him off guard. As expected, Chongming demon monarch was the first to attack, throwing a punch. He activated all of his body's demonic force, his power reaching its peak. This fist was unstoppable, pressing forward courageously, tyrannical to the extreme. Bang! Before Chongming Demon Monarch's fist could touch Zhou Xuanji, he could already feel the rebound of his demonic energy. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. He leaped over many buildings and fell down the mountain from the other side of Skyfall. The others who were about to make a move were frightened out of their wits. They retreated one after another, not daring to make a move. The little black snake that had already leaped into the air froze in fright. It fell to the ground and curled up into a ball, shivering. So close. The group swallowed their saliva and felt a trace of gratitude toward Chongming Demon Monarch. Xianxia thought about it and asked curiously, "You didn't use any spirit energy. How did you send him flying?" "A divine ability. A very strange divine ability." As the top evil cultivator, she could tell at a glance. But she could not see how powerful this divine ability was. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Because I am the heavens. Anyone who dares to harm the heavens shall be punished by the heavens." Xianxia rolled her eyes. This brat really knew how to boast. Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, and Zhao Zongjian came up to him and expressed their desire to learn. Zhou Xuanji cursed at them. This was not a sword technique but his energy technique. There was no way they could learn it. The three heard him and were like deflated balloons. They knew that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was not simple and required massive amounts of spirit energy. If they learned it, their progress would be slow because they did not have the Tianxia map after all. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before continuing his cultivation. He wanted to completely control his senses and spirit energy, which could not be achieved in a day. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, the others were stimulated and worked hard on their cultivation. Halfway up the mountain, Chongming Demon Monarch, who was covered in blood, lay unsteadily in the forest. Blood was bubbling from his mouth, and his eyes were rolled back. His right leg was still twitching slightly. "Why? Why?" he said with difficulty. He could not understand what had just happened. But this battle had cast a shadow over his heart. He would not dare to attack Zhou Xuanji again, even if it was requested by Zhou Xuanji. A second-generation disciple ran over. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch's miserable state, he cried out immediately, "Chongming Old Bull is going to die." Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and fainted in anger. In the middle of the northern wilderness region, on a grassy plain, Chief Monk Xuanhe led a group of monks ahead. Their faces were rosy, and they were no longer as miserable as before. Suddenly, someone walked toward them, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe squint his eyes. It was Feng Qiul. "Xuanhe, long time no see. It seems like you are fine." Feng Qiul chuckled and came up to Chief Monk Xuanhe in 3 steps. They were less than a meter apart. Chief Monk Xuanhe asked, "Why are you looking for me? Tanhua sect has fallen. Could it be that you want me to deal with Yang Di?" Now, Yang Di was the only one who dominated the world. No one could stop him. "Do you really understand Yang Di?" Feng Qiul asked, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe frown. Ever since he achieved great accomplishment in his dharma, Feng Qiul always came to him for help. The most powerful cultivators in the world would be targeted by Feng Qiul. For example, Xianxia and Jihuang Demon Lord were both schemed against by Feng Qiul. After the tribulation with Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe thought through many things. He did not plan to participate in worldly battles anymore. He only wanted to become more powerful. The true tribulation is about to descend. You are the top Buddhist cultivator in the world and should save the world. You cannot run away from your responsibilities, Feng Qiul said seriously. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at his savior. Chief Monk Xuanhe shook his head and said, "You are indeed my teacher, but I cannot help you anymore. What you want is not world peace but the ruler of the world. I helped you deal with Yang Di. Next time, do I have to deal with Jianghu and Zhou Xuanji?" He was quite confused. Since Feng Qiu wanted to fight for the world, why did he not do it himself? Having heard this, Feng Qiu's expression darkened and he said, "This tribulation will engulf the northern wilderness region. Even if you don't do anything, the tribulation will come to you. Take care." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Chief Monk Xuanhe was indifferent. A young monk asked anxiously, "Master, where are we going next?" Chief Monk Xuanhe replied calmly, "The North Shore, to search for the immortal Buddha's legacy." Smiley face. Smiley face. Chapter 280. Over a month later. Zhou Xuanji was completely familiar with world reincarnation and his new senses. He began to focus on increasing his cultivation level, and did not immediately cultivate the third level of the world Buddha art. His goal was the Mahayana realm. The sooner he broke through to the Mahayana realm, the less worried he would have to worry about Jihuang Demon Lord's attack. As for the fight with Sunlight Emperor, he was not sure. Because even Xian Xianghua didn't know how strong Sunlight Emperor was now. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 31 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Gold, Spring Wind Sword, Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. The sword spirit's voice continuously sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to open his eyes. Just a divine sword? Furthermore, it was only a gold-ranked godly sword. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly disappointed. It seemed that he had used his luck on heavenly retribution martial punishment. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Spring Breeze Sword Level, Gold, Description, created by the Divine Spirit Stone. This sword can weaken the enemy's negative emotions and make them happy. A sword that could make people happy? What the hell? He subconsciously took out the Spring Breeze sword. The sword was blue in color and looked like a crystal, appearing rather dreamy. Wait, this sword might be useful in negotiations. Just like the World Fool sword, it was a support-type godly sword. After playing with the Spring Breeze sword for a while, Zhou Xuanji stored it in the Supreme Storage and began to inherit the Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. This name sounded incredible. It must be an extremely powerful sword technique. A huge wave of memories entered his mind, causing him to slowly close his eyes. Apart from him, only Jianghu and Daoist Old Man were on the mountain peak. The others were all cultivating in different parts of Skyfall. The reason was simple. If they internalized qi together, they could not compete with Zhou Xuanji. Recently, Xian Xianghua had been acting mysteriously, as if she was plotting something. Jianghu was quite talented in the Tao of divination. She could already perform simple divination and predict some small things that would happen a day later. Daoist Old Man had exclaimed more than once that Jianghu might be able to surpass him in the future. It seemed that aside from the way of the sword, this girl's talent in other Daos was quite good. There is a sense of omnipotence. It complemented Zhou Xuanji perfectly. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in amazement. Such a domineering sword technique. Its destructive power was even stronger than the ancestral dragon sword. The Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha, upon reaching grand completion, would be able to condense sword qi into a thousand-hand sword Buddha. Each hand would wield a sword, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. There were a total of 1,000 sword moves in this sword art. It was profound and unfathomable. He took out the Spring Breeze sword and started practicing. Once this sword appeared, his mood became joyful. Not only him, but Jianghu and Daoist Old Man also felt the same. This kid comprehended a new sword technique again. Daoist Old Man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jianghu smiled. Her hands did not stop as she continued to draw the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The Tao of divination also required spiritual qi. After all, the things she divined were all in the world, and spiritual qi was the medium. Zhou Xuanji spent nearly 10 minutes practicing the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's sword technique once. For the current him, 10 minutes was enough to accomplish many things. The more difficult the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was, the more he anticipated it. Night fell. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others ascended the mountain one after another. When they saw Zhou Xuanji training with his sword, their eyes lit up. This kid has already practiced for a day. It seems like this sword technique is not simple. Daoist old man said intently, which made Zhao Congjian, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Lin Chang'e all excited. Could it be a sword technique that could rival the ancestral dragon sword? In their hearts, the ancestral dragon sword was already the most powerful sword technique. It would be very difficult for them to create a more powerful sword technique. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and continued to train with his sword. The next morning, he finally reached small accomplishment in the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. At dusk, he reached great accomplishment in the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. His sword speed was so fast that even great realization cultivators were dazzled. Late at night, he developed the sword will of the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Once he used this sword technique, his mind would turn into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. He took a deep breath and flew into the air, arriving above the sea of clouds next to Skyfall. He shook his long sword, and a golden Buddha image appeared from his body and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the golden Buddha image grew to a height of 300 meters. Its palms were placed before its chest, and its facial features were exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. The Buddha image shone with a golden radiance that illuminated the night sky. Jianghu, Xiao Jinghong, and the others opened their eyes wide. Even Daoist old man was shocked. Buddha? He was astonished. When did Zhou Xuanji come into contact with Buddhism? At this moment, numerous golden arms grew out from the back of the Buddha image. There were 1,000 of them, which dazzled everyone's eyes. What happened next was even more shocking. A giant golden sword materialized in each of the Buddha image's hands. The shape of the sword was exactly the same as the Spring Breeze sword. The Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha had truly appeared. Everyone at the top of Skyfall was stunned, their mouths agape. Even Xian Xianghua, who had just appeared, opened her eyes wide and was speechless for a long time. This brat, Xian Xianghua, was shocked in her heart. It was her first time seeing a sword technique that was related to Buddhism. This brat was much more profound than she had imagined. Master, what sword technique is this? Zhao Congjian came back to his senses and asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji entered the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's sword will mode. His entire body sank into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, turning into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes, which gave off 2 rays of golden light that illuminated the night sky. This is the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, a sword within a Buddha within a sword. Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it gave off an immense might, as if he was a god. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's might was very powerful, and it was not any weaker than the ancestor dragon sword. Lin Chang'e gripped his fists, and his breathing became ragged. He wanted to learn this sword technique. However, he had not even learned the ancestor dragon sword yet, and he was still far from learning the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Daoist old man pinched his fingers together and tried to divine the origins of this sword technique. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs gave way and he fell straight to the ground. No one paid any attention to him because they were already used to it. Xian Xianghua looked at Zhou Xuanji and thought to herself, could it be that he used the Thousand-Hand Devil's sword technique as a reference? When the others heard this, they also felt that it made sense. At the mention of this, they could not help but think of Qin Gang. They did not know if this fellow was still alive in the underworld path and if he had suffered a lot. However, this was not important. they quickly forgot about this matter. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's SwordWill mode and landed on the mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended. The Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was broad and profound. The principles it contained were all helpful to his sword Dao. Although the others were excited and curious, they did not dare to disturb them. The moon set and the sun rose. Just as the sun rose, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and took out the ancient god's sword. It had been 3 years since he obtained the ancient god's sword when he broke through to the spirit refinement realm. Now it was time to awaken the soul of another great being. Chapter 281. Zhou Xuanji came into the forest, away from the others. The reason why he avoided the others was not to avoid arousing suspicion, but to leave a surprise for them. Just the thought of using it when he encountered trouble in the future was enough to make him happy. He walked to a large tree and took out the ancient god's sword. The method to awaken the next powerful being's soul was very simple, which was to infuse spirit energy into it and use your mind to summon it. Soon, a black shadow emerged from the blade. Zhou Xuanji understood his background. Saber Monarch Donghai. 30,000 years ago, when he ascended and left the northern wilderness region, he accidentally died. His soul wandered in the void and was absorbed by the supreme legendary sword system. He did not know anything else about Saber Sovereign Donghai. He could sense that Saber Sovereign Donghai was no weaker than Emperor Hanlin. Of course, this was only in terms of the strength of the remnant souls. He immediately infused Saber Monarch Donghai's soul energy into his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. It was the same as when he used Emperor Hanlin's soul to possess his body. However, his current cultivation level was far higher than before. He felt that he could already challenge Great Tribulation loose immortals. The weakest Great Tribulation loose immortal. He was still no match for an existence like Jihuang Demon Lord. After a simple test, he put away the ancient god's sword and returned to the top of the mountain. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and did not say anything. Jianghu was still learning divination from Daoist old man and did not notice Zhou Xuanji's abnormality. 1 month later. Xian Xianghua left without saying a word. She only returned after 7 days. She claimed that she had gathered the 36 devil chiefs of the Tanhua sect and arranged for them to settle on a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. Zhou Xuanji had no objections to this. Ning Zifeng, on the other hand, was very curious. After asking for Xian Xianghua's opinion, he went to find the 36 devil leaders for a spar and returned empty-handed. The next day, Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e went together, but they were still defeated. The two of them were completely intoxicated. Every few days, they would go to the 36 devil leaders. At the top of the mountain, the 36 demon chiefs of the Tanhua sect sat cross-legged and cultivated. There were both males and females, and all of them had powerful cultivations. 8 of them were female cultivators. There were 10 devil generals who had reached the Mahayana stage. It was no wonder that Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were no match for such a lineup. AMO leader opened his eyes and said, "Will those 2 brats come again?" Hearing this, the other 35 devil leaders all opened their eyes. Their expressions were strange. When Ning Zifeng first came to challenge them, they were disdainful. Even with Lin Chang'e's help, they would not be able to defeat their combined forces. But if this continued, how could they cultivate in peace? Zhou Xuanji might be our sect lord in the future. Everyone, please bear with it. An elder said. His name was Qin Zheng, the #1 devil chief. He and the Thousand Hands devil Qin gang were blood brothers. It had been 3,000 years since the 36 demon leaders had gathered together. Ever since Xian Xianghua was defeated by Yang Di, the 36 chiefs had disappeared and left the Tanhua sect. Everyone thought that most of them were dead. He didn't expect them to still be alive and cultivating wholeheartedly. Qin Zheng's words caused the demon leaders to turn their attention to Zhou Xuanji. I heard that Zhou Xuanji is extremely talented. Even without the Tianxia map, he has the potential to become the top cultivator in the world. No wonder the sect lord is so interested in him. However, if he wants to establish his own sect, how will his sect interact with the Tanhua sect? It should be fusion, right? No, Tanhua sect cannot be absorbed by other forces. Yeah, the name of the Tanhua sect cannot be changed. This is our belief. The demon leaders discussed among themselves. Although they admired Zhou Xuanji, they were afraid that the Tanhua sect would change its name. At this moment, Xian Xianghua suddenly appeared among them, which shocked them so much that they knelt down immediately. "Greetings, sect lord," they said at the same time. Their voices were filled with respect. Xian Xianghua glanced at them and asked, "Have you rescued Qin Gang?" Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang was a sharp blade for the Tanhua sect. Other than his cultivation and power, his ability to gather information was also very important to the Tanhua sect. Qin Zheng replied, "Thank you for your concern, sect lord. I have already arranged for him to gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. If not for Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King, how could they have saved Qin Gang so easily?" So, Qin Zheng felt a tinge of gratitude toward Zhou Xuanji. After all, Qin Gang had said many good things about Zhou Xuanji to him. About the Duantian Cliff, do you think the Tanhua sect should go? Xian Xianghua asked, changing the topic. Yang Di had invited everyone in the world to gather, but the Tanhua sect was in an awkward situation where everyone was their enemy. If they went, there would be a lot of trouble. A female demon leader licked her lips and laughed sinisterly. This is a good opportunity for the Tanhua sect to recover. Let's not go and focus on developing the Tanhua sect. Moreover, I'm afraid the Duantian Cliff banquet is not that simple. Everyone in the world wanted Yang Di to be the ruler of the human race. With just one order, everyone in the world would submit to him. Why did they need to beat around the bush? The Duantian Cliff banquet might be a trap. The other sanctums, empires, and sects could guess it too. But who would dare to reject Yang Di? Xian Xianghua nodded and said, "Have you completed the mission that I gave you?" Although she was rebellious, she understood the current situation. The Tanhua sect was no longer what it used to be. It was no longer the overlord of the evil path. Qin Zheng replied, "Soon. My disciple will bring him here personally." While the Tanhua sect was discussing the Duantian Cliff banquet, Skyfall was there too. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. In the following period of time, no matter what happens, we must not leave Skyfall. We will act after I break through to the great realization stage. Zhou Xuanji placed his hands on his legs and said softly. His words were clearly heard by everyone. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, "Master, if you break through to the great realization stage, do you have the confidence to fight against Yang Di?" The others were also looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji had always had the ability to fight those with higher cultivation levels. He could kill Huangquan Drake King with spirit refinement cultivation. When he broke through to the great realization stage, he would only have one opponent left. I have never seen Yang Di before, but I have the confidence to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji said conservatively. The intimidating spirit legendary sword was much more powerful than the heavenly soul legendary sword. Together with world reincarnation and great realization cultivation, he had the confidence to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. What was worth mentioning was that Jihuang Demon Lord had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he was really scared out of his wits by Yang Di. There was no news of him at all. A disciple asked carefully, "Will Yang Di really become our enemy?" I heard from my elders that Yang Di is very diligent in cultivation and does not care much about worldly conflicts. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and cursed, "He wants to be the ruler of the world, not the ruler of the human race. Do you understand?" Everyone would change. Su Yang changed the topic and asked, "Grand Teacher, Zhang Guanglan said that he has news to report to you. Do you want to see him? Zhang Guanglan was still a prisoner. Every few months, his spirit energy would be drained dry by Zhou Xuanji. As time went by, his heart began to waver. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 282. Bring him up. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After receiving the order, Su Yang quickly descended the mountain. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked every second-generation disciple to report their cultivation progress. These second-generation disciples were all geniuses and had their own gains. None of them had stage fright and were instead looking forward to the patriarch's praise. Jiang Shui, Daoist Old Man, Huang Lianxin, Shao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others sat behind Zhou Xuanji and watched silently. They were all sitting cross-legged without any sense of distance. Fenyu Dragon King and the 4 mountain guarding kings were also sitting nearby. They were conversing softly and were in a good mood. The disciples began to report their results one after another. If there was something that interested Zhou Xuanji, he would have them demonstrated on the spot. Up until now, the lowest cultivation level of the second-generation disciples had reached the enlightening realm. It seemed very low, but they were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. Half an hour later, Su Yang led Zhang Guanglan up the mountain. The two sat to the side and didn't interrupt the reports of the second-generation disciples. The last person to report was naturally Su Yang. This brat was very crafty. He didn't say anything and immediately used the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword set. He was even more impressive than the other disciples. Zhou Xuanji looked at him thoughtfully. He was not attracted by his swordsmanship. Instead, he was thinking about which ancient powerhouse he was the reincarnation of. After he finished, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Su Yang's face instantly sank when he saw this. Seeing this, the other disciples covered their mouths and giggled. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Zhang Guanglan leapt over the disciples' heads and landed in front of him. This kid's cultivation, Zhang Guanglan inwardly felt quite startled. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji, he seemed to become stronger. It was too scary. He felt that if he continued to fight against Zhou Xuanji, he would never be able to make a comeback. Speak. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said. At the age of 31, he had experienced countless slaughters. His every movement exuded an indescribable majesty. It was difficult for ordinary disciples to remain calm in front of him. He had already grown into an expert whose name shook the world. The Sword Emperor of this era. I'll tell you a shocking secret, and you'll stop torturing me. I hope you'll give the Haotian sect a chance in the future. Zhang Guanglan knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth. In the past few years, he had thought a lot. He felt that Zhou Xian had the opportunity to change the situation in the northern wilderness region, and it would be difficult for the Haotian sect to become his enemy. As such, he wanted to resolve the conflict between them. It depends on what kind of secret it is. Zhou Xuanji did not immediately agree. Zhang Guanglan glanced at the other disciples, hinting to Zhou Xuanji that the second-generation disciples should leave. However, he was unmoved. Zhang Guanglan sighed and began to reveal this shocking secret. Back then, the Haotian sect and the Tanhua sect dominated the demonic path and even suppressed the righteous path. If not for the hegemon sword emperor becoming a great emperor, they would not have fallen. What I want to say is why the hegemon sword emperor was able to become a great emperor. Why are there no more emperors in the world after him? He gritted his teeth at the mention of the hegemon sword emperor. The Haotian sect and the Tanhua sect were mortal enemies, but the hegemon sword emperor was also their common enemy. So there was only one way to become a great emperor, and that was to find Fate Emperor River. As long as one's cultivation was high enough and could withstand the cleansing of Fate Emperor River, they would be able to become a great emperor and become invincible. If a great emperor ascended to the upper realm, they would be able to dominate a region. After the Hegemon Sword Emperor became a great emperor, he directly sealed Fate Emperor River. Very few people knew about this, and only the Tanhua sect and the Haotian sect had clues about Fate Emperor River. They did not tell anyone about this, but they could not break the seal either. Fate Emperor River? Where is it? Zhou Xuanji asked as he narrowed his eyes. The others all had different expressions. Most of the second-generation disciples felt quite shocked. They had never thought that the legendary Hegemon Sword Emperor would be so vicious and selfish. His actions had destroyed the dreams of countless people in the future. He was simply despicable. In Sun Hill, Zhang Quanglan said as he sighed. Zhang Quanglan sighed. Everyone was moved by these words. Sun Hill. Wasn't that Yang Di's base? The little black snake called out, could it be that Yang Di was so heaven-defying because of Fate Emperor River? I knew it, how could there be such a monstrous person in the world? He instinctively glanced at Zhou Xuanji and did not say anything else. In other words, if we want to find Fate Emperor River, we have to defeat Yang Di? How do we know that Yang Di has not become a great emperor? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yang Di could easily defeat the second in the world. Could it be that he had already become a great emperor? Zhang Quanglan shook his head and said, if he becomes a great emperor, it will definitely be earth-shattering, and everyone will know about it. Sunlight Emperor is temporarily unable to break the seal of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, but if he becomes the ruler of the world, he will definitely absorb the vitality of the world to help himself become stronger. His cultivation method can absorb fate. This is also the reason why he could rise so quickly. His tone was complicated. It was not a good feeling to look up to a descendant. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, what's the point of saying so much? We still have to defeat Sunlight Emperor first. Although this information was important, it was not enough for him to let go of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Zhang Quanglan sighed and said, it's too difficult to defeat Sunlight Emperor. By the time you've achieved great success in your cultivation, he would have already become a great emperor, and the gap between you and him will only grow bigger and bigger. However, if you let me go, I'll resurrect the Haotian sect's demonic ancestor. At that time, we'll have a chance of winning together with you and Xian Xianghua. The Haotian sect's evil ancestor? Everyone was in an uproar. Just from the sound of this name, they knew it wasn't a good person. Conspiracy. Humph, you're dreaming. Chongming Demon Monarch said bluntly, at most, we'll let Sunlight Emperor become a great emperor. After he ascends, we can take Fate Emperor River. He looked at Zhang Quanglan as if he was an idiot, which made Zhang Quanglan tremble in anger. That's right. Stop dreaming. Sunlight Emperor can only be defeated by this sovereign himself. A cold and arrogant voice came, causing everyone to get up in shock. Jihuang Demon Lord. The demon race's sovereign had come. He stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at them with a smile that did not seem like a smile. His gaze was locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Jianghu has already gone to Duantian Cliff. Who else can help you now? Jihuang Demon Lord asked with a cold smile. His tone was filled with excitement. The Xianxia map was right in front of him. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy and were covered in cold sweat. The horrifying scene of Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi's battle was still vivid in their minds. Zhou Xuanji held his swords with both hands and stepped out. The ancient god's sword in his left hand and the sky-extinguishing sword in his right. He walked to the front of everyone and looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. You know nothing about power, he said with a disdainful smile. Now, he could sense the spirit energy in any living being's body. Jihuang Demon Lord's spirit energy was as powerful as the sun. Compared to him, Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge, who were at the great realization stage, were like ordinary flames. But to him, Jihuang Demon Lord was not undefeatable. It seemed that this guy had not recovered from his heavy injuries. His body turned golden, and heavenly lightning surrounded his body, making him look like a god of lightning. He walked toward Jihuang Demon Lord. His powerful aura gave the people behind him a sense of security. You've become more powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. But you dare to talk about power in front of this sovereign? What a joke. Jihuang Demon Lord shook his head and laughed. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a fool. No matter how powerful a spirit refinement cultivator was, he could not resist him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 283. In that case, let's leave Skyfall and fight to the death. Zhou Xuanji stopped 10 meters away from Jihuang Demon Lord and chuckled. Numerous divine swords appeared above his head, including the World Fool Sword. His tone and expression made it seem as if he did not take Jihuang Demon Lord seriously. Jihuang Demon Lord was furious. When he became the world's second, where was Zhou Xuanji? How could he tolerate such provocation? All right. Follow me. Jihuang Demon Lord turned and flew into the distance, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The two of them flew down diagonally, like two rays of rainbow light passing through the sea of clouds. On a tall mountain next to Skyfall, Xian Xianghua and the 36 devil leaders raised their heads. What a powerful demonic aura. Could it be the sovereign of the demon race? Qin Zheng said in bewilderment. The other devil leaders were also frightened. Who is the other aura? Zhou Xuanji? So strong. Of course it's him. He's currently ranked 5th in the world. This is troublesome. Can Zhou Xuanji defeat Jihuang Demon Lord? He has the Xianxia map, how can Jihuang Demon Lord let him go? Hard to say. The demon leaders discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhou Xuanji would not be able to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. It was not that he was not strong enough, but Jihuang Demon Lord was too strong. Xian Xianghua frowned, but she did not say anything, nor did she chase after him. The people on Skyfall were also very nervous. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e wanted to give chase, but Daoist old man stopped them. Don't go up, lest you become Jihuang Demon Lord's hostage to threaten Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji needed help, he would not leave Skyfall. Jiang Shui began to divine for Zhou Xuanji and Jihuang Demon Lord, but she could not divine anything. She didn't even have the qualifications to suffer the backlash. 1,000 miles away, Zhou Xuanji and Jihuang Demon Lord were hundreds of meters above the sea of clouds. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned blood red, and a blood-black saber appeared in his hand. The saber was filled with a baleful aura, causing gusts of cold wind to sweep over. You've already lost your way. You've yet to recover from your injuries, yet you dare to cause trouble for me. You'll die miserably. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly with a murderous aura. Jihuang Demon Lord was infuriated. What kind of existence was he? How could he allow a junior to look down on him? I don't know why, but I really want to kill you today, even more than before. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, the killing intent in his eyes solidifying. After he spoke, streams of demonic energy turned into countless black arrows that appeared before him and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, like a black river rushing over, covering the sky and covering the sun. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and directly unleashed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha condensed 2 golden swords in its hands. They were the Ancient God's Sword and the Sky Extinguishing Sword. They were 300 meters long. The 2 swords slashed forward, cutting all the black arrows in half and stirring up the sea of clouds. Domineering. Jihuang Demon Lord frowned. Looking at the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha on Zhou Xuanji, he asked with a deep voice, Buddha? Have you studied Buddhism before? Zhou Xuanji looked condescending, and his body fused into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Sword in tense state. At the same time, the power of the Sky Extinguishing Sword and the Ancient God's Sword burst forth, causing the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha to grow taller. It quickly reached a height of 1,500 meters. It was like a golden mountain, and its radiance was like the sun. Above the sea of clouds, he looked like an unparalleled god. He looked down on the heavens and earth and dispelled the darkness in the world. He was incredibly domineering. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden light shot out, causing Jihuang Demon Lord to squint. Golden arms stretched out from the thousand-hand sword Buddha's back like a blooming divine flower. Each hand held a golden sword, and the shapes of all the legendary swords could be found inside. Full power. Jihuang Demon Lord's expression changed. He had seen the thousand-hand Buddha before, but it was his first time seeing the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The 1,000 massive golden swords were incredibly dazzling under the sunlight, giving off a divine glow. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and quickly rushed towards Jihuang Demon Lord. The thousand-hand sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords and wildly slashed at him. Its might was extremely powerful, and it was like Pangu splitting the heavens and earth, like a god of war exterminating demons. Jihuang Demon Lord swung his saber to block. He was not weak at all, and his reaction speed was fast as well. He forcefully received each strike. However, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's attacks were simply too ferocious. They came wave after wave, forcing Jihuang Demon Lord to dodge. At the same time, Daoist Old Man was using a spell to project the battle. Seeing such a powerful thousand-hand sword Buddha, everyone's blood boiled. The Grand Teacher is so powerful. So the Grand Teacher already has the power to fight against the world's second. Heavens, is this human power? He's like a god. Even though we're so far away, their auras make my heart shudder. So domineering. Is this a sword technique? Or a divine ability? Not only the second-generation disciples, but even Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Lin Chang'e, and the others were stunned. I want to learn. I want to learn. Zhao Zongjian was so excited that his body trembled. Zhang Quanglan gulped. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji had become unfathomable. It was his first time seeing the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Such a domineering sword technique. He had lived for so long, and it was his first time seeing such a sword technique. It was like a divine ability. But with his eyesight, he could immediately tell that the thousand-hand sword Buddha was formed from sword chi and was incredibly powerful. Such attainment in the way of the sword, even the hegemon sword emperor back then could not compare. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji was only 30 years old. When he was 1,000 years old, wouldn't he be like Yang Di, dominating the world and invincible? He might even be more powerful than Yang Di. Zhang Quanglan frowned, and his heart beat faster. A thought appeared in the depths of his heart. On another mountain. The 36 demon leaders were dumbfounded. Apart from admiration and shock, they had no other emotions. Xian Xianghua's eyes were also filled with amazement. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. This brat, under her eyes, Zhou Xuanji's rapid growth was not noticed by her. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was shrouded in mist in her eyes. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord suddenly flew up. His body grew to a height of 500 meters. His cloak and long hair danced in the wind, and his 2 horns pierced the sky. Black scales appeared on his face, and his demon energy turned into a gigantic black shield in his left hand. With the black shield in front of him, he swooped down with an aura that could collapse the heavens. The thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its arms. The 1,000 swords combined into one and pierced toward the sky. Sky dominating divine sword. The sword's might shook the clouds. A golden sword chi soared into the sky and clashed with Jihuang Demon Lord's black shield. Boom! A powerful radiance appeared under the black shield. The 2 powerful forces clashed together, sweeping up a powerful gale and causing the sea of clouds below to billow violently. Looking down from the ground, the sea of clouds was billowing, as though the sky was twisting. The scene was extremely majestic. This brat's sword chi is so powerful, Jihuang Demon Lord was shocked in his heart. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had fully recovered, how could Zhou Xuanji be so arrogant? He gritted his teeth and asked, "Brat, what sword technique is this?" He tried his best to push down, but he could not resist the sky-dominating divine sword chi. The thousand-hand sword Buddha stared at him furiously. Its eyes were like torches, and its divine might was immense. Buddha within the sword within the Buddha, thousand-hand sword Buddha. This sword specializes in suppressing demons and slaying evildoers. Jihuang Demon Lord, if you are afraid, call me Grandpa 3 times for mercy, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Yes. Chapter 284. Beg for mercy 3 times, Grandpa. Hearing this, Jihuang Demon Lord's rage surged up. Powerful demonic chi flowed out of his body and turned into 9 black dragons that coiled around him. Each dragon was hundreds of meters long. They roared at Zhou Xuanji, and their might shook the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not panic at all. He provoked Jihuang Demon Lord on purpose. With the World Fool Sword, Jihuang Demon Lord could hardly remain calm. Zhou Xuanji could only find an opening by making him mad. He was not at his peak state after all, and the injuries inflicted by Yang Di had not fully recovered. The thousand-hand sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords toward Jihuang Demon Lord. The 1,000 swords moved like afterimages, dazzling the onlookers. The domineering sword chi gathered together and rose like a golden crescent, but it was blocked by Jihuang Demon Lord's black shield. The 9 black dragons around Jihuang Demon Lord roared and swooped down. They tore apart the golden sword chi and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The thousand-hand sword Buddha did not dodge but swung its swords quickly. Heavenly lights. Thousands of suns, moons, and stars shot out like a meteor shower. It was extremely majestic. Boom! The 2 powerful forces clashed together and shook the entire space. It was like the beginning of the world. A boundless and powerful might ravaged the heavens and earth like the manifestation of the heavenly law, and all living beings shuddered in fear. The battle between the human and the demon could be sensed by all the demons within 10,000 miles. Countless demons looked up at the same time. This guy is the second in the world indeed. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart as he controlled the thousand-hand sword Buddha to attack. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he was still powerful. Compared to Huangquan Drake King, he was even more powerful. But he was not the same as before. Swoosh! 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 The legendary sword surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi shot out. The sword chi was dozens of meters long, and to the thousand-hand sword Buddha and Jihuang Demon Lord, they were like golden arrows. Jihuang Demon Lord slashed with his saber and sent the legendary swords flying away. Next, he spun around and appeared behind the thousand-hand sword Buddha. He held his saber in a reverse grip and pierced it into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's back. "Brat, I will let you taste the true power of the demon sovereign." Jihuang Demon Lord shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a terrifying demonic aura burst forth from the long saber. It was like a nuclear explosion, directly blasting the thousand-hand sword Buddha into countless sparks. A giant hole appeared in the sea of clouds below, as if the sky had been torn apart. This scene caused the spectators on Skyfall to tremble in fear. Was Zhou Xuanji going to lose? The power of the demon clan's supremacy? Do you know the power of the Sword Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the powerful light, followed by a world-shaking dragon roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon, which was thousands of feet long, was accompanied by countless golden stars. It crashed into Jihuang Demon Lord with an unstoppable force, causing him to fall from the clouds and crash to the ground. The 2 huge figures smashed into the mountains like meteors. The ground collapsed, the mountains shattered, and the trees were uprooted. Rows of dust soared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original form, looking like a golden Buddha surrounded by heavenly lightning. He held the ancient god sword and sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. Jihuang Demon Lord also returned to his normal size, holding a saber in one hand and a shield in the other. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, his eyes were so red that they looked purple. He hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. This brat was actually able to fight evenly with him. To him, this was an extraordinary humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji did not die, how could he have the face to be the second in the world? He raised his long saber high, his expression becoming ferocious. Boom! A black beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the long saber in his hand. Black lightning circled around the beam, and the heavens and earth changed color. The people from Skyfall and the 36 demon chiefs were all frightened. What is this? Such a horrifying aura. Is he going to use his full power? SSS, if this continues, can Zhou Xuanji hold on? This is the power of the second in the world? Great tribulation scattered Immortal, so powerful, Jihuang Demon Lord's aura filled the entire heavens and earth. It rose steadily, which made them feel like they were facing the heavenly might. Far away, Dao Seeker stood on the white cloud and looked at the battle. He was shocked in his heart. How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he used the saint energy? No. It should be those swords. Facing the arrogant Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji was fearless. With the support of the sky-extinguishing sword and saber monarch Donghai, he still felt that he could put up a fight. Just in time. I'll show you how powerful world reincarnation is. He smiled, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the moment when Jihuang Demon Lord was at his weakest. Go to hell. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed furiously. He swung his right hand forward, and the black beam turned into a blade and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. This slash was as though it was going to cut the heavens and earth in half. Zhou Xuanji neither defended nor dodged. He welcomed the slash calmly with a smile on his face. Just when the blade was about to touch his hair, the black beam exploded with a loud boom. A horrifying shockwave swept toward the opposite direction and sent Jihuang Demon Lord flying backward with blood spurting out of his mouth. His body smashed through mountains one after another. The ruins below collapsed again. Soil, rocks, and trees were all turned into ashes. Everything was like the end of the world. Everything was crushed into ashes, and the shockwave swept out in all directions, creating a gigantic crater on the ground that continued to expand. Zhou Xuanji's body swayed, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Jihuang Demon Lord's cultivation was too powerful, and he was still injured. But compared to him, Jihuang Demon Lord was more severely injured. When everything calmed down, a horrifying crater with a diameter of a few hundred miles appeared on the ground. Dust curled up like smoke, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. The demons at the edge of the crater trembled in fear. All of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Such destructive power. Could an immortal god have descended into the mortal world? On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord, who was covered in blood, lay in the collapsed mountain. He tried his best to climb up and stand up with difficulty. The black armor on his body was shattered, and the cloak on his back was burned. Blood covered his body, and one could vaguely see his white bones. He gritted his teeth and looked toward the horizon. Fear could be seen in his eyes. What was that just now? Waves of shock surged in his heart. He could not figure out what Zhou Xuanji had done. He slashed with all his might, but why was his attack reflected back? Could it be the Xianxia map? It must be. He opened his eyes wide. Jealousy, anger, and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes, forming a boundless rage. He swore to get the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, who do you think will die now? Zhou Xuanji's voice came from above. He looked up and saw a blazing sun above his head. His body was golden and surrounded by lightning bolts. Dozens of legendary swords levitated and pointed at him. He squinted his eyes and said with gritted teeth, "Zhou Xuanji, don't use the Xianxia map if you have the guts." Somehow, whenever he got close to Zhou Xuanji, he became agitated and could not maintain his rationality. "You think I'm using the Xianxia map?" Zhou Xuanji said with contempt. His expression made Jihuang Demon Lord furious again. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord soared into the sky. Demonic energy came out from his palm and turned into a sharp claw that clawed at Zhou Xuanji. Before he could touch Zhou Xuanji, he was once again covered in blood from the impact and fell down. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 285. The summit of Skyfall was in complete silence. Everyone looked at the mirror of light created by Daoist old man, dumbfounded. In the mirror, Zhou Xuanji was high up like a god looking down at the mortal world, while Jihuang Demon Lord was in such a sorry state. He soared into the sky again and fell down again and again. Facing Zhou Xuanji, the world's second seemed so weak. They have a sense of unreality. It was like a dream. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, but they did not expect him to be so much more powerful. This brat, Daoist old man swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Jianghu snorted proudly, "The world's second is going to have a new owner." The others also chimed in to express their excitement. On another summit, Xian Xianghua and the 36 demon leaders fell into silence. They felt even more surreal than Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others. Especially Xian Xianghua. Although that guy is severely injured, he still has the power of a first tribulation scattered immortal, Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She felt a little proud in her heart. Her foresight was so accurate. She had taken a liking to Zhou Xuanji before he grew up. If it were now, that brat would probably look down on her even more. She felt a little angry at the thought of this. Regardless of beauty, power, or influence, she felt that she was the best among all the women in the northern wilderness region. Why did this brat look down on her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung her sleeves and sent Qinzheng flying away. Qinzheng slammed into a giant rock. He was stunned and looked at Xian Xianghua pitifully. The other demon leaders trembled in fear and kept quiet out of fear. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord had already fallen dozens of times. He did not have enough demonic energy. He panted in the ruins. His eyes were still filled with rage as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. His heart was filled with shock and indignation. Why? Why? He was the sovereign of the demon race, and yet he was forced to such a state by a human brat. Xianxia map. At this moment, he was almost possessed. His mind was filled with the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, as the sovereign of the demon race, you have lived a glorious life. Don't be disappointed. Dying in my hands will not bring shame to you. In the future, I will surpass Yang Di and complete your unfinished dream. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly. Speaking of which, Jihuang Demon Lord was rather pitiful. In the past, he was suppressed by Xian Xianghua. Now, he was suppressed by Sunlight Emperor. He had never become the number one in the world. His desire to be number one in the world was not any weaker than Xian Xianghua's. Zhou Xuanji, you think you've won? Jihuang Demon Lord roared furiously. He hated Zhou Xuanji's confident attitude the most. It made him feel disgusted and humiliated. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji swooped down with the 8-step sword lunge. Puchi. The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Jihuang Demon Lord's chest. Zhou Xuanji stepped on his shoulder with one foot and on his abdomen with the other, forcing him to lean backward. But he had a backbone and did not fall down. His body remained leaning backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately used world internalization and quickly absorbed Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic energy. He wanted to break through to the Mahayana realm quickly and could use Jihuang Demon Lord's help. An image of mountains and rivers appeared around them, faintly discernible. My demonic power, Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes widened. He wanted to struggle, but he could no longer move. The intense battle just now had already inflicted more injuries on him. With the help of the Xianxia map, he could no longer resist. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold and did not speak anymore. Jihuang Demon Lord felt despair in his heart. He looked at the scenery around him and was shocked in his heart. Xianxia map. This is the Xianxia map. He fell into a frenzy. Together with the influence of the World Fool Sword, his rationality began to decline. The crisis of death and the Xianxia map's approach made him collapse instantly. I want to get the Xianxia map. I want to become the top cultivator in the world. I want to be invincible. Jihuang Demon Lord's body trembled as he mumbled to himself. His face was hideous. The scenes of the past flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He remembered the past. Back then, he was still young and had just transformed. It was a forest. He stood on a hill covered in injuries and looked up at an enchanting silhouette. It was Xian Xianghua. With her back facing him, Xian Xianghua laughed condescendingly. Little demon, you are still far from being the top cultivator in the world. As long as I am in the northern wilderness region, the world belongs to me. She laughed presumptuously before leaping up and flying toward the horizon like a fairy. The young demon lord gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was filled with indignation. The distant memories became clearer, and the hatred in his eyes grew more intense. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 8. Jihuang Demon Lord still could not move and was in complete despair. He turned his head with difficulty toward the horizon, toward where Xian Xianghua was. If there's a next life, I must let you see me become the top cultivator in the world, he mumbled to himself as his eyelids drooped. He had thought of many endings, but he had never thought that he would die to such a young cultivator. Indignation, regret, there was also an indescribable sense of relief. Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart. Could it be that this guy had feelings for Xian Xianghua? He did not think too much and did not let go. When a person was about to die, they would always reveal their true feelings. Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou was like this, and so was the Diablo. But this was the human world. The cycle of life and death was as such. For himself and the people he cared about, he had to kill Jihuang Demon Lord. Massive amounts of demonic energy flowed into his body and turned into spirit energy, which flowed like a massive river and charged into his bones and tendons. Even after the battle, the demonic energy in Jihuang Demon Lord's body was still massive. Most importantly, Jihuang Demon Lord was still creating demonic energy endlessly, just that it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's absorption. A while later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 9. Another half an hour passed. He broke through to spirit refinement level 10, and Jihuang Demon Lord died completely. The demon race's sovereign died here. The world was silent, and a cold wind blew across the ruins. Zhou Xuanji drew the sky-extinguishing sword and took off his storage ring. Just when he was about to leave, a voice came into his ears, Zhou Xuanji, come over. I have something to discuss with you. He remembered this voice. Dao Seeker. With a thought, he immediately disappeared from where he stood. On the other side, Skyfall was in an uproar. Everyone was exhilarated. On a mountain that was thousands of meters tall, Xian Xianghua heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand, Jihuang Demon Lord was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He might have some tricks up his sleeve to kill Zhou Xuanji by surprise. Fortunately, he didn't. Why did this guy lose his mind the moment he touched Zhou Xuanji? She was confused, but she didn't think too much about it. She stood up and left. The 36 demon leaders were unable to contain their excitement and began to discuss excitedly. In the forest, sunlight shone on the grass through the gaps between the leaves. Zhou Xuanji and Dao Seeker stood face to face. He asked softly, "Speak, what's the matter?" Dao Seeker took a deep breath and cupped his fist. He suddenly half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 286. What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had always been wary of Dao Seeker and even felt that he was more dangerous than Jihuang Demon Lord. Dao Seeker took a deep breath and said, "You've already mastered the second level of the World Buddha technique, right?" With this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this guy know about the World Buddha art? Could it be that he had really lived for countless years just to pry into destiny? I've seen 3 owners of the Xianxia map. All of them had only reached the second level, but it was enough to rule the world and be invincible. Dao Seeker continued to speak, and Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled a little. According to historical records, the last owner of the Xianxia map was 20,000 years ago. At that time, even the hegemon sword emperor had to lower his head in front of him. After that powerful cultivator ascended, the Xianxia map disappeared without a trace. That was why the hegemon sword emperor, the evil king, and the Haotian sect's evil ancestor had blossomed. 3. This guy was at least 30,000 years old, maybe even older. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. After living for so long, why did this person not ascend? Was the mortal world that good? Now that he thought about it, it was indeed good. It was just like playing a game. A high-level player would open a smurf account to beat a low-level player. Every time they beat, they would feel good. What's important is that I see hope in you. I see hope that you can master the third level of the World Buddha art. Once you succeed, you will be the master of the heavens and earth, and your fate will be connected to the heavens and earth. At that time, you can even go to the Yellow Springs. I am willing to help you, and I hope that in the future, you can go to the Yellow Springs and do something for me. Dao Seeker said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji frown again. Yellow Springs? The Netherworld? Without waiting for him to ask, Dao Seeker took out a bronze dagger and said, "If you have any issues in the future, you can contact me through this dagger." Zhou Xuanji took the bronze dagger and played with it as he asked, "Let's talk about it first. If you want me to deal with the leader of the Netherworld, won't I be seeking death?" There were many records of the Yellow Springs in the northern wilderness region. Legend has it that there is a blue sky Yellow Springs in the Netherworld. Once you enter the Yellow Springs, you can be reincarnated. I only need you to save one person. I don't know what this person's identity and situation is in the underworld. After all, 70,000 years have passed. Dao Seeker replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. 70,000 years. This person was indeed an old thing that wouldn't die. What can you help me with? Can it fight against Yangdi? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He would agree first, and he would try his best in the future. If he could not do it, there was nothing he could do. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I can help you gather information and help you establish your sect, but I can't help you kill. If I were to kill, I would instantly turn into ashes because I once asked the heavens for help and used this ring to exchange for immortality." Zhou Xian was even more curious, and asked how he could plead with the heavens. Indeed, Dao Seeker kept his mouth shut. His eyes were filled with fear, and he occasionally glanced at the sky, causing Zhou Xuanji's hairs to stand on end. Could it be that God really exists? If that was really the case, just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. It was as though he could already feel a pair of eyes staring at him. Deal. Zhou Xuanji agreed. He did not need any help for now and only wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The two of them chatted for a while before dispersing. He had wanted to invite Dao Seeker to Skyfall, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he did not understand Dao Seeker, so he could not just listen to him. However, judging from Qiu Dao's appearance, he did not want to stay by his side either. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers and told them about Dao Seeker. As for the second-generation disciples, they were all practicing their sword techniques at the foot of the mountain. 70,000 years. 3 owners of the Xianxia map. If what he said is true, he might be the person who has lived the longest in the world. Daoist old man said with a frown as he rubbed his chin. Compared to Dao Seeker, he was like a little kid. Xian Xianghua said, "It's better to be careful. This person knows too much, and he might be plotting against you." She had never heard of someone like Dao Seeker before. She suddenly felt that she did not understand this world as thoroughly as she had thought. Only God knew how many powerful cultivators were hiding here. After that, everyone's topic shifted to Jihuang Demon Lord. They were all curious about how Zhou Xuanji could defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. Even if Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he should not have been defeated by him, right? I already said that I had a breakthrough in my divine energy, so it's not difficult for me to defeat him, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. After that, he sighed and continued, "This feeling of constantly growing stronger is a little tiring and lonely." Everyone rolled their eyes and were speechless. They did not ask further. Everyone had their own secrets after all. Zhou Xuanji had already taught them a lot, and they should not be ungrateful. Within 2 days, the news that Jihuang Demon Lord was killed by Zhou Xuanji spread across the demon race. The battle that day was so earth-shaking that countless demons witnessed it. The death of the world's second was earth-shattering news. How can it be? The sovereign is dead? Yeah, he was killed by Zhou Xuanji, and he could not fight back at all. Could not fight back at all? *T. The sovereign was very domineering. It must be Zhou Xuanji's evil plan. My God, this guy is really on par with the 9 emperors of the sword's way. He could kill the world's second at such a young age. Countless demons cried out in shock after hearing about this. Skyfall quickly became a forbidden ground for the demon race. No demon dared to offend Zhou Xuanji. Of course, many demons wanted to join Zhou Xuanji. The news could not be stopped. It swept across the human race like a hurricane. The 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and countless other factions were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji was already so powerful? Didn't that mean that the top 5 rankings were all taken by the human race? Great Shang. Yang Xindi listened to Yang Zhongtian's report and was in a daze. All the officials and generals were silent. A long while later, Yang Xindi sighed and said, "We should have tried our best to rope Zhou Xuanji in back then." Du and Yang Renlong, who fought against Zhou Xuanji in the World Hero Conference, looked at him with complicated expressions. Now, they could only look up to Zhou Xuanji. Great Zhou. Zhou Chengxin, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, was agitated. "Xuanji is already the world's second?" he asked with a trembling voice. Killing Jihuang Demon Lord. That was something that even Yang Di could not do. Of course, it was most likely because Yang Di did not want to kill Jihuang Demon Lord. It should be. After all, not everyone can kill the demon race's sovereign. Shitan Changsher said with a smile. He looked calm, but his right hand was trembling in his sleeve. The great Zhou dynasty had produced an incredible person. Since ancient times, Great Zhou had never produced the world's second, not even the top 50. Great Chen Bantian, who had the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, was petrified after hearing his subordinate's report. A gentle breeze blew into the stone pavilion and messed up his heart. Should I have followed him back then and not returned to Great Chen? He mumbled. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 287. On the 10th day of Jihuang Demon Lord's death, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness again. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Xianxia map. Third in the world, Jianghu has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin zither. Fourth in the world, Xian Xianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. Zhou Xuanji had officially become the world's second, no one doubted this. That was because he had used Jihuang Demon Lord as a stepping stone to his current position. His reputation had also reached its peak. As time passed, Zhou Xuanji would become a legend in the hearts of the northern wilderness region's humans and demons sooner or later, even a myth. The news also spread to the Sun Tomb. Sun Hill was located in the east of the northern wilderness region. It was surrounded by mountains and mist. There were many treasures and rare beasts hidden here. Because of Sunlight Emperor's fame, this place was also a pure land. In the bamboo forest, there was a stone pavilion. A man in luxurious golden robes was reading an ancient book while drinking tea. His expression was grave and stern, between his brows was a flame diagram, a strange and divine steed. His entire temperament seemed extraordinary and refined. Together with the immortal mist around the stone pavilion, he was like an immortal hidden in the forest. He was the #1 expert in the world, Yang Di. Ascension is long, the prison is replaced, he muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. At this time, a boy in a dudu flew over. He rushed into the stone pavilion, knelt down, and said, "Great Emperor, the owner of the second in the world has changed." His face was full of surprise. However, he did not panic. No matter who was the second in the world, the first in the world would not change. "Oh? Xian Xianghua?" Sunlight Emperor asked in a low voice, his eyes still fixed on the book. "No, it's Zhou Xuanji," the boy replied. Sunlight Emperor slowly put down the ancient book in his hand. He relaxed his brows and asked curiously, "The 30-year-old heaven's favorite?" He had lived for thousands of years and thought that he was the most powerful genius, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, he seemed to be a little lacking. Of course, talent did not mean anything. He had absolute confidence that Zhou Xuanji could not catch up to him. "It's him. He killed Jihuang Demon Lord." The boy nodded. He was excited at the mention of this matter. He detested Jihuang Demon Lord. At that time, he didn't understand why Sunlight Emperor spared that guy's life. So be it. I hope that Zhou Xuanji has the guts to go to Duantian Cliff. This emperor wants to see how powerful the #1 genius is. Sunlight Emperor said with a chuckle. After that, he picked up the ancient book again. From his tone, it was obvious that he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. The boy cautiously asked, "Do you need me to kill him?" Even though he had confidence in Yang Di, Zhou Xuanji's talent was simply too outrageous. Moreover, he had the Xianxia map, so he had to be on guard. Sunlight Emperor did not take his eyes off Zhou Xuanji and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry about him. The ones who can be this emperor's opponents are the 10,000-year prince and Tian. As for Zhou Xuanji, I'll leave him for the next generation. If this emperor ascends, at least there will be someone who can withstand the northern wilderness region's fate." Emperor's emperor was already top in. From dynasty. He Emperor Zhou. Emperor Zhou and Emperor and Yang dynasty. Yang Zhou Emperor asked said and Zhou. Dynasty. Emperor Zhou. His tone was casual, but the boy named Fu Hao looked awkward. "Great Emperor, there is no news about the son of fate. He might not be born yet. As for Tian, he has already come to the northern wilderness region, but his whereabouts are mysterious. He might be trying to become more powerful. The 10,000-year prince has not been found yet. According to my conjecture, the 10,000-year prince has just been born, so he should not be powerful. He might even be weaker than Zhou Xuanji," Fu Hao replied. He scratched his head. At the mention of Zhou Xuanji, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He thought of something and continued, "By the way, Dao Seeker has already hooked up with Zhou Xuanji. Apparently, he wants to assist Zhou Xuanji. Do we really not need to deal with him? Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said intently, Fu Hao, you seem to want me to become enemies with everyone in the world. Fu Hao heard him and was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to speak anymore. At Skyfall, Lin Chang'e was preparing to head to Duantian Cliff. The group was reminding him to be careful. If you encounter danger, try your best to avoid it. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said. He was now the world's second and had the Xianxia map. He was worried that someone would capture Lin Chang'e to threaten him. Lin Chang'e nodded and chuckled, don't worry. I'm at the great realization stage, after all. There are not many who can defeat me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. The others said a few words before Lin Chang'e left on his sword. Daoist old man divined for Lin Chang'e and said with a smile, luckily, this brat is lucky. He will not die at Duantian Cliff. Hearing his divination, the group was relieved. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked Daoist old man to concoct potions for him. He planned to speed up his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The reason why he did not absorb others' cultivation to become more powerful was simple. He was not at the great realization stage, so it would not be of much help to him. There were not many great realization cultivators in the northern wilderness region. After the war between the two races, there were even fewer. Those who were still alive were the pillars of their respective factions. Zhou Xuanji took out the resources he got from Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King and asked Daoist old man to concoct potions. The others continued to cultivate. Jianghu stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, have you thought about the name of your sect? This matter had been delayed for many years. Now that the world's heroes had gathered, they could not keep saying that they were from Skyfall. I've thought about many things, such as the Divine Sword Way, 10,000 Sword Sect, Skyfall Sword Sect, Emperor Sword Court, and so on. Let me think about it, Zhou Xuanji said with a headache. It was too difficult to choose a name that was awe-inspiring and meaningful. Jianghu suggested, I've decided that you can add Xuanji to your sect's name because you are the best name. After that, she turned and left, not bothering him. Add my own name? Xuanji Sword Sect? Xuanji Divine Sword Way? What a chinibu. Zhou Xuanji shuddered and did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to break through to the great realization stage. Just as he was busy cultivating, Xian Xianghua and the 36 demon leaders were secretly plotting. Sect Lord, will it really work? Qin Zheng asked with a frown. The other demon leaders were also very nervous. Xian Xianghua said calmly, I have the final say. Go and prepare. I must see results within 3 years. Yes. The 36 demon leaders cried out in unison. All of them turned into black beams of light and flew in different directions. Xian Xianghua turned to look toward the south. Her eyes were filled with worry. Time passed. 2 months had passed. The world's heroes gathered at Duantian Cliff. Every human city was discussing this. They were all curious about what Yang Di was going to do. Soon, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Yang Di was going to establish an empire to become a great fate empire and lead the human race's fate. Chapter 288. At the top of Skyfall. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from a gigantic cauldron. Zhou Xuanji, who was half naked, sat in the cauldron. Massive amounts of spirit qi gathered above the cauldron, forming a vortex that was 9 meters wide. Daoist old man stood at the side, stroking his long beard and smiling. He was amazed in his heart. How powerful was this brat's body? He felt that Zhou Xuanji would break through to the great realization stage soon. At this moment, Haotian Boar King appeared behind him suddenly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Haotian Boar King did not dare to disturb him. He told Daoist Old Man about the information he had gathered and left quickly. Great Fate Empire. What ambition! Daoist Old Man mumbled to himself with a serious expression. Once Yang Di succeeded, he would possess the human race's fate, and the fate of the human race would be in his hands. How could anyone feel at ease? Right now, no one could stop Yang Di. There was an insurmountable gap between Yang Di's power and the second in the world. However, to create a great fate empire was not something that could be done in a day. It would take decades or even centuries. He looked at Zhou Xuanji. How powerful would Zhou Xuanji be in decades? Time continued to pass. After 10 days and 10 nights, Zhou Xuanji finally flew out of the cauldron. His body was golden and was surrounded by lightning. He gave off a powerful aura. With a thought, he exited golden invincible form. He used his spirit energy to evaporate the medicinal liquid on his body before walking up to Jianghu. He asked her to use a water spell to bathe him and wipe his body. How do you feel? Jianghu asked. Her actions were gentle and she wiped him carefully. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It's all right, but I'm still far from breaking through. The spirit energy required for the great realization stage is too much." Actually, he understood that he was just special. He cultivated in both energy and physique, and he cultivated the world Buddha art. As such, the amount of spirit energy required for each stage far exceeded that of others. It's all right. There's no hurry now. Jianghu smiled sweetly. She then told Zhou Xuanji about Yang Di creating a great fate empire, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. Creating a great fate empire? This guy had Fate Emperor River and wanted to gather the fate of the northern wilderness region. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Could it be that he wanted to absorb all the karmic luck in the world to strengthen himself? He had once heard that there were cultivation techniques or divine abilities in this world that could absorb destiny. If a person's destiny was sucked dry, they would die very quickly. Without luck, it was just like the movie Final Destination in his previous life. An unexpected disaster could cause one to choke to death just by drinking water. Zhou Xuanji had never seen Sunlight Emperor before, so he did not dare to be sure. Perhaps he was doing this for the peace of the human race? After that, he and Jianghu returned to the house to rest. Time passed. 3 months later. Lin Chang'e returned to Skyfall, and Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone to hear about what had happened at Duantian Cliff. Actually, the banquet at Duantian Cliff didn't cause too much disturbance. Facing the powerful Sunlight Emperor, no one dared to oppose him. Lin Chang'e had a deep impression of Sunlight Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said profoundly, Yang Di gives off an unfathomable feeling, like a mortal facing a land immortal god. Not only that, but the boy beside him is also very powerful. The might that he gives off is even more powerful than that of Jihuang Demon Lord. A boy? Everyone was surprised and hurriedly asked. Lin Chang'e only knew that the boy's name was Fu Hao, and he was Yang Di's personal attendant. Fu Hao? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Daoist Old Man mumbled to himself but did not dare to divine it. Such a mysterious and powerful cultivator would surely bite back at him. Also, after the banquet, Fu Hao told us that the 10,000-year prince and Tian were born. He asked the human race to be careful and to keep this a secret. Lin Chang'e continued, and everyone's expression changed slightly. The 10,000-year prince would soar into the sky after he was born. Tian specialized in killing monarchical violet qi. He once fought the Diablo and Hegemon Sword Emperor alone. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Zhou Xuanji became anxious again. He could only feel at ease if he broke through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. Sigh. Why didn't any powerful villains come to find trouble with me? He sighed in his heart, feeling a little worried. At the south of the northern wilderness region. Waves crashed onto the beach, and many birds circled above the sea. At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the sea. He was wearing a tattered black robe and had a head full of white hair. His face was expressionless, and he was drenched from head to toe as he walked toward the shore. He looked up at the end of the continent and mumbled, "Monarchical violet chi. There are two very powerful monarchical violet chi. If I can absorb them, I will become an immortal." He walked at a steady pace, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the beach. Behind him, the seawater suddenly turned red and spread rapidly. Corpses of sea demons floated up, and it was a horrifying sight. Time passed quickly. Another few months passed. After the banquet at Duantian Cliff, the world was shocked. Yang Di personally visited the 7 empires one by one. This made everyone understand that a great fate empire was about to rise. At Skyfall. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 32 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, glorious gold, soul-slaying demon dragon sword, gold, evil crimson sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes slowly while he was cultivating. 2 legendary swords, one of which was glorious gold. Although it could not increase his power too much, it was at least 2 steps closer to 100 swords. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, soul-slaying demon dragon sword grade, glorious gold description, a legendary sword forged from the soul of a demon dragon. It can devour the souls of all creatures and contains the divine power of the demon dragon. Sword name, evil crimson sword grade, gold description. Legend has it that there are 7 colored legendary swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and red represents rage. If all 7 legendary swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. The 2 legendary swords were not bad. He took them out and familiarized himself with them. Until today, the number of his divine swords had already reached 69. He was getting closer to 100 swords. He had not used the 3rd form of the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, the 100 swords mode, and he was looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He stored the 2 legendary swords into the supreme storage and continued to internalize qi. About 6 days later, an uninvited guest came to Skyfall. The world's second, Zhou Xuanji, come down and fight me. A cold and arrogant voice resounded across the sky. Even everyone at the top of Skyfall could hear it. They saw a man in purple standing on the tip of a leaf. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a handsome face. He wore a violet gold jade crown on his head and exuded a noble aura. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ning Zifeng pierced through the sea of clouds and flew over on his sword. Where did this worm come from? How dare you challenge our master? He laughed coldly. Without a word, he charged toward the man in purple with the ancestral dragon sword. The ancestral dragon that he transformed into was only 3 meters long. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, the difference was too great. The man in purple laughed with disdain. I'm the emperor and have the bloodline of an immortal. It's Zhou Xuanji's honor to fight me, yes, yes. Chapter 289. Celestial Bloodline. Ning Zifeng frowned slightly but did not slow down. He continued to charge toward the purple-robed man with an unstoppable force. Emperor? There are many emperors in this world. Who do you think you are? Remember, the person who defeated you is the Chaos Tide Sea's peerless sword Immortal. His loud laughter was filled with arrogance. His arrogance was no less than the purple-robed man's. Facing the peerless sword Immortal, the purple-robed man smiled. 2 beams of purple light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of purple light expanded rapidly. Silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared above them. They were translucent and looked like illusory shadows. Each of them held a weapon and charged toward the purple light, roaring continuously. Kill! Kill! Shouts filled the heavens and earth. At one glance, there were at least 1,000,000 of these purple soldiers. When they got close to Ning Zifeng, they leaped up and charged toward him like arrows. The 5-clawed golden dragon that Ning Zifeng had transformed into was engulfed instantly. He did not even have time to resist. This is my violet soul divine army. How can an ordinary person like you defend against them? The purple-robed man laughed arrogantly. He did not take Ning Zifeng seriously at all. However, Ning Zifeng appeared behind him suddenly. 8-step sword lunge. Bastard! Have a taste of my sword. Ning Zifeng held his sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The blade pierced into the purple-robed man's back. It was as though he was stabbing an illusory shadow. There was no obstruction and no blood. His pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated in fear, distancing himself from the purple-robed man. Who are you? Tell me your name. Ning Zifeng cried out loudly. Just when he spoke, Lin Chang'e flew down too. Little madman, you can't do it. He laughed loudly. The two of them surrounded the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not panic at all. Instead, he looked even more condescending. I'm Lu Tiange, the emperor of the Dongsheng Empire. Hurry up and ask Zhou Xuanji to come down and fight with me. After I kill him, I still have to kill Yang Di. The purple-robed man laughed wildly, which made Ning Zifeng open his eyes wide. He cried out in shock, You are the emperor of Dongsheng? How can it be? Why are you in the northern wilderness region? Lin Chang'e frowned and asked in astonishment, What? Isn't he from the northern wilderness region? Lu Tiange raised his right hand, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. The surface of the ball was wrapped in purple flames. It was beautiful, but it also had an extremely dangerous aura. He turned to look at Skyfall and cried out, Zhou Xuanji, if you don't come out, I will destroy this mountain and kill everyone on it. You should know that great realization cultivators cannot hurt me. His aura erupted, and the pressure of a great tribulation scattered Immortal wreaked havoc in the world, causing the forest to shake and the wind to blow. He's from the boundless ocean, and he's the ruler of a part of the ocean. He became a great tribulation bodiless immortal 1,000 years ago. This is my first time seeing him, and I've only heard of his name, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. He shuddered at the thought of the legends about Lu Tiange. Lin Chang'e frowned. He didn't expect Lu Tiange to have such a powerful background. He did not know much about the overseas region. He had only heard Ning Zifeng mention some people and things occasionally. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the clouds, emitting an extremely powerful aura. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god's sword in his hands, 67 legendary swords levitated above his head. With a cold expression, he looked down at Lu Tiange and asked, You're from overseas? Lu Tiange smiled and looked back at him. His eyes were filled with the will to battle. I have people in the northern wilderness region. I've been monitoring the northern wilderness region and know the situation there. How can I not be curious about a genius like you? Just when he finished speaking, silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses spread across the sky. It was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji chose to possess Saber Monarch Donghai's remnant soul straightaway and charged down. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. No matter if he came from overseas or within the ocean, he only needed to step on him. Roar, he activated the ancestral dragon sword and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was radiating with a golden radiance, and his body was hundreds of meters long. He smashed toward Lu Tiange like a mountain range, which shocked Lu Tiange. The silhouettes of the purple soldiers were torn apart by the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 5-clawed golden dragon came up to Lu Tiange and was about to swallow him. Lu Tiange put his palms together, and a purple radiance shone from his fingers. The radiance turned into a gigantic purple saber and penetrated the five-clawed golden dragon's head. The five-clawed golden dragon exploded immediately. Zhou Xuanji leaped up to Lu Tiange's head with his 2 swords and dozens of legendary swords. 10,000 ultimate steps. Lu Tiange's vision blurred. Before he could react, his throat was penetrated, and blood gushed out continuously. How can it be? How can your sword hurt me? He turned around and asked in astonishment. His divine ability allowed him to keep his body in an illusory state. With this divine ability, he was rarely injured. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. My sword can cut anything, he said. The Heavenly Soul legendary swords possessed the power of creation. Even if they were not real, they could still cut anything. Good. Very good. Lu Tiange wiped the blood off his neck and laughed wildly. The Purple Soul Divine Army swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji like a swarm of bees. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A majestic golden Buddha that was 500 meters tall appeared, and he entered it. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a golden sword. Divine might descended. Ha! The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden radiance swept across the heavens and earth. Even Lu Tiange had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's storm-like attacks landed on him. Boom! 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 Thousands of gigantic golden swords slashed wildly and destroyed the purple soldier silhouettes. The ground crumbled, and a violent gale swept up trees. The horrifying sword gale swept across thousands of miles. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were forced back. Lu Tiange, on the other hand, was tongue-tied. His face was filled with shock. What divine ability is this? He cried out in shock. Before the thousand-hand sword Buddha, he felt so tiny. It was like an ordinary person facing a high and mighty god. He trembled, and his soul trembled. In a short while, the Purple Soul Divine Army was completely destroyed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha looked at Lu Tiange with its cold and majestic eyes, which made Lu Tiange break out in a cold sweat. Emperor Dongsheng? That's all. Zhou Xuanji's voice came. He felt that Lu Tiange was at most comparable to Huangquan Drake King, but not even the injured Jihuang Demon Lord. Lu Tiange was infuriated. He stretched out his arms, and streams of purple dragon qi shot out from his body toward Zhou Xuanji. The gigantic thousand-hand sword Buddha slashed and slashed at Zhou Xuanji without any pattern. It was purely based on speed and brute force. Sounds of explosions came one after another. It was like a grand display of fireworks that blossomed in the sky. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting closer to Lu Tiange. He could already feel the tip of the sword. Damn! He has not even reached the great realization stage, and yet he is so powerful. No wonder he could become the second in the world in the northern wilderness region, Lu Tiange thought with gritted teeth. He had not tasted such helplessness for a long time. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 290. Tell me, what are you trying to do in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji, who had transformed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like thunder and resounded across the sky. Lu Tiange looked up at him and opened his hands. 2 curved blades appeared in his hands. The curved blades were engraved with tadpole-like black patterns, which looked eerie and horrifying. What am I trying to do? To dominate the northern wilderness region, of course. Lu Tiange laughed coldly as he swung his blades. Countless curved blades appeared from the 2 blades. They were all the same, and there were millions of them. They charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha from different directions like an inescapable net. Why are all of this brat's attacks so fancy? Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He was a little envious of this scene. He had been fantasizing about controlling 10,000 legendary swords, and Lu Tiange completed it for him. Although it was spectacular, it was not enough to defeat him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha ignored the curved blades and flew toward Lu Tiange. All the golden arms raised their swords and slashed at Lu Tiange. They were like afterimages, and a powerful gale blew down, crumbling the ground. Lu Tiange quickly dodged. He turned around and realized that the thousand-hand sword Buddha had already disappeared. He was stunned. A chill came from his back. He turned around and lashed out with his leg, which was like a sharp whip. The wind was sharp. The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into his chest, but his leg was still dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji. He felt that his spirit energy was being sucked away by the swords and was greatly shocked. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew toward him and pierced into his body. He could not dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a hedgehog. Blood spurted out from all over his body, and his body twitched slightly. The battle ended. Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge were dumbfounded. Isn't this too powerful? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji completely crushed Lu Tiange. No matter how many spells Lu Tiange used, he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. The entire battle took less time than they could finish a pot of wine. Weak. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and snorted coldly. This guy can help me break through to the great realization stage. Lu Tiange was greatly shocked. Fear enveloped his heart. He asked with a trembling voice, "What did you do to me? Why my spirit energy?" He suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the reason why Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was ridiculously high despite his young age? Zhou Xuanji did not reply and gripped the sky-extinguishing sword with his right hand, absorbing his spirit energy. In just a short while, half of Lu Tiange's spiritual power was sucked away. I admit defeat. I was wrong. Spare me, brother Zhou. Lu Tiange shouted in fear. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, so how could he fall and waste all his previous efforts? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Big brother. I was wrong. Senior Zhou. What will make you forgive me? I don't want to die. Grandpa, please spare my life. Can I call you Grandpa? Ancestor, seeing that Lu Tiange was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and stopped absorbing his spirit energy. Even so, Lu Tiange felt that his cultivation level had regressed a lot, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted, which made him sad and angry. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Either be my dog or die. Choose one." Running dogs. Such a humiliating word. Lu Tiange was furious but dared not to say anything. Master. He forced a smile and said. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and carried him like a dog, flying toward the peak of Skyfall. The second-generation disciples, who were watching from the mountainside, were all amazed. He's so powerful. I feel that the Grand Teacher's power will grow by leaps and bounds every now and then. I feel the same way too. Compared to him, we are so stupid. Don't compare yourself with the Grand Teacher. He's the world's second most powerful cultivator, the top genius. Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha is so powerful. I really want to learn it. Impossible. Even personal disciples can't learn such a sword technique. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng looked at each other and saw the will to fight in each other's eyes. Before they met Zhou Xuanji, they all felt that they were powerful and awesome. But now, they felt that they were so weak and puny. Sigh. The heavenly law is unfair. On the other side. On the peak. Zhou Xuanji threw Lu Tiange onto the ground. Xianxia, Jianghu, Daoist old man, Huang Lianxin, and Zhou Xiaoqi surrounded him. As for the others, they were not on the peak. Instead, they were scattered around Skyfall to cultivate. I want to take him as my slave. Is there any way to restrain him? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Xian Xianghua, and Daoist old man Xian Xianghua said with a deep voice, I have an insect that attaches itself to the inner pellet and astral infant. It can make people wish they were dead. Lu Tiange, who was lying on the ground, shuddered. Such a vicious woman. He immediately looked up and cried out, Master, I will never betray you. I, Lu Tiange, am a man of my words. In the face of death, he could no longer care about the dignity of the emperor. I have a divine ability called Oath. After he makes a promise, if he dares to break it, his spirit energy will be in chaos, his chi and blood will be unstable, and his fate will gather. Daoist old man said with squinted eyes as he stroked his long beard. A great tribulation scattered Immortal could indeed be taken in. Oath divine ability? The group was shocked. There's such a divine ability? Lu Tiange shuddered and looked at Daoist old man fearfully. This old man is so ruthless. After that, Daoist old man took out a drop of his essence blood and began casting the spell. What venomous oath do you want him to make? Let him repeat it. Daoist old man said to Zhou Xuanji. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Even Xian Xianghua was the same. She thought to herself, this brat has learned a lot. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. Whatever Zhou Xuanji asks me to do, I will do it because he's my father. After Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, the summit fell into silence. Everyone was trying to hold in their laughter. Lu Tiange's face was red with anger, and his eyes were filled with fury. This was a complete humiliation to him. This was intolerable. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Xuanji. Are you really going to bully me? Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji took out the swine-culling sword and walked up to him. He pierced the sword into his abdomen and began absorbing his spirit energy. Lu Tiange's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not. Seems like this guy has a backbone. Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. No one stopped Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was too arrogant just now. A while later. Wait. Stop. Lu Tiange cried out suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji stopped too. His eyes turned sharp. He took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xuanji, I'm Emperor Dongsheng, the descendant of an immortal. Zhou Xuanji continued to activate world internalization. Lu Tiange was anxious. Can't you let me finish what I want to say? I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. The fourth update. I have already updated all the information about the legendary swords in the forum. Those who want to know more can take a look. The attributes of the legendary swords will be updated regularly. There will also be voting for various storyline characters. It's worth your participation. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Calm. Chapter 291. After Lu Tiange swore, Daoist old man took his essence blood. He then asked for a drop of Zhou Xuanji's essence blood and combined them. Essence blood referred to fresh blood and essence chi. The essence blood of different humans or demons was different. In the cultivation world, it could be used as an identity. For example, enchanted artifacts and enchanted treasures required essence blood to recognize their owners. Daoist old man waved his right hand, and the essence blood in his hand dissipated into the heavens and earth. It was invisible and soundless. That's it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Why did he feel like a fraud? Daoist old man nodded and said proudly, of course. This divine ability is not simple. In the entire northern wilderness region, there are less than 5 people who know this divine ability. Xian Xianghua asked curiously, "You and Xuanhe received an ancient legacy. Which powerhouse's legacy is it?" A long time ago, Daoist old man and Xuanhe divine monk were ordinary. After they received the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, they were reborn. "Why should I tell you?" Daoist old man said arrogantly. He used to be extremely afraid of Xian Xianghua. But now, he was not afraid. "If you want to marry my grand disciple, you must support me well first." Xian Xianghua's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura emanated from her. He was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange sat on the ground in despair. Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. If this were to spread to the Dongxing Empire, would he still have the face to be the emperor? Suddenly, he regretted giving in to her. But he really did not want to die like this. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Tell me, which sea region are you from?" he said softly. He heard from Ning Zifeng that the ocean was much bigger than the continent. The Chaos Tide Sea was only a small map. Even so, there were great tribulation scattered immortals, and more than one of them. He had always suspected that there were many powerful cultivators overseas, and they might be more powerful than the northern wilderness region. If so, why did they not attack the northern wilderness region? There must be a lot of unknown secrets behind this. Lu Tiange's expression changed, but he decided to bear with it. After all, this was the northern wilderness region, and no one knew him. After he returned, he could remove the divine ability and deny everything. Therefore, he told them about his background. It turned out that there were 108 sea regions in the ocean, with the northern wilderness region as the center. There was a powerful barrier between these sea regions and the northern wilderness region, and one could only enter and exit through the illusory void hole. The void was flowing, located in the sea water, unable to be seen with the naked eye. From ancient times until now, no one could calculate how many voids there were. A long time ago, the empires of the various sea regions had started planning to invade the northern wilderness region and occupy the land resources. However, the void was unstable, and they could not invade on a large scale. Moreover, the sanctums of the northern wilderness region were guarding the borders of the sea regions, so the sea region empires could not invade the northern wilderness region. In the past, there were many heroes and geniuses in the northern wilderness region. Ever since the hegemon sword emperor ascended, the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were several people like Sunlight Emperor in every era, even in the double digits. It was said that the northern wilderness region was originally much larger, but because of the battles between the strong, many lands were sunk into the sea. 500 years ago, someone from the Dongxing Empire accidentally entered the northern wilderness region. That person was loyal and devoted, and since then, he had been gathering information for the Dongxing Empire. Lu Tiange thought that the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation, so he searched for the void and entered it. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He cursed in his heart. It's all that guy's fault. How did he gather information? TSK. This guy's mood is the same as mine. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted after coming to the northern wilderness region, but... Ning Zifeng laughed mercilessly, which made Lu Tiange's veins bulge on his forehead. We are all from the sea region. Why make things difficult for each other? Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Lu Tiange answered them honestly. There were empires in every sea region, which meant that there were hundreds of empires overseas. However, the population of these empires was far less than the empires in the northern wilderness region. After he finished asking, he asked Lu Tiange to find a place to stay at the waist of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji asked Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to keep a close eye on him. This person was a great tribulation scattered immortal after all, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. Seems like this world is more exciting than we imagined, Daoist old man sighed in amazement. After hearing Lu Tianga's words, he suddenly felt that the northern wilderness region was very small. A bunch of natives from overseas dares to encroach on the northern wilderness region? What a fool's dream. Xianxia snorted coldly. The others sighed in amazement as well. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about another question. Who set up the barrier around the northern wilderness region? After Lu Tianga joined Skyfall, he ended up as Zhang Quanglan. Every few days, Zhou Xuanji would find him and absorb all the spirit energy in his body. At first, he was furious because he thought that Zhou Xuanji treated him like a pig or a dog. 3 months later, Lu Tianga was numb, and his body became noticeably thinner. During this period, he saw Zhang Quanglan. The two met, and their gazes met. Their silence was filled with sorrow. With the great tribulation scattered Immortal providing him with endless spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the great realization stage. Another 4 months passed, and he finally had an opportunity to break through. He left Skyfall and went to undergo the tribulation 100 miles away. He took out the thunderclap sword and was prepared to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. He brought Lu Tianga along on purpose so that the latter could watch from the side. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and a horrifying heavenly might spread across the wasteland. There were no trees within a radius of a few thousand meters, only weeds. Under the cover of the thunderclouds, the world was dark and looked extremely bleak. Lu Tianga was 100 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tianga was completely different from half a year ago. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and cursed in his heart. To him, Zhou Xuanji was provoking him on purpose. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his spirit energy to obtain an opportunity to break through, and he had to watch from the side. It was an absolute humiliation. Zhou Xuanji sat down with the thunderclap sword hovering above his head. He activated golden invincibility, and strands of heavenly lightning coiled around him like dragons and snakes. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, heavenly lightning appeared in the thunderclouds like numerous lightning dragons tumbling in the sea of clouds. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the sky. Lu Tianga looked up, and in the next second, he opened his eyes wide. A gigantic qilin had emerged from the thunderclouds. It was formed by interweaving heavenly lightning, and it was as huge as a mountain. Its eyes were beaming with a powerful radiance as it looked down at the ground like a supreme ruler. Qilin Divine Tribulation. How can it be? This is a heavenly tribulation that only great tribulation scattered immortals can encounter. Lu Tianga cried out in shock. He had seen a powerhouse encountering this tribulation before. The world-destroying scene was still fresh in his memory. He immediately distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji to avoid being accidentally injured by the heavenly tribulation. Qilin Divine Tribulation? Such a good name. But it's nothing before my legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. Just when he spoke, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down crazily. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 292. An hour later. Lu Tianga swallowed his saliva and tried to stay calm, but his body couldn't stop trembling. What did he see? When Zhou Xuanji was breaking through to the great realization stage, he had encountered the scattered immortal tribulation, and he had passed the tribulation unscathed with a single sword. How could this be? That was the Qilin Sage tribulation. How could that sword block it? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sword seemed to have absorbed the lightning. The wasteland was filled with charred smoke, and there were potholes everywhere, formed by the heavenly lightning. Zhou Xuanji levitated in mid-air. His spirit energy exploded out, forming a tornado around him with a powerful aura. He had already put away the thunderclap sword. After absorbing the Qilin Divine Tribulation, the thunderclap sword would level up again. His cultivation base had already reached Mahayana level 1. Sword owner has reached the Mahayana realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Ghost Weep Sword, Sealing Dream Sword Formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Ghost Weep Sword Grade, Amethyst, Description, a sword that makes thousands of ghosts wail in the netherworld. It possesses an extremely strong murderous aura that can easily make people lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Ghost Weep sword but looked at Lu Tiange. Facing his gaze, Lu Tiange hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's domineering tribulation, he only felt fear in his heart. You can leave. Zhou Xuanji said slowly. After breaking through to the great realization stage, he no longer needed Lu Tiange. Lu Tiange was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked, "Where are we going?" Could it be? His heart began to beat faster. "You can go wherever you want." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It was not suitable to leave Lu Tiange in Skyfall. His existence was a threat to everyone else. It was impossible for him to be completely convinced. "Are you really going to let me go like this?" Lu Tiange asked in surprise. He had a surreal feeling. He had thought that it would take decades or even centuries for him to have a chance to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously, "No matter where you go, we will meet again one day." Lu Tiange shuddered in fear and immediately flew away. After he left, Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. This was the first time he had taken out this sword. Ever since he obtained this sword, he had been looking forward to it. After all, this was the strongest sword he had so far. A crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal blue in color, and its blade was sharp. There were intricate patterns on it that looked like the scales of a divine dragon or a qilin. It looked very mystical, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. With Heavenly Retribution Martial Song in his hand, Zhou Xuanji felt a coolness seep into his palm. He subconsciously poured his spirit energy into the Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Boom! The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a horrifying aura exploded out. With Zhou Xuanji at the center, a visible gale swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly cut off his spirit energy, and cold sweat covered his forehead. So powerful! He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his spiritual energy had leaped in quality and quantity, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, when he had used Heavenly Retribution Wuchu's power, he had felt as if the entire world would be destroyed by him. This feeling of strength was unprecedented, and it caused him to shudder with fear. As expected of the intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. Too powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Who would win the battle between him and Yang Di? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Before Yang Di offended him, he would not seek trouble with him. His priority was to continue cultivating. He wanted to be the top cultivator in the next World Millennium Duel. From then on, he would continue to be the top cultivator, surpassing his predecessors and reaching the pinnacle of history. Back at the top of Skyfall, everyone gathered around him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through, they were all very happy. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer they would be. No one objected to Lu Tiange's departure. "Master, do you have the confidence to defeat Yang Di now?" Zhao Congjian asked with great excitement. Previously, Zhou Xuanji had been emphasizing on breaking through to the great realization stage as soon as possible, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, "I have never seen Yang Di before, so I don't know how powerful he is. However, I feel that no one in the world can kill me." Before breaking through, he could already defeat First Tribulation scattered immortals. Now that he had broken through and obtained a legendary sword of a higher grade, how could he not be more powerful? Yangdi's cultivation might have already reached Third Tribulation scattered immortal. In the current world, only he has reached that level, Wuxia Xianxia said. She was a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. Great Tribulation scattered immortals were divided into 9 tribulations. Normally, a Second Tribulation scattered immortal could dominate the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, no matter how powerful he is, we just need to cultivate hard. In a few years, we should let the second-generation disciples go out to train. Just training hard was not enough. They needed actual combat experience. He planned to arrange for the second-generation disciples to train in batches. At the same time, he would give them the opportunity to take in disciples. Every time they went out, he would arrange for people to protect them in secret. The group began to talk about the future plans of the sect. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began to inherit the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Memories flowed into his mind, isolating his consciousness from the current world. The Sealing Dream Sword formation was a sealing sword formation. Once hit, one's spirit energy and senses would be sealed, and one would become a puppet. This sword formation was very domineering, and it made up for one of Zhou Xuanji's shortcomings. Even though he was unparalleled in the way of the sword, he was lacking in other areas. For example, he needed Daoist old man's help to seal an enemy's cultivation. As for spells of the 5 elements, he did not care too much. He could rely on the way of the sword in battle, and he had Jianghu to help him in daily life. Even if he could not, he could store some scrolls of spells of the 5 elements and use them like tools. After he finished inheriting the memories, he took out dozens of legendary swords and began to practice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian immediately came over and watched excitedly. At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the Great Realization stage spread throughout Skyfall. All of the disciples and demons discussed this excitedly. I feel that the Grand Teacher's breakthrough speed is even faster than ours. His cultivation stage is so high. How far do you think the gap between the Grand Teacher and Yangdi is? I think it's about there. The Grand Teacher's power has already surpassed our imagination. Can there be someone more powerful than him in the northern wilderness region? I feel that the day of establishing the sect is getting closer and closer. Everyone, cultivate well. In the future, there will definitely be more geniuses joining Skyfall. We cannot be surpassed. After a while, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the Great Realization stage spread among the demons and then into the human race. After all, there were many demons around Skyfall, and there would always be demons who could not control their mouths. A 32-year-old Great Realization cultivator. Everyone in the world discussed Zhou Xuanji again. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 293. In an inn in Great Zhou's royal city. A storyteller was waving his fan as he spoke. Nearly 100 customers were sitting around him. That day, the sky was clear for thousands of miles at Skyfall. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered, and a demonic wind blew. So, it was the arrival of the demon sovereign. He declared that he would take the Xianxia map and asked the Sword Emperor to come out and accept his death. Who is the Sword Emperor? He's the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou's history and also the most powerful prodigy in the entire northern wilderness region. How could he be so noisy? The storyteller looked like he was in his early 40s. He wore a hat and had a slightly tanned face. When he talked about the key points, his eyes would widen, which made the customers' hearts jump. He would tell Zhou Xuanji's story every day. Some stories had been repeated hundreds of times, but he would still tell them because there were so many people who liked to listen to him. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the world's second, very few people called him Sword God Zhou. Instead, they called him the Sword Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor represented the supreme meaning. Sword god Zhou, on the other hand, sounded like a swindler. Of course, calling him sword god was just as impressive. I heard that the sword emperor has broken through to the great realization stage. Is it true? Before he broke through, he could already kill the demon sovereign. Does he have the capability to become the world's top cultivator? A customer asked curiously, which attracted the attention of the others. The storyteller slapped his fan on his palm and said with a smile, "The Sword Emperor has indeed broken through to the Great Realization stage and set a new record as the youngest Great Realization cultivator. But it's still not enough to defeat Yang Di. Yang Di has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and has dominated the northern wilderness region for 3,000 years. It's too difficult to defeat him. He's the most promising person to become a great emperor, and his future achievements will not be lower than the hegemon Sword Emperor." He began to talk about how powerful Yang Di was, which made the customers gasp in shock. At a corner of the inn, 2 women dressed as men sat. They were Princess Xianxia and Princess Lingling. Princess Xianxia had the rare Dao form. With the help of Zhou Qingxin's resources, she had already reached the Soul Fountain stage. Princess Lingling was not as talented as her, but because of her Minghun relationship with Zhou Xuanji, she was treated well. The 2 felt bored staying in the palace, so they would often come out to play. "Sister, why do people always associate Xuanji with Yang Di? There's no enmity between them?" Princess Lingling asked in confusion. Yang Di had an extremely good reputation, and Zhou Xuanji was a straightforward and upright person. Both of them were helping the human race get rid of demons, so there was no reason for them to fight. Princess Xianxia rolled her eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. With Zhou Xuanji's abilities, he will fight to be the top cultivator in the world sooner or later. You've been in the royal palace for too long and don't understand the world well enough." Princess Lingling did not really understand. Was it that important to be number 1 in the world? That's right. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become the world's number 1? A chuckle came from the side as a black-robed youth walked over and sat down. His face was handsome, and his long hair was coiled into a red string. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an imposing appearance. Princess Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Who told you to sit here?" The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "My name is Baihaoisin, and I consider myself extraordinary. My goal is to become number 1 in the world. I have met 2 ladies by chance, and your smiles have moved my heart. Are you married?" Princess Xianxia and Princess Lingling looked at each other, speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Baihaoisin could tell what they were thinking. He shook his head and smiled as he said, "You might think that I'm boasting shamelessly, but I do have the qualifications to become the top cultivator in the world. Within 100 years, I will defeat Yang Di and the Sword Emperor. At that time, I will make you the great emperor's wives." How awe-inspiring that would be. The 2 women heard him and rolled their eyes. They got up and left. Looking at their backs, Baihaoisin did not chase after them. The corner of his lips curled up as he poured himself a cup of wine and mumbled, "Interesting. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no one knows of my name. It seems like I'll have to turn the world upside down for someone to know of my prowess." Halfway up the mountain at Skyfall. Training with the sword requires one's heart and cannot focus on one move. Moves are dead, but the sword is alive. Only by moving with one's heart can one establish a connection with the sword. Zhou Xuanji sat on a large rock. In front of him, 80 second-generation disciples were training with the sword. They were in an orderly formation, and the formation was quite good. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beixiao Wangjian stood behind him and watched silently. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his mouth. "Master, it found another treasure, but it's protected by restrictive barriers. We need support," Zhou Xiaoqi said as he blinked. This little guy was no longer innocent. After following the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch for so long, it was full of evil tricks. Zhou Xuanji did not even look at it and said straightforwardly, "Let Liuwu demon wolf go with you." Okay. Zhou Xiaoqi brought the three-eyed drought rodent and left happily. A while later. What do you think about letting the disciples form teams? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xiao Jinghong and the other two were stunned and asked how they should form teams. If Skyfall wants to survive for a long time, it must be like the other sects and accept missions from various places to uphold justice. But it's too dangerous to go out alone. I want them to form teams of 2 so that they can look out for each other. Zhou Xuanji said. Along the way, he was leading a team. If he was injured, someone would heal him. If he encountered something he did not understand, someone would explain it to him. It was very difficult to survive alone in this world. That's possible. There are exactly 80 people, 2 to a team. But if someone dies, what about the last person? Zhao Congjian nodded, but he had his doubts too. Zhou Xuanji replied, "That's why we need to discuss this. Next year, we will pick a batch of disciples with the highest cultivation to go out and take in the 3rd-generation disciples. We can't have a lot of people, because we will need people to entertain guests when we open our sect. How could they entertain guests with less than 100 people? Just Great Zhou alone would send more than 100 people." Xiao Jinghong immediately requested to lead the team. But Zhou Xuanji did not agree. The first batch of disciples must be harvested by powerful cultivators. Although Xiao Jinghong had already begun to break through to astral projection, it was not enough. Su Yang listened to their conversation, and his eyes began to wander around. He knew that his chance had come. The more disciples he had, the more secure his position as the eldest senior apprentice brother would be. 2 hours later. Haotian Boar King went up the mountain suddenly. He half knelt beside Zhou Xuanji and said with a muffled voice, "Master, someone called Meng Tianlang is here. He said that he is here to fulfill the promise of slavery. But he brought someone with him. His cultivation is unfathomable, just like Lu Tiange." Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still remembered Meng Tianlang. He was Xiao Jinghong's nemesis and close friend. But another person with cultivation like Lu Tiange? Since when were great tribulations scattered immortals everywhere? Smiley face, smiley face.